The ANBU knelt, a black cloak spooled around the knees, and awaited orders. The elite ANBU's posture was perfectly still, obedient and subservient, as the third Hokage stood there. The silence in the room was stiffening, the ANBU guard hiding in the shadows fidgeting. But the loyal ANBU did not move. The Hokage's face was like stone, weathered and wearied. Yet there was something lurking in his eyes, something that had allowed him to reign over the most powerful hidden village for decades. Many called it the will of fire. "Rise, Kitsune," the third Hokage said. He clasped his wrinkled hands behind his back and watched from beneath his conical hat as one of his most loyal and powerful warriors rose in a single deft movement. "I have called you here to undertake a S-rank mission. It is, of course, optional should you choose to decline, but dash." "I accept," came the immediate response from the ANBU Kitsune. The white mask gleamed under the light of the office. The intimidating red stripes curled up into an angry snarl. Nonetheless, there was no emotion in the highly skilled ANBU's voice. There never was. "Very well," the third Hokage murmured. He reached into his robes and patted his pockets for a few moments. Then, without a single gesture, the ANBU in the corner flickered and vanished. A second later, the guard reappeared holding the infamous Hokage's pipe. "Ah, thank you," Sarutobi muttered. He lit his pipe and took a few puffs. "Kitsune, rendezvous with Delta Platoon at the coordinates provided in this scroll. You will provide assistance to complete their task. It is vital for village security that this mission is completed. You have 2.5 hours. Time is of the essence." "I understand," Kitsune said solemnly as the Hokage passed over the sealed and bound scroll. "I will not fail you, Hokage-sama." Then, without another word, Kitsune disappeared. There was no flicker of chakra or breeze of wind to accompany the disappearance. One moment Kitsune was there. The next moment Kitsune was gone. The third Hokage continued to puff on his pipe, clouds of smoke billowing out and hovering around him in a haze of thick scented fog. The ANBU in the corner of the room made a hand sign and the walls of the Hokage's office flashed for a second, a circle of glowing symbols flashing in and out of existence. All at once, the stiffening silence in the room was lifted. "Ferret," the Hokage commanded. The ANBU in the corner straightened as Sarutobi walked back to his desk and, with a small grunt, sat back down in his chair. A small stack of papers lay waiting for him, highly classified documents that could not be delegated to the appropriate department. "Your orders, Hokage-sama?" the ANBU in the corner muttered. "I feel rather burdened today," Sarutobi said. "Go and prepare my calligraphy set. I will be there later. Wait for me there." "Sir," Ferret acknowledged and disappeared with a small puff of smoke. The Hokage sat back in his chair and continued to smoke his pipe. There was a lot riding on this mission. He could only hope that Kitsune would pull through. After some years, the threat of war diminished and the cycle began to repeat itself. Old heroes would fall and new ones would rise up and replace them. One such hero of Konoha is Kitsune, an elite and well-trained ANBU on par with some of the most powerful jounin in the world. Later on in the day, in one of the Hokage's personal rooms within the tower, Ferret finished unpacking the calligraphy set and stood back up with a small sigh. Almost as if he had predicted it, Sarutobi appeared at the doorway. "My cloak," the old man said with a straight face and twinkling eyes. Ferret nodded and took the cloak of the Hokage. He felt the fabric through his fingers as he hung it up on a peg. The third Hokage nodded and took another drag of his pipe, only to frown as the last glowing embers of the tobacco went out. "That's unfortunate," Sarutobi murmured. He stroked his beard and glanced at Ferret from the corner of his eye. "Did you, perchance, forget to refill my pipe?" The ANBU paused. "Perhaps, Hokage-sama," he said after a short while. "My apologies." "There's no need to apologize," Sarutobi chuckled. He moved over and knelt down before a large scroll. "I have become accustomed to my elite shinobi failing their missions ever since I took you on. It was quite a difficult task for somebody of your caliber." The ANBU tensed. For a moment, the white mask seemed to scream at the Hokage, before the person behind it managed to compose himself. He bowed. "My apologies again, my lord." "My lord," Sarutobi muttered and chuckled. You have become rather good at apologizing, haven't you? Still, it can't be helped when you manage to continually fail your routine missions. Ferret twitched. Perhaps I should give you another try, Sarutobi muttered as he picked up a fine brush and dipped it in his ink. Take my hat and place it with my coat. Ferret moved in to take the hat, but Sarutobi stopped him. I warn you, I suspect that enemy shinobi may intercept you on your mission. There is a high chance that you will fail it like usual. A strange noise came from behind Ferret's mask and Sarutobi couldn't hide the genuine amusement on his face. The elderly shinobi cleared his throat. However, I suppose I should give you a chance to explain yourself. After all, you are behaving very well today. Hokage-sama. Ferret trailed off. Go on, Sarutobi urged. He gave a small smile that crinkled up his face. I'm very impressed with your behavior, but I know that you must be very eager to speak your mind, so I shall allow it. My mind, Ferret repeated. You want me to speak my mind? Kitsune is an A-ranked shinobi gifted in all of the fields of battle. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, fuinjutsu, kenjutsu. There is no domain that Kitsune cannot claim some proficiency at. Kitsune's mission score is impressive and his exploits will undoubtedly go down in legend. This is not Kitsune's story. The ferret mask came flying off the ANBU's head, and a pair of cerulean blue eyes glared at the elderly Hokage with righteous anger. Damn it, old man, Uzumaki Naruto howled. Don't treat me like a common servant. 3 marks, like whiskers, stretched the young ANBU's cheeks as his face twisted into a fierce scowl. The boy, who couldn't have been older than 12 or 13, was dressed in ANBU armor. Armor plates covering the backs of his arms and gray armor strapped over his black tunic and pants. 3 pouches hung on his waist and a bandage was wrapped around his right thigh. All in all, he was hardly an intimidating or imposing figure. The Hokage looked genuinely confused. I'm afraid I don't understand, Naruto, he said. A smile flickered on his face. As one of my loyal ANBU and my personal bodyguard, I was under the impression that you were my servant. This is his story, the story of the ANBU named Uzumaki Naruto. Personally trained by the 3rd Hokage from a young age, Naruto entered the ranks of Genin at 8, Chunin at 10, and ANBU shortly after. Listed as a B-ranked shinobi in the latest bingo book, Naruto is the personal assistant and bodyguard of the legendary god of shinobi, the 3rd Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. Essentially, Naruto was his servant. You're impossible, Naruto snapped. He folded his arms with a huff and pouted. Did you have to rub Kitsune in my face again? I find your dislike of Kitsune quite interesting, Sarutobi chuckled. He began to paint, his weathered old hands moving deftly despite his age. I would assume that you would look up to your senior officers as role models. He is talented and you could learn much about the ways of the shinobi from him. Yeah, but Kitsune is such a... Naruto seemed to be at a loss for words. Loyal and powerful shinobi? Sarutobi supplied. No, not that, Naruto snapped. Comprehension dawned on his face and he snapped his fingers. Arsehole. Yeah, that's the word. Kitsune is an arsehole. Sarutobi chuckled good-naturedly and looked behind Naruto. Young blonde boy cocked his head in confusion before horror dawned on his face. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? He mouthed at Sarutobi, who merely smiled. Report, Sarutobi said. Mission complete. Naruto heard Kitsune's voice and closed his eyes in resignation. Good work, Kitsune, Sarutobi praised. Your skill and dedication do you credit. There will be a debriefing with the commander in 15 minutes. I will be there shortly. Yes, sir. And then the ANBU was gone. I hate you, Naruto muttered with a scowl. How unfortunate, Sarutobi responded dryly. He stood up and motioned to Naruto, who rolled his eyes but obediently retrieved the Hokage's hat and cloak. Once Sarutobi had finished dressing himself, he waved Naruto off. You're dismissed, Naruto. Report back at 1,700 hours to complete routine assignment 4E. For once, could you make your own dinner? Naruto muttered under his breath. He retrieved his mask and gave a short, clipped bow to the Hokage as protocol demanded. I don't suppose you could talk to the commander about that matter we discussed earlier? Sarutobi chuckled. I rather like your mask, to be honest, he said and waved Naruto off. Go, you little brat. Enjoy yourself while you can. Tomorrow I need you to watch Konohamaru, and I'm sure you'll want to be well rested for that. I hate you so much sometimes, boss, Naruto said with abject horror. Welcome to ANBU, Naruto. Sarutobi chuckled and left, leaving the blonde demon host alone. Did it have to be ferret? Naruto whined to himself as he began cleaning up the Hokage's calligraphy set. You'd think the nine-tailed demon host would get the kitsune mask. Naruto trailed off as he muttered some obscenities to himself. ANBU sucked. ANBU Directive Number 4. An ANBU must take the orders of the reigning Hokage with priority, and before other duties. Three dark figures bounded through the air, little more than streaks of darkness against the green foliage of the forest. They leapt from branch to branch, moving at incredible speeds as they raced towards their destination. The trees rumbled and shuddered, and the wind brought the sounds of distant cracks and whines. Explosive tags and elemental jutsu clashing as the two sides waged war against each other. A flash illuminated the afternoon sky as a great ball of fire rocketed up past the trees. One of the moving figures cocked his head back at his comrades, and his fingers flashed and two other figures nodded, and in a great burst of speed they leapt from the trees and onto their unsuspecting target. White and red robes billowed out in the wind as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, turned his head to meet them. One of the attackers flung his arm forward and kunai rushed forward. Sarutobi slightly shifted his head and the kunai missed, embedding into the ground. The Hokage raised his hands, fingers twisting through hand seals in a blur, and a huge gust of wind struck the group. Two of the attackers righted themselves and dove to the ground while the other one was overcome and was sent flying. A set of shurikens slammed into the disorientated shinobi and took him out of the fight, while the two others leapt at the Hokage. One drew a sword, the other formed a hand seal and inhaled. It was over in a flash. A fire technique burst into existence and was brutally suppressed as a long rod of earth exploded from the ground and slammed into the attacking man's stomach. At the same time, Sarutobi tapped the ground with his foot and the ground around him rippled. A loud shudder rumbled through the ground and the set of kunai embedding in the ground around him. The same set with hissing explosive tags wrapped around the handles exploded from the ground. The other attacked didn't even have time to blink as they exploded around him and finished him off. The encounter was over in less than 10 seconds. Hokage-sama. An ANBU flickered into view, crouching down and waiting for orders. The enemy leader has advanced on the field. Sarutobi nodded grimly, rubbing his short goatee. He tapped his ear, his dark brown eyes tightening in annoyance. Communications are down, he grunted. He raised his hand, clicked his fingers and watched as two more ANBU appeared before him. Teams Alpha and Charlie will continue flanking maneuvers, he commanded. I will take Team Delta and pacify the enemy's advance. Go! Yes, Hokage-sama. The ANBU left in a swirl of leaves and Sarutobi adjusted the Kage's hat on the top of his head. He motioned to the ANBU by his side and disappeared in a burst speed that far outstripped the younger and more physically able shinobi by his side. A few moments later and the trees began to thin. Smoke billowed out in the distance and the sound of metal clanging on metal became more distinct. Blurs rushed through the trees, some clashing with each other in a burst of sparks as kunai and swords met. A nearby blur paused on a branch, hands blurring in seals, and a torrent of water burst from the ground, destabilizing the enemy's position. The ANBU attacked, black cloaks meeting those with gray, and Sarutobi was pleased by the efficiency of his forces as they quickly dispatched the enemy. Where is he? Sarutobi spoke to the nearest ANBU, who bowed her head respectfully. 150 meters ahead in the clearing, the ANBU female reported. Her purple hair swayed behind her back, practically inviting the enemy to use it as leverage, but Sarutobi's eyes could see the minuscule telltale signs of chakra embodied through it. We've secured the outer perimeter and await your orders. Very well, Sarutobi nodded. He drew himself up and flexed his chakra. The ANBU were well trained enough not to flinch, but some of them certainly tensed as the god of shinobi prepared to let loose. I will suppress the enemy's defenses. On my signal, move forward to attack. Yes, sir. Sarutobi drew himself up and his hand flashed through a series of hand seals. Chakra exploded from his elderly frame and the wind howled. Sarutobi melded the elemental chakra of earth, wind and water alongside each other, and combined 5 separate techniques into a single rush of power. The ground burst open as geysers of water gushed to the surface and a tidal wave of water and mud, propelled by a shrieking gale, exploded past the tree line and into the heart of the enemy defenses. Go! Sarutobi barked as he lowered his hands and his loyal ANBU sprang forward, a dozen dark blurs leaping past the devastating effects of his technique to disappear behind the tree line. As they left, Sarutobi took a deep breath and followed them in a burst of speed. He reappeared in the middle of what used to be a clearing. Now it was a pit of muddied water, the ground cracked and broken. Whatever traps that the enemy had set up had been washed away by the power of his technique. As black and gray cloaked figures clashed with each other high above in the trees, the enemy of the shinobi army stood in the clearing, waiting with his arms folded. I am the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi said grimly, landing in the mud and water and walking across the surface. His white and red robes were somehow pristine despite the muck about them. You have made an enemy of my village. I will accept your unconditional surrender and, in return, I will spare your life. The somewhat young leader cocked his head, a leaf headband glinting in the sunlight. The slash that ran through it marred its otherwise lustrous surface. You know, Uzumaki Naruto said with a scowl, this sucks. Why am I the one getting the beat down? I see. Sarutobi nodded gravely, as if Naruto hadn't spoken. Very well. If you are prepared to die for your cause, then I am prepared to assist you. Screw you, boss, Naruto said with a resigned sigh. Chakra exploded from him, a potent and heavy presence settling down over the clearing, and his blonde hair ruffled from the effort. Let's see if I can at least draw blood this time. Naruto's hand darted his vest and he withdrew a kunai. Before the demon host had even felt the cold metal in his hands, there was an explosion of smoke as Sarutobi's hand struck the ground. Naruto winced as Enma, the Monkey King, was summoned into battle. What's this? Enma asked, one yellow eye opening partly as he took in his surroundings. The war games again? You're pushing them hard, Sarutobi. Enma, Sarutobi barked grimly. Help me defeat the leader of the missing Nin. Enma glanced at Naruto and a somewhat nasty smile curled the large monkey's face. With pleasure, he grunted. Henge. Fuck you all. Naruto whooped and the kunai flashed through the air as Enma exploded in a cloud of smoke. Kunai Shadow Clone. One kunai became dozens and they rained down on the elderly Hokage. Sarutobi reached into the cloud of smoke and whirled around, the large adamantine staff of Enma bashing away all the kunai. They struck into the ground and trees, piercing rock and wood up to the hilt. Sarutobi whirled around again, facing Naruto, and Enma stretched forward, striking the blonde in the chest. Naruto's eyes widened with shock as he flew backwards, the pole slamming him into a tree with a pained grunt. Naruto was suspended there, still and unmoving, until Sarutobi abruptly pulled Enma back in and sidestepped. A kunai flashed past his head, slamming into the adamantine staff and sliding down it in a shower of sparks as Naruto pressed up against the Hokage, his abnormally sharp canines bared in a menacing grin. Rasengan, he cried, his right hand pressing against the staff as his left hand brought a spiraling and whirling ball of pure chakra forward, straight into Sarutobi's chest. There was a flash and a terrible screeching noise as the ball of pure chakra tore past the ceremonial Hokage robes, and nothing else. Naruto only smiled grimly as he pulled his hand back, preparing to leap away, when suddenly the metal staff shifted and pushed away his kunai. A large white-furred hand zoomed from the end of the staff and wrapped around Naruto's throat. The kunai fell from his grip. Before it had even hit the ground, however, Naruto had brought his hands together. Bird, ox, dragon, ram. Lightning sparked at the tips of his fingers, chakra rushing through his body. It was shoddy and wasteful. Too much chakra and not enough control. But Naruto gripped Enma's strangling hand with flickering blue hands and the Monkey King bellowed in pain as lightning was pushed into him. The hand quickly withdrew and Naruto immediately substituted himself with a nearby piece of debris. He was a fraction of a second away from being knocked out as the substitution was successful just as Sarutobi burst from the ground, a gray gauntlet swinging around and catching the clone embedded in his substitution in the face, dispelling the illusion and obliterating the piece of wood. Naruto flashed through some signs and the wind howled through the clearing as a blade of wind tore from the blonde's outstretched hand. Wind release, vacuum wave. Sarutobi's hands sped through rat, snake, horse, and dog signs. He took a deep breath and spun around. A sphere of compressed sharpened air exploded from the aged Hokage, overwhelming the incoming wind blade. Fire release, ash burning pile. The howling winds whipping around the Hokage became dirty with gray smoke. It quickly engulfed the area and Naruto's eyes widened. He raised his hands, performing a single hand sign, just as a loud crack filled the air and the smoke abruptly caught light. Fueled by the power of vacuum wave, a massive flash of light and heat roared into the heavens as the entire clearing was engulfed in powerful searing flames. A nearby tree crackled and burned as the fire caught on to other parts of the forest, forcing several of the battling shinobi to retreat further and further away. Sarutobi stood in the middle of this firestorm, seemingly unconcerned with the fires that licked harmlessly at his plated shoulders. The wizened Kage took a deep breath and his hands twisted into an unusual sign, one not part of the 12 common hand seals. With a burst of pure chakra, Sarutobi cast his chakra and negated the storm of fire roaring around him with a single thought. There was no sign of Naruto. "I see," Sarutobi murmured, closing his eyes briefly. "You escaped my attack by tunneling underground, and now you expect to jump up from behind me dash." The ground behind him exploded as something flashed up, metal glinting in the sun. Sarutobi dodged the first swipe and blocked the second with his forearm guards, looking amused. Naruto grinned back at him, his face sooty and streaked with water and mud.
"Man," Naruto whistled.
"Fighting against the third Hokage is scary. So many collaborative techniques by a single shinobi. You really are a monster, aren't you?" Sarutobi grunted but said nothing. A cool wind blew through the clearing as Naruto pressed down against the aged Hokage with all his strength. For that split second, they were at an impasse. Naruto was too young to have the necessary bulk to force his kunai against Sarutobi's guard without both hands, and the third Hokage could practically feel his bones creaking against the sheer pressure Naruto was bringing down on him already. The sound of metal scraping against metal grinded on Naruto's ears, and he felt a rush of satisfaction as Sarutobi was forced to take a step back, only to have a giant white-furred paw slam into him and grip him by the throat as Enma, the Monkey King, appeared with a burst of smoke. "Naruto!" Enma roared, his yellow eyes practically glowing with outrage. The headband of the summon glinted as Enma shoved his face right in front of the blonde ANBU. "What did you just say to your Hokage?" Naruto gurgled something, but he had the strange feeling that it was lost in translation underneath the crushing paws that gripped his throat. His grip on his kunai failed and Sarutobi pushed away his flailing with ease. Naruto desperately tried to use the replacement technique, but the Monkey King had gripped him too tight for the technique to take effect. Although there was the other way he could escape. But in the end it was easier to submit. Sarutobi leaned back, his foot flicking something up from the mud, and a kunai soared into the air. The third Hokage grabbed it and with a backhanded blow, drove the unforgiving metal deep into Naruto's chest. Naruto grunted at the painful sensation, but it was nothing compared to the sensation of a real kunai. As soon as the metal had touched his chest, it had taken on a purplish-orange haze. The seals embedded in his training uniform also reacted, resulting in a display of Fuinjutsu that the young demon host didn't really understand, but made the kunai only moderately irritating. "Alas," Naruto deadpanned, "I have fallen." His quip probably would have sounded better if it hadn't come from the gurgles and gasps he was still emitting as Enma squeezed tighter and tighter. "That's enough, I think," Sarutobi wheezed. He appeared to be breathing a little harder than usual, although it was hard to tell with him. Enma complied and disappeared with a puff of smoke. Naruto gasped for air as he fell to the ground, reveling in the sensation of cool air flowing to his lungs. He panted as Sarutobi straightened out his clothing. During that fight, his robes hadn't even gotten muddy. Naruto scowled as he slowly clambered to his feet. Ferret? Sarutobi murmured, his eyes taking in the devastation around him. In the nearby distance, battles were still being fought. Transmit this to all other operatives. Operation message #3C. The operation has concluded. All ANBU. Report for further orders. Naruto made a grunt in the back of his throat but complied. His fingers drifted over the red swirl of the ANBU tattoo on his shoulder, and he channeled chakra into it. A small flash of smoke swirled around him. When it cleared, Naruto was dressed in his ANBU garb, a white porcelain mask covering his face. Naruto carefully went through a dozen hand seals and placed the palm of his hand on his ANBU tattoo. All throughout the forest around them, ANBU operatives battling at each other stilled as a message was telepathically transmitted across the short distance. Attention, all active ANBU forces within training group #7, ANBU operative designated as Ferret, brings operation orders #3C. Orders are as follows. Operation concluded. Success to team designated as Red. Report to grid coordinates 13A, 67 for orders. It was no Yamanaka technique, but it did the job. Naruto removed his hand and waited for the horribly dizzying sensation that always accompanied him when he used the technique. He was sure that the third Hokage could have easily performed the technique himself. A massive wave of nausea and a sudden blinding migraine struck him. But if the Hokage wanted to do all of the grunt work, then he wouldn't have fast-tracked a naive genin into becoming his personal assistant all those years ago, would he? Naruto waited out the aftereffects of his techniques, which were not surprising considering his age and proficiency in the arts of mental communication and warfare. There was a reason why the techniques were usually learned specifically by communication officers and few others. As his headache abated, he could hear the sound of ANBU appeared in the clearing. It was a soft, almost inaudible sound, a small quiet displacement of air, and elite shinobi appeared from well-timed body flicker techniques and landing silently on the mud-soaked and scorched earth. Most would have missed it. Naruto was just that good. He hoped. So was Sarutobi, it seemed, as he continued to rest his eyes until he heard the arrival of the last ANBU operative, a man whose armor had cracked and fallen apart waist-height. The ANBU took their training seriously. The operation has concluded, Sarutobi said quietly, but his voice was heard by all in the clearing. The rebel uprising led by former ANBU operative Uzumaki Naruto has been suppressed. As the leaders of both sides of the rebellion, he and I have reached a satisfactory conclusion. Naruto's eyes widened and he wanted to whimper. Uzumaki will take full responsibility for his actions, Sarutobi thundered. Some of the ANBU snickered as the sheer agony that was radiating off the ferret-masked blonde by the Hokage's side. All ANBU operatives in the team designated as Blue will be integrated back into the rank and file. Uzumaki Naruto, as the leader of the insurrection, shall provide compensation to each and every single one of you on top of additional administrative duties. Wait, what? Naruto cried out. Sarutobi reached over and absently whacked his assistant across the back of his head. The sheer force of the plated arm guard sent Naruto sprawling into the mud. Without skipping a beat, the third Hokage continued. All food and leisure costs will be reimbursed directly from the failed rebel, Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi concluded. Spare no expense on his account. As a traitor, he must learn from his mistakes. Compensation will be personally delivered by the little brat, as well as a most sincere apology for his actions. Had he merely accepted his fate, we would not have had to perform our operational training drills again so soon. ANBU teams Alpha through Delta, you are dismissed. Many of the ANBU chuckled out loud. Some of them called out cheerful thanks to Naruto and waved. Naruto remained oblivious to it all as he lay in the mud, scowling fiercely. The masked figures disappeared after a few moments, more than willing to have a night on the town at the poor blonde's expense. Why? Naruto cried out as he threw his hands in the air. He wailed to the heavens despondently. Why me? What did I do to deserve this? Sarutobi took out his pipe, puffing on it solemnly. Learn from your mistakes, Naruto, he said sternly, not hiding his amusement at all. He puffed out some smoke. The next time I ask you to complete some paperwork, it had better be done. Are we understood? Yes, boss. Naruto wept pitifully as he climbed up from the mud. Sarutobi chuckled as his blonde assistant and ANBU guard took his customary place on his left side. He reached out with one hand and ruffled the boy's locks of hair fondly. Now, he said, let's talk about our little spar, shall we? I noticed that your lightning manipulation was quite poorly channeled. With your level of chakra, I expect better from you. If an old man like me can defeat you so easily, then you need to train more. Yes, boss, Naruto replied blandly. Quiet. I wasn't done. Sarutobi whacked Naruto over the back of his head and hid a grin at his subordinate's furious reaction. ANBU Directive Number 6. An ANBU must be healthy in mind and body, willing and able to reach their peak performance in order to attend to their duties. Located in the heart of Fire Country, Konoha was regarded as the largest military and economic power within all of the elemental countries. Boasting of a shinobi population of over 10,000, Konoha served not only as a military force but one of the primary driving forces of Fire Country's economy. Clients from the Land of Fire and beyond highly valued the work ethic and efficiency of Konoha's shinobi, and Leaf Shinobi were the first choice by many when a task needed to be done. Each day, hundreds of shinobi teams would leave and return to the village to complete missions. The majority of these were made up of C and D-ranked missions, suitable for Konoha's well-trained and diverse field of Chunin and Genin. For the most part, clients visiting Konoha would be directed to the mission assignment desk located in the administrative section of the academy. There, Chunin would take down the mission details, organize teams to complete said missions, and accept payments. It was a well-oiled machine that made use of the vast majority of rank-and-file shinobi. Failed graduates of the Shinobi Academy usually found themselves in bureaucratic positions or acting as messengers, while the average Chunin team would complete the vast majority of the missions. While it wasn't as glamorous as the high-risk and dangerous missions handed out at the Hokage's tower to the elite, these jobs generated a large percentage of Konoha's revenue and were seen vital to village prosperity. It was for that reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of the village hidden in leaves, would often leave the Hokage tower and direct many of these missions personally. Not only was he able to meet the clientele, many who were suitably impressed by the infamous god of shinobi, but it gave him a chance to work with the average shinobi that generally would not get a chance to interact with their leader. As the Hokage's personal guard and assistant, Uzumaki Naruto would usually accompany him, between filing reports, meeting with clients, scheduling meetings, and even assigning missions. The young ANBU agent received his share of Konoha's bureaucratic juggernaut with not-so-quiet dignity. Sarutobi puffed happily on his pipe as he adjusted the conical hat on his head. A white cloak draped over his red full-length gown. He sat at the head of a large wooden table, one of many. Around him, scores of Chunin hustled busily, taking down mission details, referring clients to other Chunin, and bundling paperwork to be sorted and filed. Teams of ninja would occasionally enter, greet their client, and leave. It was an efficient system first started by the second Hokage and continued by his successor. "My lord Hokage," greeted an enthusiastic man. He was rather round and large, with the strange curly hairstyle favored by the nobles of the Fire Court. "Your health appears well." Sarutobi puffed once more and removed the pipe from his lips, the predominant lines under his eyes curving up as he smiled. "Greetings, Lord Shinji," he replied back. He coughed once into his hand. "How may our village assist you today?" "I require a team of your best spies," Shinji replied, and his face darkened. He leaned forward, his eyes furtively darting around the room. "I think you know who is going to make his move. I must have accurate intelligence if I am to counter." "I see," Sarutobi murmured, stroking his small goatee. "Then, the contracts from the Land of Tea have not yet been finalized?" "Soon," Shinji said, frowning. He rubbed his hands on his fine clothes. "With your help, of course." "I recommend that you go and see Naruren and give him your details," Sarutobi said. "We shall, of course, provide you with some of our finest Chunin." "Excellent," Shinji bowed deeply. "My thanks, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi smiled and moved his pipe back in his mouth as the portly noble walked off. He puffed a few more times, his eyes flickering to his right. "Ferret," he barked. There was a crash of paper and a cry of dismay. Naruto, clad in his sleeveless armor, ANBU tattoo bared for the world to see, had been startled and lost his grip on the large stack of paperwork he had been carefully balancing. Scrolls and paperwork went flying and fell to the ground in a huge mess, leaving a despondent ANBU. "Pick up that mess this instant," Sarutobi grunted. "This is the center of Konoha's business, not a rubbish heap." Naruto began scooping up the paper from the wooden floor. Sarutobi watched with a keen eye. "Remember," he said as Naruto began to load his arms again, "many short trips will make light work of one hard task." Naruto grunted something under his breath as he dropped a stack of scrolls on the table. They formed a messy pile as the chunins around him ignored him with well-practiced ease. With a single hand sign, 2 more Narutos shimmered into existence around him, and together the 3 of them picked up the rest of the scrolls. They flickered and disappeared from sight as Sarutobi went back to puffing on his pipe happily. "Ferret!" he commanded after a few moments and couldn't stop the small smile that curved the corner of his lips as Naruto returned in a flash, responding to his summons with all due haste. Malice practically radiated from the kneeling blonde as Sarutobi lifted a hand and pointed. "You forgot one." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Naruto responded between gritted teeth. In a flash of movement, he took the offending scroll and disappeared again. Sarutobi waited a little longer this time. "Ferret!" he barked. The 2 nearest chunins were watching with amused interest as Naruto reappeared again, a cloud of smoke signifying his appearance as his control slipped, probably due to his annoyance. "Yes, sir," Naruto spat out. "Your laces are undone," Sarutobi said. He nodded sagely. "Remember, you will never overcome large hurdles when the smallest of obstacles threaten to entangle you." "Begging your pardon, sir," Naruto said with forced politeness, "but I'm wearing sandals." "Oh," Sarutobi uttered. He paused, thoughtfully puffing on his pipe. "Well then, never mind." He dismissed Naruto with a wave of his hand. "Hurry up. Those scrolls will not file themselves." A loud pop roared through the room, startling clients and chunin alike as Naruto disappeared with a loud cloud of smoke and the sound of grinding teeth. Several of the other shinobi were snickering, and even Sarutobi was outright chuckling. The 3rd Hokage's good mood abruptly vanished, however, as he felt a familiar presence approaching. His face smoothed over as he drew himself up, masking his slight puzzlement with well-practiced ease. Out of the busy room, he was undoubtedly one of the only ones who saw the man enter, sliding between clients and shinobi effortlessly and making his way towards Sarutobi. "Danzo," Sarutobi said as way of a greeting, "what brings you to the mission assignment desk?" Danzo Shimura inclined his head respectfully. He leaned heavily on his cane, his right arm done up in a sling and his torso heavily bandaged. Despite his apparent physical injuries, his chakra was sharp and potent. His one single eye betrayed his appearance as a cripple aged and scarred, as Danzo was still a warrior at heart, despite his retirement as head of the special ANBU division route. Trailing after him was a young boy with jet black hair, pale skin and dark eyes. "Hokage-sama," Danzo greeted and raised his head. "I was merely showing my latest students around Konoha's areas of importance." "Your latest student," Sarutobi repeated quietly. "Of course," Danzo said without any emotion. "There are still those who regard my skills quite highly. It's an honor to pass on what I know to the next generation." Sarutobi grunted at that. "Ferret!" he barked. This time, Naruto appeared by his side flawlessly, his face hidden by his ANBU mask. The young bodyguard had undoubtedly felt the familiar chakra as well, and after several years in Sarutobi's service knew that Danzo was somebody not to be trifled with. "So that's..." Danzo trailed off, a thoughtful expression flittering over his face. It was hard to read the emotions of a man who had half his face covered in thick bandages. "We meet again." "Elder," Naruto greeted coolly. He turned and bowed deep to Sarutobi. "How may I serve you, Hokage-sama? Could you please prepare a small room so that Danzo and I may catch up?" Sarutobi requested quietly. He stood up, his white cloak fluttering as he moved. "We shall be there shortly." "At once," Naruto responded and disappeared. A few minutes later, Sarutobi and Danzo adjourned to a more private setting. Naruto had done well, Sarutobi absently thought, as both he and Danzo took a seat at a long, highly polished wooden table. Naruto was nearby, quietly preparing a steaming pot of tea, while Danzo's latest student stood behind his tutor. "And what would your name be?" Sarutobi inquired gently, puffing on his pipe and eyeing the pale boy shrewdly. He looked to be Naruto's age, but the third Hokage could see the leanness of muscle displayed, the unnatural attention that the boy paid to movement and perfect balance that he seemed to have. The boy's smile was horrific, as bland and empty as a corpse. "I am called Sai," he said. He bowed his head, not a hair a fraction out of place. "It's an honor to meet you, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi grunted. "I'm sure he told you to say that," he replied, feeling irritable all of a sudden. "Ferret, where's my tea?" "I will be there momentarily, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied evenly, his back facing the table as he bent down, focused on his work. "If I may, Hokage-sama?" Danzo requested and leaned forward. "I would like a demonstration." "Oh," Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "Of what exactly?" Danzo smiled. In a flash of movement, Sai lunged at Sarutobi with speed far beyond those of his age level. A sword appeared in his hand as he streaked across the long wooden table in the span of a heartbeat. Deadly intent flashed through the room and Sarutobi's eyes widened fractionally as he read the young man's eyes. There was no doubt the boy was aiming to kill. His attack lasted a whole 2 seconds and he didn't even make it halfway across the table. Naruto was there to meet him, the masked ANBU suddenly radiating a terrible aura of power. Dark, heavy, and oppressing chakra flooded the room. The wooden table began to crack and the rack of saucers and cups rattled. The sword met a kunai and the two young boys locked arms. Despite his emotionless face, Sarutobi could read the surprise in his would-be assassin's movements as 4 more Narutos suddenly surrounded him. Blank-face ANBU masks peered down at the would-be attacker with no mercy and kunai lashed out at vital points. The young boy immediately jumped back, Naruto's kunais only barely missing the killing blow. His blood splattered across the table and Naruto followed up with a devastating kick that launched Sai away from the Hokage. He flew down the table and past Danzo, who didn't even look ruffled as his apprentice slammed into the wall with a dull thump. All 5 Narutos were in the process of weaving through hand seals when Sarutobi raised a hand. "Enough," he murmured. Naruto paused, angry dark chakra whirling around him. "Naruto, leave us." "Boss," Naruto protested. "I am not so weak that I need you to fight my battles." Sarutobi snapped. He snapped his fingers and Naruto reluctantly backed down. The shadow clones shimmering from existence, the heavy pressure abruptly vanishing from the room. "Take our young foolish attacker to the medical center." Sarutobi could tell that Naruto was absolutely furious with the order, but if there was one thing that Naruto had learned after 5 years working with the third Hokage, it was that the old man did not like to repeat himself. Naruto walked over to blood-splattered Sai, hoisted his body over his shoulder with some effort and disappeared. "What ominous chakra," Danzo murmured. He stood, limping his way across the table towards the pot of tea. With a single deft hand, the crippled elder flawlessly continued on from where Naruto had left off and handed Sarutobi a cup of steaming tea. "I haven't felt chakra like that since you were a child, Hiruzen." Sarutobi grunted and tucked his pipe inside his robes. "Naruto has potential," was all he said as he took a sip. "He is quite talented." "That's an understatement," Danzo said with a dry chuckle. With a cup of tea balanced on the back of his hand, he leaned on his walking stick and made his way to the other end of the table. Both men ignored the large crack and dripping blood in the middle of the table. "He is very impressive for a child so young. I can only think of a few who showed such potential at his age." "Kakashi," Sarutobi supplied. "Itachi, Orochimaru, Sakumo." "Yourself," Danzo countered. He leaned his walking stick against the table and sipped his tea. "I would suggest that he is more like you than the others. That chakra was very much like yours during your early years when you struggled to find control, and he is not burdened with the broken bonds of family as many of those other names were." "He carries his burden well," Sarutobi admitted. There was no mistaking the pride in his voice. He is strong and quick to learn. He does not have arrogance, Danzo said quietly, and Sarutobi stilled. Kakashi, Orochimaru, they were both arrogant. It took a tragedy to break Kakashi's, and Orochimaru never lost his. Sarutobi let out a snort of laughter. Naruto is too busy cleaning up after his mistakes to worry about his status, he said, chuckling. He can be a clumsy boy, foolish at times. Very foolish, Danzo agreed, taking another sip. What young shinobi uses the god of shinobi as a measuring stick against his skills? To compare himself to such a man, it would keep any shinobi level-headed. The two sat in comfortable silence, sipping their tea. I must say, Danzo murmured after a few moments, Uzumaki Naruto has many of the qualities of an aspiring Hokage. Sarutobi said nothing. Ah, Danzo uttered and closed his eye. He bowed his head, looking in deep thought. I see. Partially, Sarutobi supplied, and saw the first glimmer of a frown on his one-time rival's face. You have become most insufferable as of late, Hiruzen, Danzo said, setting down his now empty cup of tea. That boy has helped sharpen your blade. A far cry of who you were 10 years ago. He stood up, taking his cane. My advice to an old friend would be thus. Don't ever slip back to what you once were. Is that so? Sarutobi replied quietly. His brown eyes watched Danzo carefully. That's very interesting advice. I would say useful, Danzo replied. His one eye hardened as he gazed down at the man who had beaten him to the hat. I will always do what's best for the village that we both love so much. As do I, said Sarutobi softly. Good, Danzo said abruptly. Continue to do so. The will of fire rests upon your shoulders. He turned around and began to limp out the door, leaving the third staring at nothing in particular, deep in thought. Naruto returned a few moments later. Hokage-sama? He inquired. He paused as the old man did not reply. Boss! The concern in his voice was evident. What's wrong? Sarutobi blinked. What's wrong? He repeated. His arm rose and he lashed out at Naruto, sending the masked blonde boy soaring through the air. Why is there a mess on this table? What's with that crack? Ferret, attend to your duties. Ow! Naruto groaned as he pulled himself free from the plaster and out of the wall that the third had just sent him flying into. You old bastard! He shook his fist. Don't get angry with me, boy! Sarutobi yelled as the fire returned to his veins. He glared at Naruto. You just put a hole in my wall. Explain yourself. What? Huh? But you? Naruto trailed off in a round of indignant splutters as the third abruptly whacked his head again. All right, he groaned, rubbing his abused head. I'll clean up, you wrinkled old slave driver. What was that? Sarutobi thundered. Nothing. Sarutobi watched Naruto carefully as the young assistant began to frantically clean up the room. A small smile flashed across his face, but it disappeared as soon as it came, and the third picked up his cup of tea and began to sip it between scoldings. Directive number 2. An ANBU must be willing to give up their life to protect the embodiment of the will of fire. The current reigning Hokage of the village hidden in leaves and the daimyo of the fire country, and the great village hidden in leaves, one of the largest buildings in Konoha, was the Hokage's residence, also known as the Hokage's Tower. It was located quite close to the Shinobi Academy and had been constructed just underneath the Hokage's monument. The Hokage's residence towered over most of the other buildings in Konoha and was home to many different departments. ANBU headquarters lay directly beneath it, guarded carefully by the elusive masked shinobi. There were libraries filled with countless scrolls, records of previous missions, character profiles of friendly and enemy shinobi, and thousands upon thousands of technique scrolls could all be found inside. The third Hokage was infamously known for single-handedly learning and mastering each and every single technique scroll that Konoha had to offer. The Hokage's Tower was also where A and S-ranked missions were handed out to elite teams of Jonin and ANBU. Prestigious clients were sometimes given the privilege of visiting but rarely saw much activity, as all as elite-level shinobi received their missions and left with speeds too quick for the untrained eye to see. Matters of village security were also dealt here, far away from the prying eyes of the normal shinobi workforce. It was also where the third Hokage and his family lived. Since his fast-track promotion to Chunin and allocation as the Hokage's personal assistant and guard, Uzumaki Naruto had been one of the few people in Konoha's history to call the Hokage's tower home. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. One moment he was asleep and the next he was awake and alert. The young ANBU rolled over and glanced at his alarm clock.
6:59 a.m.
He hopped out of bed, removing the froggy nightcap that he still loved so much and quickly pressing his thumb against the red spiraling tattoo on his exposed shoulder. He channeled chakra and his bedclothes abruptly vanished. A second pulse of chakra saw a set of armor appear neatly around his form. A pair of dulled metal arm guards covered his forearms, extending over his gloved hands. His upper arms were bare and he wore a tight black shirt with a gray armored vest covering his chest. His long dark pants reached his ankles, where he wore sandals, and there were 3 small pouches strapped around his waist with a bandage tied around his right leg. He hadn't put the mask on and it dangled from his utility belt. "Oh yeah," Naruto said with a cocky grin, exposing his sharper-than-normal canines. "I look awesome." After he was done checking himself out, he adjusted the mask on his belt and strode through the door. With a well-practiced movement, he turned off the clock just as it flipped from 6:59 to 7 o'clock and the first tones of the alarm went off. It was time for him to perform one of the most dangerous aspects of his job, waking up the third Hokage.
Oi!
Naruto shouted loudly as he entered the master bedroom of the Hokage's residence. He felt an itching sensation around his ANBU tattoo as the complex barrier seals recognized his identity and allowed him to pass without reducing him to a pile of steaming ash. "It's time to wake up." The lump curled around the thick blankets in the middle of the king-sized poster bed quivered. Naruto rolled his eyes as he began stretching. He found it completely ridiculous that the rest of Konoha idolized Sarutobi as some kind of holier-than-thou figure of everlasting power and might. Only Naruto, he had decided firmly, knew the real truth. Sarutobi was a cranky, perverted old man who took way too much pleasure in abusing his poor loyal subordinates for his own amusement. Naruto, being in the position that he was, saw this the most. The discreet reading of that oh-so-tempting orange book, the short giggles when the old man caught a glimpse of a beauty, the way the boss adjusted his hat to have his afternoon snooze in the busiest of places, and the way that the old man slept in every morning for the past 4.5 years. "Do we really have to do this again?" Naruto pleaded. It was a familiar question as it was one he had to ask extremely often. He only received a grunt in response. He sighed. "Have it your own way, then?" He raised his hands and twisted then into a single hand seal. Water release. Waterfall technique. He heaved a breath and spat a mouthful of water, which sprayed through the air in an arc, hands contorting in another hand seal. The mouthful of water became a giant torrent which swept through the room and washed over the poster bed. His technique completed, Naruto shifted his weight and leapt up towards the roof, using chakra to grab a foothold on the ceiling. A second later, a shower of kunai pelted the floor where he had been standing with incredible force, smashing apart floorboards and tearing into carpet. "Good morning," Naruto exclaimed cheerfully as he dropped from the roof. "I will be serving breakfast in 10 minutes if you'd like to get ready, boss." Sarutobi emerged from the drenched wetlands that had once been his bed, his brown eyes bleary and his white hair wet with moisture. Apart from that, the third Hokage was completely dry, and Naruto absently wondered what technique the wily old man had used to escape his wake-up call this time. "What's with this mess?" Sarutobi grumbled loudly. He cleared his throat. "Clean this up immediately." Naruto just smiled. "Already on it, sir," he said cheerfully. He snapped his fingers and 3 shadow clones appeared in the room holding a mop, a bucket, a small roll of carpet, and a couple of new floorboards. "We'll have this fixed soon, so if you'd like to make your way to the kitchen." "Little smartars," Sarutobi grumbled as he shuffled his way out of the room. None of the clones saw the little smile playing on his face. "Right," the original Naruto said, folding his arms. "Routine assignment #3, clean up the old man's mess, begins. I'll go and make breakfast. You guys take care of this and then begin the morning training." He left as the first shadow clone made the ram sign and began to use water-based nature manipulation to suck out all of the moisture within the room and deposit in the bucket. The second was bending down and plucking the kunai out of the floor, and the third was stripping the Hokage's bed. It was a well-practiced routine and one they had done many times before, although the third Hokage didn't always use kunai. Breakfast time at the Sarutobi house was interesting, and Naruto would always find himself running around trying to take care of 5 things at once. The third Hokage would play with his breakfast, bowls of oats, plates of buttered toast, hot bacon and eggs, and fresh fruit merely being toyed with. The third's grandson, Konohamaru, would scoff down his food as soon as he got it, bits of it flying everywhere. Naruto would desperately try to get Konohamaru's lunch done in time while making the boy slow down and eat properly, and at the same time, forcing the third Hokage to eat at least a plateful before grabbing a bite himself. It hadn't always been this bad, Naruto reflected despondently. His hands were a blur as he wrapped up the last of Konohamaru's food and placed it in the bag. The third had been quite good to him when he first arrived, and he would usually join Konohamaru in his meals as the several staff did all the work. However, as Naruto grew into his responsibilities, the old man got worse and worse, until each morning was like wrestling with a wild boar. Sometimes Naruto thought that the Hokage's was deliberately doing it to piss him off. "You eat," Naruto barked, pointing one angry finger at the Hokage. The third was dressed in his long white robes, and his conical hat was pointed downwards, shielding his eyes. "If you snooze, then you're not going to get anything." Sarutobi grunted and made a noise that might have been one of agreement, and he lifted his hat. The old man yawned, absently toying with his bowl of porridge. Naruto glared at him until he caught movement at the corner of eye. He whirled around, blue eyes narrowing into slits. Konohamaru, with his arm cocked back and a plate of sauce-smeared bacon in his hand, froze with widened eyes. "Sit!" Naruto snapped. He appeared behind the young brat in a lightning-fast body flicker and forced him back on his seat. "Eat properly like a human instead of a monkey." Naruto sighed as Konohamaru continued to shovel food in his mouth. He glanced at Sarutobi, who had again hid his eyes behind his hat and was snoring quite loudly, and he sighed. "You're the Hokage of the most powerful shinobi village in the world. Stop slacking off and eat your breakfast." Naruto bellowed, and Sarutobi jerked awake. The old man seemed to wilt underneath Naruto's dangerous look and began to quickly eat the food in front of him. Something hit him in the back of the head, and there was a giggle. "Think that's funny, do you?" Naruto asked dangerously, spinning around to face the little boy. Konohamaru's giggles turned into full-blown laughter as Naruto buckled underneath, a sudden heavy weight that slammed into his head. There was a crash as a bowl broke on his head and something warm and oozy dripped down into his hair. He glanced at the Hokage, whose eyes were closed and his arm still outstretched as he finished the last spoonful of his breakfast. "That's it." Sudden heavy and oppressive chakra filled the room. Konohamaru squeaked and Sarutobi's eyes opened a fraction as Naruto flipped through some hand seals. "Naruto, release," he shouted angrily.
Breakfast shuriken technique.
Chakra flared and the kitchen became a whirlwind of food as Naruto spread his arms around, and the food on the table leapt from their plates and span right into the faces of Konohamaru and Sarutobi. Bacon followed the toast, which followed the eggs and fruit. The technique only lasted a few seconds, and by the end both occupants of the table were covered in food. "Right?" Naruto breathed as the room fell silent. He pointed at the third Hokage. "You will go and get washed up and ready for work. If you're not in your office at 9 a.m. sharp, then I'm not doing any of your paperwork for the day." Sarutobi jerked at that. "And you," Naruto growled, spinning around to face Konohamaru. "You're coming with me to have another shower right now." "I don't want to," Konohamaru said defiantly. He folded his arms and turned away. "Listen here, brat," Naruto growled and shoved his face directly in front of the young boys. "There are 2 ways we can do this. The hard way where I throw you into cold shower, or the really hard way where I throw the cold shower at you." Konohamaru gulped. 20 minutes later, Naruto and Konohamaru were walking through the streets of Konoha towards the academy. The blonde-haired ANBU had cleaned himself up and was wearing his porcelain mask over his face. Konohamaru was pouting as Naruto led him past the shops and villagers, many of whom waved or bowed at the young boy. Naruto didn't miss several of them giving him strange looks and merely scoffed. His mask was on purely for protocol at this point because it wasn't like his identity was a secret to that many people. After all, how many short blonde ANBU members were there? Still, he supposed it was better than the looks he used to get. Right? Naruto said as the academy loomed up ahead. Make sure you be good today. No pranks. No mucking around. If I have to come and catch you, you'll be sorry. Yeah, Konohamaru said with a jeer. He huffed. As if you could find me. Brat, Naruto said crossly, but he ruffled the young boy's hair affectionately. It's your graduation exam today, isn't it? You remembered? Konohamaru asked in surprise. He chuckled bitterly. Of course you did. Gramps didn't. Naruto made a small sound of comprehension. I'm sure he knows, he said breezily. He didn't say anything at breakfast, Konohamaru muttered. He looked at the ground, kicking a small stone away. He just sat there being stupid again. You didn't say anything either, Naruto admonished. He wagged his finger. I swear, you two are both as bad as each other. You're definitely Sarutobi, you two. Konohamaru looked up hopefully as Naruto glanced down, smiling kindly behind his mask. There's no doubt about it, the ANBU said. He's definitely thinking about you today. Konohamaru beamed. Thanks, Naruto, he said quietly. As soon as the two entered the gates of the academy, he bolted off to find his friends, leaving Naruto holding his lunch alone. Come back, Naruto called out, but the brown-haired boy had disappeared amongst the milling crowds of parents and students. He sighed. You little shit. Naruto made his way through the academy grounds. The students he met had once given him wide-eyed looks and muttered to each other quietly. Now he was a regular occurrence, the young ANBU agent tasked with escorting the third's grandson to school. They still gave him the odd look, especially when they noted how short and young he seemed, but in the true fashion of children they mostly ignored him now. The parents were mostly the same, although he exchanged a respectful nod with Nara Shikaku, the current Jonin commander. The two had had dealings in the past. He also exchanged a quick hello with Yamanaka Inoichi, the tall blonde-haired man who worked in Konoha's intelligence division.
Ah, Iruka.
Naruto called out. He flickered out of the crowd and appeared in front of the scarred Chunin, who had been turning to see who had called out his name. Gah! Iruka jumped as he came face to face with the creepy porcelain mask of an ANBU member. He held his hand over his heart. Oh, it's you. Naruto held up the bag. This is Konohamaru's, he explained. The little brat ran off before I could give it to him. I see, Iruka said. He took the bag. Thank you. His voice, as usual, was respectful and polite when he spoke to shinobi many called Sarutobi's right hand. Iruka had just been assigned to the academy when Uzumaki Naruto, with the assistance of the third Hokage, had graduated early. He hadn't had much to do with the young boy for years until he had reappeared from seemingly out of nowhere as the Hokage's personal assistant and guard. The ferret-masked boy had quickly become a common sight at the mission assignment office as he accompanied the Hokage and performed many duties. Personally, Iruka felt a little sorry for him. The Hokage could be quite hard on the young ANBU, and Iruka wondered if Naruto managed to ever get much of a break. Will Konohamaru do well today? Naruto asked, and Iruka blinked, shaken out of his thoughts. It's hard to say, Iruka admitted. He's certainly not the most academic-driven student we have. Naruto made a noise in the back of his throat at that, and Iruka chuckled. That said, the scarred Chunin continued. His weapon skills and taijutsu is quite good. It's why he was moved ahead past his age group. He's already quite gifted in that area. Still, he's having some trouble with the henge. We'll have to see how he goes today. I see, Naruto said. He rubbed the back of his head. Well, I better be off. Thanks for speaking with me. You're welcome, Iruka said. Goodbye, Naruto-san. The day proceeded like any other normal day. Naruto worked with the third Hokage in the mission room, filling papers, organizing meetings, and taking down mission details. The fire daimyo's wife had arrived in Konoha a few days earlier and had already lost her pet on 4 different times. Several of Konoha's largest merchants were interested in obtaining a new breed of spice that was found growing in the land of rice, although many of them were reluctant to pay the higher mission costs required, as relations with the land of rice had been strangely distant and hostile than before. A quartet of shinobi from the village hidden in grass arrived with a routine message for the Hokage, and a dark-cloaked man wanted a team to perform a dangerous mission to retrieve his family heirloom, and had been whisked away to the Hokage's tower to debrief the elite shinobi, who would needed to complete a mission of that difficulty. All in all, nothing unusual. Later that afternoon, Naruto found himself leaping over the rooftops of Konoha delivering messages to various persons and businesses on behalf of the Mission Assignment Office and the Hokage. From what Naruto had gathered, most were receipts and a short message on the details of the successful mission needed to claim when applying for tax cuts. There was one curiously lumped parcel that had arrived from intentional delivery that had passed inspection, which was left at the reception desk of the Shinobi Academy. Naruto finished the last of his errands just as the sun was going down and made his way to the training grounds. Each day, he was officially given 2 hours to work on his physical training. Unofficially, however, Naruto trained all day long on the various different projects he was working on. "Yo!" Naruto called out as he entered the large training fields. It was the field that Naruto had selfishly allocated for himself, and it was perfect for his needs. It was a large clearing with a small river trickling through it. Surrounded by trees, the noises here would be muffled by the foliage and keep snooping visitors away. "Hey!" One of his shadow clones returned the greeting. There were whole groups of them there, and each was working on a specific aspect of Naruto's training. 5 groups of at least 10 clones worked on each part of his elemental nature manipulation, using leaves and chakra paper to hone his ability to generate elemental chakra. His natural affinity was wind, and it came to him as the easiest to form. However, the Hokage's natural affinity had been earth, but that hadn't stopped him from whipping out advanced elemental techniques of each nature in the past. Lightning was his worst at the moment, but his earth and water was coming along quite nicely, and as long as he didn't care about collateral damage, his fire worked beautifully. Naruto would not be satisfied until he had mastered each and every single affinity, just as the third Hokage had done before him. It really got to him when he considered just how much further he needed to go, especially when the old man would make offhanded comments along the lines of, "You're still learning this, why, when I was your age I had already learned this as well as that. I guess you're just a slow learner." There was one group working on his chakra control, and they were contorted into weird poses. One of was handstanding on the water with one hand while using the other to swirl leaves around his palm. The other was hopping up and down a street while juggling spinning kunai. The last one was holding a spinning orb of chakra in his hand, a screeching noise emanating from the powerful technique that sent shivers down the real Naruto's back. That was probably the ultimate test in chakra control. The Rasengan, the powerful technique, worked by rotating multiple rows of dense chakra in different directions while keeping it contained in a stable sphere in one's hand. Naruto was working on the lethality of the technique, compressing his chakra even denser and trying to spin more and more of the chakra faster and in different directions. Naruto spied the piles of disposable ramen containers lying on the ground and rolled his eyes. "What a waste!" he muttered to himself. He cleaned up the clearing as best he could and began to work on his techniques. The god of shinobi was famous for his collaborative techniques. When an average shinobi could perform a single technique in a few seconds, the third Hokage was able to weave through multiple techniques, often stopping partway through one to start another while keeping the different strands of elemental chakra separate from each other within his body and while empowering his limbs and muscles with chakra. That was the level of proficiency in nature, shape and chakra manipulation and control that Naruto was working towards. Naruto was not at that level yet, although he had a somewhat bastardized version that produced similar results. It involved working with clones, each who would focus on one specific technique, while Naruto would direct and combine them all together. That only worked because his clones used the same chakra as he did, and even though Naruto was a chakra juggernaut, the third once said that Naruto had more chakra at his age than he had. Even that left him quite fatigued in the end. "Shadow clone," Naruto muttered, and with a puff of smoke somebody appeared right next to him. His replica gave him a dry look. "This is going to hurt," he lamented. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Get over it," he snapped. The clone nodded and formed the ram sign. From there, Naruto watched as his clone went through a series of hand seals, his fingers blazing in and out of the signs quicker than the eye could see. He knew what was happening even as the clone did it: form water elemental chakra, compress it, store it in the tenketsu of the upper back where mobility would not be limited, form water elemental chakra, compress and release it into a technique. Earth release, great mudslide technique, Naruto's clone shouted. The earth before him rumbled and liquefied as Naruto's elemental chakra softened it, while his nature manipulation used his chakra to force it forward in an avalanche of mud. Naruto's clone made another sign and the water elemental chakra flowed forward. Water release. Raging river technique. The water technique, coming from the small stream trickling into the clearing, combined with the power of the earth technique and produced a devastating current of mud and water. It propelled out from the shadow clone and swept into the forest. Saplings and plants were torn from their roots as the mud swept across the great tree trunks. An ideal conclusion to this combination technique would be a fire technique that would turn the mud into a rolling river of blistering tar that would engulf and consume all that it touched. However, Naruto was having enough trouble with 2 elemental chakra, let alone 3. Under the original's eye, the clone suddenly let out a gurgling noise. Bright points appeared all over the clone's body as Tenketsu overloaded underneath the strain of the multiple strands of elemental chakra before it exploded in a puff of smoke. Naruto grimaced at the mildly unpleasant memory. Normally, the shadow clone technique would not include pain in the memory for the safety of the user, but Naruto had altered that part of the technique when he needed to so he could diagnose how and when a technique went wrong. Too much chakra, Naruto murmured to himself. Elemental composition was fine, but the Tenketsu can't handle the strain. I need to disperse the chakra over multiple Tenketsu. It was much, much harder than it sounded. Naruto went to make another clone when the tattoo burned on his shoulder. He frowned. The Hokage usually allowed, or rather insisted on, his training time. It was unusual for a summons this late. He snapped his fingers and his clones obediently dispelled. Naruto felt flashes of memories assault him, but he shrugged them off with practiced ease. Placing his mask over his face, he disappeared into a body flicker. He reappeared by the Hokage's side. The old man was standing on the highest level of the Hokage tower, watching the sun set over the Hokage's monument. Usually Naruto could get a good read on the third Hokage, but it was with some trepidation that he found himself unable to assess how his leader was feeling. The stone faces on the monument looked as if they held more emotion than Sarutobi did right at that moment. Ferret. Sarutobi spoke softly, and with the weight of a man who had spent his entire life giving orders and being obeyed. The first directive has been breached. I have need of you. Do you accept? Yes. Naruto answered immediately, even as his eyes widened with surprise. His white porcelain mask blocked everything as he stood. How may I serve? Sarutobi turned around and Naruto saw the first traces of emotion. A grim, hard look that masked something dark that lurked beneath the old man's face. Whatever had happened, it was personal. Several minutes ago I was assaulted within this very tower, Sarutobi began. He ignored Naruto's splutter of shock. The assailant successfully retrieved the scroll of forbidden seals and escaped. Shit. I have confirmed the identity of the attacker. Sarutobi sounded grim. He motioned to the table, where a gleaming sphere of crystal glimmered with chakra. At this moment, Sarutobi Konohamaru has left the boundaries of the village in possession of the forbidden scroll of seals. Naruto jerked reflexively and drew a deep breath. Confirm identity? He asked quickly. It's been confirmed, Sarutobi said tiredly, and for a moment he looked very old and very tired. He moved from the window and took a seat at the table. It was him, Naruto. What's more, he knew exactly where to find the scroll and how to bypass the protections. With all due respect, Naruto asked carefully, but how did he subdue you? I merely, though it was one of his little tricks, Sarutobi admitted with a great sigh. He threw some smoke bombs, yelled something foolish out. I allowed him to play his game, but the smoke lasted longer than usual, and by the time it had cleared he was gone, with the scroll. He turned back to the window. This is a result of my foolishness, he said, and his voice was hard again. Naruto said nothing. Konohamaru was the grandson of the third Hokage, and his status allowed him a lot of leeway. However, not even the Hokage could protect him from the outcome of this. The Forbidden Scroll of Seals was an S-ranked secret, and stealing it was paramount to high treason. There would be severe repercussions for all involved. Konohamaru for stealing it and Sarutobi for allowing it to happen. However, it is more complicated than that. Sarutobi interrupted Naruto's thought process. Konohamaru failed his graduation exam today. I have reason to suspect that somebody may be using his current emotional state for their own advantage. I see, Naruto murmured. His thoughts were conflicted and his emotions barely under control. He was too close to this at the moment, so, with a deep breath, he pulled back and hardened his heart. What are your orders, sir? I have located the boy. Sarutobi straightened, and the full force of his intent care bearing down on Naruto. It wasn't a desire to kill. Rather, it was the power of the highest priority order in Konoha and the effect it instilled in those with the will of fire. You will shadow him until the true culprit appears. Retrieve my grandson at all costs and destroy the scroll if necessary. Sarutobi met Naruto's eyes from behind his mask. Do to the culprit as you see fit. You have full operational control, however. The nature of the assignment have been deemed S-ranked and may not be divulged. Even if Konohamaru had been deceived, he had still committed high treason. Naruto understood immediately. The less who knew, the better. He bowed his head and made his way to the table where a large map of Konoha had been unraveled. Sarutobi gave the coordinates to Konohamaru's position and Naruto stared intently at the map for a few moments. He then pressed his finger on his tattoo. Cat, he called out quietly. Bird. There was a moment's pause and then 2 ANBU members arrived with a small puff of smoke, heads immediately bowing as they saw their Hokage. They wore white cloaks over their armor and their porcelain masks bore the discreet signs of seniority. The ANBU captains of Epsilon and Omega ANBU combat platoons stood rigid. As the Hokage's assistant and the only member of the Sigma squad, the Hokage's personal guard, Naruto technically held seniority over them in theory. His commands were most often the commands of the third Hokage and had to be respected. However, it was very seldom that Naruto interacted with the captains and only really saw them at the General Purpose Division meeting every couple of months. In this situation, though, Naruto had full operational control and commanded not only the captains but their 25-man platoons. Priority Directive Number 1. I have full operational control, Naruto said quietly. 2 emotionless masks shifted and stared at him with greater intensity.
Cut.
Your platoon will surround the perimeter of A4F to A5C. Entry denial. He paused and glanced at the map. Move out immediately. Dismissed. Cat disappeared and Boar waited patiently as Naruto studied the map carefully. Boar, you'll position your platoon to cover sections G3A to G3Z. Naruto concluded, tracing his finger across the map. Deny entry and detain those attempting to exit. I will be within that zone shadowing the target. Backup may be required. Go! Boar nodded and disappeared, leaving Naruto and Sarutobi alone in the room. Once he was gone, Naruto gazed at Sarutobi. The third Hokage nodded once, approving Naruto's plans, and the young ANBU let out a quiet sigh of relief. This was the first time he had ever had full operational control over such an urgent mission. He had been present over dozens, if not hundreds, of mission briefings and had watched as he stood loyally by the Hokage's side as the ANBU captains and Jonin commander had talked in short terse words over whatever mission they were planning. Even the ANBU commander had interjected at one point, the enigmatic figure saying 3 words that, in hindsight, had entirely changed the outcome of the mission. Naruto was just hoping some of that had sunk in. It might have been a bit of an overkill to drag out a 2 out of the 6 ANBU combat platoons, but Naruto wasn't taking any chances with such a dangerous S-ranked artifact on the loose. The mission has commenced, Naruto told his Hokage quietly. He paused. I will bring him home. A second later, the third Hokage was alone. The sun had fully set by the time Naruto had arrived on the outskirts of the village. Many shinobi would be disadvantaged or even crippled by the lack of visible light. However, the ANBU had 2 powerful accessories to help them with nighttime operations. The first was their cloak. Embedded with many different seals, an ANBU's cloak when combined with their armor was able to deflect shuriken, dull the blows of a thrust kunai, and even dent the blade of a sword swing. The cloak was water-resistant, fireproofed, and mud and dirt simply slid off of it. It was treated and woven in a way that made it extremely resistant to tears and burns, and when kept out of the light, the cloak seemed to fade into the darkness until shinobi and shadows were one. The second was the ANBU mask. Many of the white porcelain masks didn't even have eye holes, but it was no deterrent or disadvantage to the ANBU wearing them. They were specifically crafted for each individual shinobi, molded perfectly onto their faces for a seamless fit. When wearing it, one did not feel the weight of it at all. Ingenious seals, dating back to the era of the first Hokage, allowed the user to see through the solid plate as if it weren't there. The mask filtered out most poisons in the air while still allowing the shinobi to use his or her nose to sniff out enemies, although the mask would automatically filter everything out if an unidentified and especially pervasive poison was detected. The ANBU had learnt this the hard way from the Second Shinobi War against the village hidden in sand. In a very similar way to the cloak, the mask kept dirt and sand out away from the face, and it was impossible to block or impair the user's vision. Even the effects of flashbangs were diluted. Retina-scorching light merely became irritating. The opposite could also hold true, and the mask allowed ANBU operating in nighttime to see more accurately. There was a rumor that Konoha's research and development department were trying to come up with a way of attuning the masks to be able to see the heat of living organisms, but so far nothing had come of it. Beneath his mask and hidden in the shadows, Naruto silently watched from a large tree branch as Konohamaru pored over the forbidden scroll of seals. His chakra suppressed as best he could, Naruto controlled his breathing and remained motionless, ignoring the large part of him that wanted to storm down into the small clearing and whack the stupid brat over the head. His feelings were only slightly abated as he took in the young boy's pure desperation, Konohamaru trying desperately to master one of the techniques in the scroll. Naruto kept a very careful eye on the boy. The techniques were forbidden for a reason, but so far the brown-haired child hadn't even come close to mastering one. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. After 20 minutes, a motionless Naruto was beginning to get impatient. He had detected no other presence within distance and hadn't seen any signal flares go up at the various choke points he had assigned the 2 ANBU platoons at. There was no sign of the unknown mastermind. Wait. Naruto's eyes darted to the left, but he didn't move his head as he detected the slight vibration of movement. Somebody was pushing through the undergrowth, plants rustling loudly as this person didn't even attempt to hide. Naruto waited, and with a twitch of his fingers, the spring-loaded mechanism in his right cloak sleeve placed a kunai into his hand. Who was it? The figure burst into the clearing and Naruto tensed, ready to move in. Some part of him was surprised at the identity of the man as Yumino Irika, Konohamaru's teacher, glared down at the surprised-looking boy. You! He roared. What have you done? Naruto paused.
Ashi.
Konohamaru waved at Irika nervously. You're too early. I haven't learned a technique yet. Give me some more time, please. More time? Irika roared. He lunged forward and snatched the scroll out of Konohamaru's hands. You shouldn't even be looking at this, you idiot. Do you want to kill yourself? Naruto frowned. Despite his anger, he could see and feel the concern and worry in the scarred Chunin's voice. What was going on here? But the test, Konohamaru protested. He reached for the scroll. I haven't finished the test yet? What test? Irika unknowingly echoed Naruto's question. The test Mizuki-sensei gave me, Konohamaru said quietly. He bowed his head. He said that it was a shame that a descendant of the third Hokage could fail their graduation test. He said that there was a secret test, where you passed if you could prove that you were a shinobi. I had to steal the scroll and learn a technique, but they're too hard. Irika was staring at Konohamaru with a strange look on his face. But, he said quietly, it was Mizuki who told me that you had stolen the scroll and told me where you had ran off to. He trailed off as it became clear. Naruto would have intervened right there and then, but he was taken completely by surprise as something flashed in the corner of his eye. He moved his head just in time as kunai pierced the trunk behind him. He didn't dodge the next set as they slammed into his chest, 3 blades thrown with unnerving accuracy at his vital points. The cloak and armor absorbed most of the blow, but Naruto heard a crack and grunted in pain. An instant later, wires wrapped around his chest and arms, binding and trapping him to the trunk of the tree. Something shifted in the darkness and 2 gleaming windmill shurikens came spinning at him. One was set to sever his head. The other exploded and a shower of deadly debris rained down on the cloaked figure bound to the tree. There was a blur of movement as Naruto dropped from underneath his cloak, leaving it still bound to the tree. He felt a streak of white-hot pain slash at his face and felt thuds against the back of his armor as he dropped to the ground and leapt forward. "Get down!" Naruto shouted, flickering over to the surprised Iruka and Konohamaru, who had only just looked up. Between the second short ambush and his escape, he had distinctly heard sizzling. He threw himself over Konohamaru just as the tree he had been hiding in exploded in a great ball of fire. The ground roared and shuddered, the shockwave disorientating and throwing Naruto off. It only cost him seconds, but seconds was all that the mysterious assailant needed. He rolled to his feet, a kunai in his hand, prepared to defend from a second attack. He had no need. Iruka stood in front of the two boys, arms outstretched as multiple kunai littering his body. Naruto observed him clinically. The armor had blocked most of the damage and no vital points had been hit. "Mizuki," Iruka growled. "Come out." There was laughter from the trees and a figure appeared on a tree branch further up from the burning remains where Naruto had been standing. The man was dressed in a chunin vest and had silver hair and cold blue eyes. "Iruka, this really doesn't concern you," he said, idly spinning a kunai in his hand. He only had eyes for Naruto, however, and watched him keenly as the young ANBU stood up. "All I want is the scroll and the kid and I'll go. There's no need to die over this." "You traitor," Iruka breathed. "Mizuki," Naruto called out, even as he unwrapped the bandage strapped round his leg and began binding his shoulder. His armor had been cracked and dented, but it had held up, but the edge of his mask had shattered, and there was something warm and sticky dripping down his cheek. "There are 4 ANBU patrols and the 3rd Hokage surrounding the area. You will not escape. Surrender and you will be spared." "You know, I think I'll take my chances," Mizuki said with a grin that told Naruto that he was entirely too confident. "I'm a smart guy. I'll find a way out." He already had a way out, Naruto realized abruptly. He reached for his flares only to pause. They had been stashed away in his robe which, if it hadn't been turned to ashes by now, was surrounded by a blazing fire. ANBU equipment was tough, but not tough enough to come out of ground zero of detonating grade 1 explosive notes. "You're not that smart," Naruto remarked dryly, and he snapped his fingers. Shadow clones that had been observing from other trees launched themselves at the traitor, who actually looked surprised as he jumped away from tree. As Mizuki and the shadow clones engaged in hand-to-hand combat, Naruto whirled around to Iruka and Konohamaru. "Iruka," Naruto called. "Can you move?" "Yes," Iruka gritted out between clenched teeth. "I'm giving you a priority S-ranked mission," Naruto commanded. "You are to take the scroll and Konohamaru and leave the area. Move 4 clicks west and you'll find reinforcements. Understand?" Iruka nodded as Konohamaru looked on tearfully. 3 loud puffs of smoke filled the clearing as Mizuki dispelled the 3 of the 4 clones. "Naruto," the young boy sobbed. A moment later, Iruka had bundled both him and the clone up and quickly fled the area. Naruto turned to Mizuki as he finished off the last shadow clone and analyzed. The target had shown impressive close combat capabilities. His stealth was high, although it was likely he had been waiting before Naruto had arrived and saw where the young ANBU had hidden. Weapon skills high, ninjutsu unknown, genjutsu unknown but possible adequate considering he had crept up on Naruto. "I'll catch them," Mizuki snarled as he whirled around to face Naruto. Naruto gave him a cold glance and his emotionless white mask turned to face the traitor. "No, you won't," was all he said. He launched at Mizuki at great speeds and enjoyed the brief look of surprise in the older man's eyes. Naruto's taijutsu depended on great speed and integration with weaponry to deal damage. As a 12-year-old, he was too small and lacked the bulk of experienced close combat fighters. His speed, however, was what allowed him to go toe-to-toe with bigger and stronger opponents. Dodge, dodge, jump, dodge, feint left, strike with kunai on the right, duck kick, jump back from follow-up, body flicker behind, avoid reflexive punch, stab, parry blow, redirect punch, slash at tendons, kick at knee, stab, reach into pouch, jump to avoid low house kick, throw shuriken, lunge with stab, parry blow, pull back on wires to bring shuriken back, replacement, Both Naruto and Mizuki used the replacement technique as a series of shurikens punctured the silver-haired Chunin's back at the same time Mizuki landed a powerful kick underneath Naruto's chin. A windmill shuriken was flying from the shadows as Naruto reappeared on the ground. The ANBU let his chakra flare, feeling it slam down on the entire clearing, and weaved his hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A roaring wave of wind slammed into the shuriken and sent it spiraling into the air as the tree branches rustled. A second later, the ground grumbled and a series of large rocky spikes shot up and slammed Naruto in the chest. He gurgled as Mizuki jumped up from underneath the ground and shoved a kunai into the ANBU's mask with a loud metallic clang. "Gotcha!" The traitor grinned maliciously. He paused and narrowed his eyes. "Wait!" The sound of metal whistling through the air made him jump back, and the henge on the windmill shuriken that Naruto had replaced himself with disappeared. Reappearing in the air, Naruto launched a series of kunai at Mizuki and blazed through a set of hand seals. Fire release, soaring flame bullets. Naruto felt his chest swell as chakra burst from the tenketsu in his throat and upper mouth. Fire elemental chakra poured from the points, and Naruto manipulated the shape of the chakra to take form of a volley of blazing streaks of fire. They crashed to the ground, engulfing Mizuki and the windmill shuriken in flames. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he dropped gracefully to the ground and crouched there. He flipped through another series of hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. From his hand came a furious discharge of surging bolts of lightning. They tore through the ground, tearing apart the earth and soil. There was a strangled yell as Naruto pumped his chakra into the ground, and a flash of movement jumped up away from him. Mizuki leapt from the ground, his armor in pieces and holding his arm, and ducked behind a tree as Naruto lifted his hands and sent waves of cascading lightning after him. "You won't win," Mizuki yelled desperately as Naruto dispelled the technique, lowering his hands. "I didn't want to have to use this so soon, but I can't let you win." Naruto felt the ground shifting again and chakra pumping into his feet. He jumped gracefully away, landing on the tree branch of a nearby tree. The earlier fire techniques had dissipated as the chakra within it was burned up, but the acrid smell of smoke filled the air, blocked only partially by his mask.
Forbidden technique.
Mizuki cried out, "Animal cursed seal of heaven." Naruto crouched, watching the tree where Mizuki had hid warily. He started as something boomed, and before his astonished eyes the tree trunk shattered and buckled. With a loud groan, the top of the tree came crashing down and slammed into the ground. The tree Naruto was standing on creaked and groaned, but otherwise remained still as Mizuki appeared from behind the tree. What was that? Naruto thought. Where Mizuki had once stood there was now a monster, or something that looked a lot like it. A muscle-bound behemoth of a thing stood there, flexing its hands in marvel. It was bipedal, covered in orange fur with thick black stripes adorning its hide. A mane of whitish silvery hair covered its ears and draped down over its face, where two murderous blue eyes glinted. "Mizuki," Naruto breathed. "This is it," Mizuki howled. He slammed a fist into the palm of his large clawed hand. "This is the power I wanted. Thank you, my lord. You have delivered exactly what you promised." He turned his ferocious gaze on Naruto, and the muscles in his new thick thighs tensed. In a sudden burst of speed, he had cleared the distance between Naruto and himself in a flash, his fist cocked back. Naruto flinched at the sudden speed and narrowly sidestepped the first punch. His leg came up instinctively and he shifted his balance, thrusting his knee into the exposed behemoth's chest. Mizuki roared and Naruto winced. The ANBU jumped back to avoid a swipe of the claws and disappeared in a whirlwind of smoke and leaves. He reappeared some distance away, his knee throbbing with pain. His hand came up, and with a puff of smoke 24 shadow clones appeared. "Go!" Naruto ordered, and they obeyed, launching themselves from behind the tree and moving to engage the new and improved traitor. He created 2 more clones, and together they weaved a series of hand seals, each one ending on a different sign. A series of loud pops echoed through the forest as the beast-like Mizuki had no trouble dispelling the clones. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet technique. Earth release, seismic upheaval technique. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Mizuki, who had just finished off the Land Shadow clone in hand-to-hand combat, felt the ground rumbling and the trees howling, looked up in horror. The original Naruto poured his elemental chakra and released it from his mouth in a giant stream of fire. He held his hands up as he directed the flames, a third of the torrent burrowing underneath the ground, a third rushing straight ahead and a third spirally into the sky. Fire elemental chakra blended with wind and the fire exploded as blades of wind tore through it. Flame and wind spun together with a high-pitched shriek, and the streams of fire in the air and on the ground met to create a wall of flame that encompassed trees and plants, reducing them to ash in mere seconds. Fire and earth elemental chakra also met as the earth technique melded with the fire technique. The ground rumbled and was torn apart as geysers of exploding soil roared up into the heavens, great gouts of fire ripping through rock and stone in seconds. There was nowhere for Mizuki to run. He made a series of signs and slammed his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth-style wall. The soil beneath his fingers trembled as chakra was poured into it, and it rose up and took the form of a muddied wall twice as tall and once as thick as Mizuki. Earth elemental chakra raced over the surface. The wall hardened into thick gleaming stone that flickered from the light of the wall of flame coming towards it. Mizuki leapt up and gripped the side of the walls with the soles of his feet. He slammed his bestial hands on the stone just as the wind-enhanced fire struck the wall. The wall glowed from the pressure and heat of wall of flame and shuddered as the earth around it exploded in pillars of fire and mud. Shrapnel tore at him, cutting into his fur and hardened muscle. And Mizuki howled with pain, but he kept his hands on the rock, pouring as much chakra as he could spare into his only defense. The fire looked as if it would overcome him, but after a few moments it abated and the wall held, cracked and trembling but whole. He was completely unprepared for the 4 shadow clones that darted from around both sides of the wall and lunged at him. A kunai flashed as Mizuki tensed his muscles and leapt off the wall. The first shadow clone bridged the distance and plunged his blade deep into the beast's knee. The second ignored Mizuki's howl of agony as it stabbed its kunai deep into his torso. The third jumped up above him and grabbed the fourth's arm, pulling with all its might and sending the shadow clone plummeting down to deliver a nasty rib-crushing kick to the airborne Chunin. Mizuki slammed into the ground with great force and little warning. The earth churned and baked, seared into his fur, and he yelped, rising up on his one good leg and panting as blood dribbled from his mouth. His body so filled with the sensation of pain and burning, he didn't feel the slight vibrations below him until the ground below him cracked and parted as something jumped up from underneath him. Rasengan. A bright whirring orb of spinning chakra caught Mizuki right in the chest. He howled in agony as the chakra spun away, tearing into flesh, muscle, and bone. The force of the technique propelled him up into the sky, where the third and last shadow clone was ready for him. With another devastating kick, Mizuki was slammed back into the ground. This time he didn't get up. The shadow clones dispersed as Naruto jumped up from the ground. His armor was muddied and blood dripped from the crevice of his mask, but underneath his blue eyes was fierce and proud. It was with slight apprehension that Naruto watched the transformed Mizuki start to shrivel up and waste away. In a few minutes, there was only a wasted husk of a man left. The chest rose once, twice, and then stopped moving at all. Sometime later, a bandaged and thoroughly debriefed Naruto walked quietly through the Hokage's residence. The scroll of forbidden seals had been secured and Konohamaru had been returned safely to his home. All in all, Naruto was satisfied, if not aching, tired and ready for a good rest. He passed Konohamaru's room in the hallway and paused. Sarutobi had undoubtedly heard him coming, but he didn't move from the doorway, watching Konohamaru peacefully sleep off the night's chaos. Naruto hesitated and then moved forward to step next to the Hokage. "Is he all right?" Naruto murmured, eyeing Konohamaru's tear-streaked face. "He's fine," Sarutobi answered quietly. "A little wiser, perhaps, and most certainly a little jaded, but it will be good for him. This is a dangerous business we partake in." Naruto said nothing, but he felt a pang of concern. He knew that the third Hokage was old, but he had never truly seen it until just then. The god of shinobi looked very old, very tired and very frail. The weight of decades of service bowed his shoulders and hunched his back. There was no hint of the power and strength that Naruto was accustomed to, and he hesitated. "You are dismissed, Naruto," Sarutobi murmured. Sir, Naruto acknowledged automatically. Naruto, Sarutobi said as the blonde ANBU turned to leave. Naruto paused. Thank you. Naruto shifted in surprise. The old man did not usually deliver his praise or approval so blatantly. It's my duty, he said honestly, and a privilege. For the one who had rescued Naruto from the hell of loneliness and despair, who had given him the strength needed to protect the village and who have given him a familiar and those to care and protect, this evening's task had been nothing. Sarutobi turned and managed a smile. I'll see you in the morning, he murmured, and Naruto dipped his head. The third Hokage waited until he heard the door to Naruto's room close before he turned back to Konohamaru. He smiled somewhat sadly. Your son has turned out to be a splendid shinobi, Minato, he mused. Perhaps that will be enough to earn your forgiveness. Directive number 1. At all times must an ANBU preserve the will of fire, ensuring the safety and security of the village of Konoha and her inhabitants, young and old. This supersedes any and all other orders and duties. The day following the incident with the Scroll of Forbidden Seals saw a number of interesting changes. ANBU Combat Platoon No. 5, codenamed Epsilon Team, had successfully intercepted and secured both the Scroll of Forbidden Seals and Sarutobi Konohamaru. Yumino Irika suffered light wounds during the course of the night, but no permanent damage had been done. Uzumaki Naruto, ANBU agent codenamed Ferret, and assigned under Sigma Team, the Hokage's personal assistant and guard, also suffered light injuries, but as usual they were gone by the morning, superficial enough for his innate stamina and longevity to heal with ease. As the sun rose, the blonde-haired ANBU agent found himself standing motionless next to the third Hokage as the old man, a group of elite jonin, sat around a large wooden table, discussing the shinobi profiles on top. There were 11 seats overall, although one was conspicuously absent. Naruto was still in a bit of a daze from the morning's intense training. Usually he was up at 0700 hours, where he would wake up the third Hokage and Konohamaru and get them ready for the following day. Breakfast was usually an interesting affair, but for the most part he would succeed. Today, however, he had been slapped in the face with a freezing splash of water at 0500 hours and had woken up to see the god of shinobi glowering down at him, decked in his full armor-plated combat uniform. Naruto hadn't even had time to mutter and eep before the old man had grabbed his hand and dragged him to a training area. Wet, cold, and quite hungry, Naruto had been forced into one of the most grueling training sessions that he had participated in to date. It had been painful. And that's that, Sarutobi concluded cheerfully. He puffed on his pipe, his conical hat keeping the full force of the sun's glare out of his eyes as it slowly rose over the Hokage's monument. We'll conclude this at a later date. Naruto was closest to the window where the fresh breeze was somewhat calming him down, although his face still scrunched up into a pout behind his still damaged mask. That was probably why he saw the burst of movement first. He started, a kunai flipping up from his belt and into his hand in an instant, but a quick burning sensation coming from his tattoo saw him roll his eyes and put it away. A swirl of leaves and a puff of smoke filled the room as the latecomer entered with a dramatic body flicker. Kakashi, Sarutobi intoned. He placed an elbow on the table and rested his chin in the palm of his hand. You're late. Sorry, Kakashi drawled, not looking it at the least. The tall, slender man still looked quite similar to the last time Naruto had seen him, with gravity-defying silver hair, a mask that covered half his face and a droopy eye that seemed to radiate laziness. My usual restaurant was filled with ponies, so I had to travel to bird country to get my breakfast. I see, Sarutobi murmured. You couldn't have chosen a different restaurant? Oh no, Kakashi sounded positively scandalized. My pancakes need to be cooked in a very specific way. Sarutobi nodded gravely and Naruto cocked his head, wondering if there was some kind of code being said between the two, or if the old man was just playing along. Kakashi's eye flickered to Naruto and the young ANBU saw a quick crinkle as the silver-haired man smiled. Fingers flashed for a second and Naruto grinned and gave a slight wave as Kakashi, practically slouching all the way, made his way around the table and dropped into the empty seat. So what are we all talking about? Kakashi asked cheerfully. Some of the other jonin chuckled as Sarutobi sighed. We were just wrapping up the genin team placements, the third Hokage grumbled. He shifted a few of the papers on his desk. Ah, Kakashi said with dawning comprehension. I assume that I have Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Sarutobi Kanomaru then? There was an awkward pause at the table. Some of the other Jonin shifted in their seats and none of them dared to look at the Hokage. For the most part, the old man remained still, but there was an undercurrent of something dark as he finished sorting his papers and puffed on his pipe. Sarutobi Kanomaru did not pass the graduation exam, Sarutobi murmured. Therefore, he is ineligible for Genin team placement. The rules cannot be changed on a mere whim. Really? Kakashi replied quietly. From what I've heard, didn't Kanomaru play a large part in an S-rank operation last night? Surely Ferret told you, since he was the one who led it. He shrugged carelessly even as the masked ANBU by the Hokage's side shifted at the knowing look in the silver-haired man's eyes. I would have thought that any academy student able to play such a vital role in the defense of the village would need to be inducted into the shinobi program so that his talents could be put to use. Many of the other Jonin looked visibly surprised. The third Hokage heaved a great sigh, briefly closing his eyes, and fixed Kakashi with a stern look. I see you've been snooping around again, he grumbled. Snooping? Me? Kakashi laughed it off with a wave of his hand. I just heard a few things on my breakfast trip to Bird Country this morning. He leant forward in his chair, somehow slouching in a way that made him come off as both lazy and intent. I'll take Sarutobi Kanoharu as part of my Genin team. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I'll take full responsibility. The third Hokage was silent for a few moments before he reached into the pile of scrolls sitting in front of him and opened one up. He picked up the stamp off the table and slammed it down on the scroll with a resounding thump. Very well, Sarutobi said gravely. It's on you, Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged. The meeting finished shortly after and the Jonin began to leave the room. Naruto remained motionless, oblivious to the flickered and curious looks that many of the elite shinobi gave him. His gaze was focused totally on Kakashi, who remained slouched at the table reading his book. As Sarutobi rose, chatting quietly one of the Jonin, a tall, dark-haired woman with striking crimson eyes, Naruto adjusted his mask over his face and walked towards Kakashi. The other Jonin blinked and lowered his book. Oh, hello, he said lazily. His one exposed, I stared at him blandly. How's it been, Naruto? Captain, Naruto greeted stiffly. Ma, Kakashi interjected, placing his book back in his green flak jacket. You probably shouldn't call me that. I'm not a captain anymore. He cocked his head and brightened. So tell me, have people been missing me? Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed nervously. Well, he trailed off. Kakashi winced. That's mean, he said with a pout. Naruto chuckled. Actually, Captain, he said, his eyes darting around the room. I'm wondering if you can do me a favor. Oh, Kakashi's one eye rose in interest. What could a measly Jonin like me do for a big, strong ANBU like yourself? There was a pause. Save me, Naruto suddenly wailed and he darted forward, grabbing onto Kakashi's flak jacket. Help me, Captain. He's gone insane. What? Kakashi spluttered, trying to pull back from Naruto, but the boy's grip was too strong. The old man, Naruto moaned, sobbing dramatically into Kakashi's flak jacket. The older man rubbed the back of his head nervously as he glanced around, noticing how many of the exiting Jonin were eyeing the two of them incredulously. Naruto suddenly pulled back. He's gone bonkers, he declared firmly. I'm sure it's not that bad, Kakashi mumbled shiftily. You have no idea, Naruto hissed. Suddenly, the boy yelped as a hand grabbed him by the back of his armor. Kakashi looked up as the third Hokage, one hand filled with paperwork, grabbed the blonde and effortlessly yanked him away from Kakashi. Naruto howled as Sarutobi dragged him across the floor. The elderly man's eyes almost closed with boredom. It's time for some more training, Ferret, the Hokage grunted. Captain, Naruto called out desperately before both he and the Hokage disappeared in a flicker of movement. What a creepy kid, Kakashi laughed nervously as the other Jonin gave him some strange looks. He smiled behind his mask, his eye curving up, He pulled out his little orange book and promptly stuck his head in it and became lost to the world. Still, he felt extraordinarily pleased for some reason. It was a bright sunny day. The sky was blue and there was a nice breeze blowing throughout the village. Seeing Naruto again had been entertaining and had lifted Kakashi's spirits. Perhaps he wouldn't fail this next team after all. Weeks later, the third Hokage had slowly reduced the intense workload and training he had placed on Naruto. As a member of the former Uzumaki clan, which had been known for its stamina and longevity, and the current host to the nine-tailed demon fox, Naruto was used to aches and bruises disappearing quite quickly. With the sheer amount of chakra that was pumped into his chakra circulatory system, there wasn't much that could actually keep him down. The third Hokage, however, was one of those few things, and his training left Naruto battered, bruised, exhausted, and weepy. Today had been such a relief. The third Hokage had allowed him to sleep through the morning, and he had awoken at 1,000 hours. Konohamaru had even managed to make himself a quick lunch before he attended to his genin duties, and all of the washing had been done and hung up. Naruto wasn't quite sure what was going on, and a part of him was quite relieved when he saw that the kitchen looked like an explosive tag had gone off in the middle of the bench. Too much change was not good for him, and the thought of either Sarutobi actually becoming a responsible member of the household was just too much to bear. The afternoon had been just as relaxing. The Hokage had been called away on village business, and he had instead sent Naruto to the mission assignment desk on his behalf. Naruto had enjoyed a rather easy day of sorting through the relaxing and even enjoyable paperwork. Enjoyable, at least, when compared to getting your face kicked in by an angry Monkey King. At the moment, Naruto was handing out an assignment to a group of 4 chunin, each who nodded respectfully at him before they left. "Right," Naruto called out cheerfully as he finished the scroll with an extravagant flourish. He shifted his head, and his white porcelain mask gazed at the chunin sitting next to him. "Yo, Irika, when you're done with that, would you place it in outgoing for the mailroom? The client wants the receipt as soon as possible." "Of course," Irika said politely as he waded his way through the sheer volume of paperwork that lay on his table. As always, the appointment of new genin squads brought in a temporary but substantial increase of business. Clients were always interested in seeing new faces, and many of them hired a genin squad just to get a glimpse at the abilities of the new workforce. Who knows, perhaps one of those genin would rise up and become Hokage one day. Naruto was scribbling furiously on a mission request, and he outlined exactly why the village hidden in leaves was refusing an assassination request, a rather noisy and annoying dog that had been keeping the grumpy old lady up all night. As he finished up, he signed his name and printed underneath it, ANBU representative of the Hokage, and passed it to a nearby chunin whose arms were loaded with scrolls. "Okay," Naruto sighed. He fiddled with his pen, placing it on the table, as a couple of familiar presences entered the room. "Yo, Captain." "You know, you're going to get me in trouble for impersonating somebody I'm not," Kakashi said idly, rubbing the back of his head as he put his book away. "You really should stop calling me that. And you really should stop reading smut in public," Naruto declared flippantly. "But since we both know that neither of us will change, shall we get to business? What kind of mission can I get for Team Kakashi today?" "Another D-rank mission, please," Kakashi said lazily. 2 of his 3 genin sighed at that, their heads dropping low. Naruto grinned at Konohamaru and his teammate, one Haruno Sakura. The pink-haired girl had been the top of the class in academic bookwork, and Naruto wouldn't be surprised to see her join Konoha's communication or cryptanalysis department one day. She certainly had the brains. Their third teammate was silent, but Naruto read past Uchiha Sasuke's stony facade and saw the exasperation lurking in the boy's dark eyes. Naruto felt a little pity for the boy. He had certainly had a tough break, and only his appointed psychologist knew what horrors tormented him underneath his pale and emotionless features. Really, he wished the boy all the luck in the world on his quest to kill his older brother Uchiha Itachi, and honestly, he would probably need it to. From what he heard, Itachi was in a whole other league by himself. The last he checked, there was no immediate plans to hunt him down, although ANBU were always on the lookout. But should the chance appear, a whole ANBU combat platoon was to be allocated for the task. Only Orochimaru had earned such infamy within the ranks of ANBU. "Hey, Naruto," Konohamaru demanded. He looked very small next to his 2 teammates. He thrust out a hand and pointed at the blonde ANBU accusingly. Give us a real mission for once. I'm sick of doing crappy chores and… Irk! Naruto's hand blurred and a scroll slammed into the young Sarutobi's forehead. Konohamaru grunted as his head flipped backwards and he lifted off his feet by the force of the impact, falling back and sprawling onto the ground with a loud thud. Naruto flickered and stood over him, a fist clenched tightly as he waved in front of the boy's face. You have a lot of nerve coming in here and swearing at me after the way you left the kitchen this morning, Naruto said darkly. Konohamaru whimpered as Naruto took in a deep breath and turned to Kakashi, striding past the gobsmacked Sakura and the somewhat amused Sasuke. Actually, I have an interesting mission for you now, Naruto said, his dark mood vanishing as quickly as it had come. He flicked his foot at the scroll on the floor and it shot up into the air, where Kakashi promptly snatched it up and read it. Oh, Kakashi uttered in a surprised voice. He looked a little amused as he gazed at his genin team. A C-ranked mission. For us? Ferret, you're so kind. You've done your 25 D-ranked missions, Naruto said lazily as he walked back to his table. This is a simple escort mission to the Land of Waves. A rather cranky bridge builder wants some security while he finishes his bridge. Apparently there have been some disgruntled locals stirring up trouble about it. Afraid their jobs will go once it's done. Konohamaru was sitting up staring wide-eyed at Kakashi as the Jonin considered it thoughtfully. The silver-haired man said. I dunno. Please, Kakashi-sensei, Konohamaru begged. His eyes were wide and suspiciously bright. We have completed the prerequisites, Sakura added quietly, looking just as hopeful. Sasuke folded his arms and huffed under his breath, but Naruto saw how the dark-haired boy watched his Jonin instructor just as eagerly as the other two. Well, Kakashi drawled, I suppose we could give it a try. Naruto smiled at Konohamaru's scream of happiness. His smile faded as he felt another presence abruptly closing in, and he only had a few seconds warning as a black-robed ANBU member appeared in the room. A white porcelain mask with red swirls on the cheeks and a small protruding beak gazed up at him. Ferret, the Hokage has summoned you, she intoned. Her spiky ponytail swished as she turned her head and Naruto caught a glimpse of long thin needles bound within the hair. Yumino Irika, you have temporary command of the Mission Assignment Office. Serve your village well. I will, a startled Irika said. Thank you. Naruto frowned but stood up from his chair. Enjoy your mission, Konohamaru, was all he said before he vanished in a body flicker. Naruto strode through the bottom recesses of the Hokage's tower, his mask concealing the sudden nervousness that had struck him. He had visited the ANBU headquarters before, of course, but he had never been summoned so abruptly from the middle of an assignment before. The bird-masked ANBU escorted Naruto to a set of doors and gestured for him to enter. Inside was a rather bare room. In the middle of the room stood a table, where Sarutobi and a long purple-haired woman hidden behind a dog mask were seated. Uzumaki Naruto, registration code 012607, codenamed Ferret, attached to Sigma Squad. Step forward. The Hokage's voice was not hard, but there was none of the emotion behind it that Naruto was used to when dealing with the third Hokage. Naruto took a step forward and came to attention at the head of the table. Sarutobi didn't even look up at him as he pursued a large manila folder, reading something intently. It was the woman who spoke first, and Naruto recognized her as Yuzuki Yugao, captain of ANBU Combat Platoon Gamma. He had worked with her previously in training drills and combat scenarios, but other than that knew very little else. Uzumaki Naruto, Yugao said quietly. You are a B-ranked shinobi operating as Sigma Squad in personal and work-related duties, attached to the Hokage's office, correct? Yes, ma'am, Naruto replied immediately. Your academy scores were rather average. You almost failed ninjutsu until the third Hokage intervened, Yugao said. Her eyes were cool and her voice was flat, as if she had absolutely no opinion on what she was stating. You were fast-tracked to Chunin at 10 in an unprecedented manner. You had no Jonin instructor of Genin team and worked with Sarutobi Hiruzen on your shinobi skills. Your promotion came as you were prepared to take on more additional responsibilities in your position as the Hokage's aide. Shortly afterwards, you applied for ANBU and were administered the competency exam by former Captain Hitaki Kakashi. You passed and were assigned to Sigma Squad, which had remained dormant since the death of the fourth Hokage. Is this correct? Yes, ma'am, Naruto responded quietly. Yugao paused. Your attendance is exemplary. You have completed 1135 D-ranked missions, 315 C-ranked missions, and 42 B-ranked missions. These have come about in your role as the Hokage's personal assistant and your performance in the day-to-day duties that the role requires. You are congratulated on your performance. Naruto almost gaped at the number of D-ranked missions, but it did make sense when he thought about it. The sheer amount of chores and housework that he performed at the Hokage's residence was staggering, and he supposed each one did add up. The C-ranked missions were probably related to his work as a messenger and general aide in the various departments of Konoha. Today's work at the mission assignment desk would have added to his score. However, Yugao cut into his thoughts. Several weeks ago, you were assigned a priority S-ranked assignment. Alone and without backup, you retrieved a stolen artifact, escorted the primary objective to safety, and held off an enemy Chunin, whose weapon and ninjutsu skills were quite highly rated for his rank. During this operation, you showed courage in the face of danger and exemplified all of the directives that the ANBU abide by. Yugao's eyes flickered to Sarutobi, who nodded, and Naruto was struck by emotion and could only grin in sheer happiness as the third Hokage smiled at him proudly. Your latest combat tests reveal highly advanced ninjutsu skills. You have skill with multiple elemental affinities and have demonstrated advanced abilities in chakra shape manipulation. Yugao continued. You are well trained in hand-to-hand combat and general weapon skills, and your physical and mental abilities far outstrip those in your age group. It is with pride that Konoha recognizes your abilities and achievements and promotes you to A-ranked status. Naruto was threatened to split his face wide open, and his heart pounded in his chest. Still, a niggle of doubt wormed its way through his euphoria. Was he truly ready to join the ranks of the elite? Compared to many other jonin, he was still a child flailing away at enemies he couldn't see. This does not mean that you have been promoted to jonin, the Hokage interjected quietly, as if he could read Naruto's thoughts. Although I believe that that position will be available to you soon, there are protocols that need to be followed. Naruto took a deep breath and calmed himself. Starting today, you shall be attached to Gamma Team under the direct command of Yuzuki Yugao, Sarutobi continued. He pulled out his pipe and lit it with a flare of chakra. He puffed on it twice and exhaled. Your next assignment is a routine border patrol around Fire Country's southeastern borders. Yes, sir, Naruto acknowledged. Yugao spoke next. Kamachi, the bird-masked ANBU member who had escorted him, stepped into the room. This is Uzumaki Naruto, codenamed Ferret. He has just transferred in from Sigma Squad and will replace Crane on the next deployment. He will be attached to your squad and is under your direct command. Yes, ma'am, the bird-masked ANBU Kamachi said. She turned to Naruto. Ferret, you will gather your supplies and meet us in room 201 for briefing. Go. Naruto nodded and disappeared with a flash of movement. The village hidden in leaves was truly one of, if not the most powerful shinobi village in the world. Boasting of an enormous population of trained shinobi, Konoha's economy was unrivaled by any other village or country. Part of that lay in its military doctrine. During the First Shinobi War and after the death of the second Hokage, the third Hokage had been appointed as command-in-chief of all military operations within Fire Country and coordinated with shinobi and the Fire Lord samurai. While the First War certainly ended to Konoha's advantage, a truer description of the aftermath would be that nobody had won. Countries were in shambles. Entire cities had been destroyed or abandoned, and a large portion of the skilled workforce had been killed. Konoha had been hit especially hard. Over half of its trained shinobi population had been killed during the war, amounting to 4,000 casualties. For a village whose primary trade was based on mercenary work, the situation was unacceptable. That was when Konoha's doctrine had changed. Instead of a large standing army ready to fight conflicts, Konoha would create a small and elite force of shinobi whose primary purpose was the defense and security of the village and Fire Country. The First Shinobi War had shown that the only thing that happened when two large armies met was death and destruction. Shinobis were gifted with the use of chakra and could perform unimaginable feats, but were just as human as everybody else and could not function without supplies. Furthermore, those unimaginable feats allowed small groups of highly trained men and women to intercept and destroy enemy supply caravans with ease. The third Hokage had seen the end result and had analyzed the military strategies that had been implemented by all sides during the war. He had concluded that the economic repercussions of losing a large portion of a working shinobi population were too severe. It was a little-known fact that Konoha had almost starved during the immediate aftermath of the First War, and only the continued patronage of loyal customers saw Konoha rebuild and restructure. The Chunin workforce, numbered in the thousands, was strong but too valuable to waste on general military operations. Of course, that didn't mean that they were too invaluable to be used. Rather, during the next two wars, the largest percentage of the shinobi population saw themselves rostered on and off the different fields of battle. The ANBU, however, stayed in battle from the very first moment blood was spilled right until the last remains of ink dried on the peace treaty. Their skill, mobility, and ability to adapt to different strategies allowed them to strike deep in the heart of their enemies, causing massive damage with minimal casualties. This doctrine was proved to be sound during the Second Shinobi War, where the third Hokage implemented a defensive strategy that saw the majority of the shinobi holding at the border while elite teams of ANBU were sent into other lands and countries, destroying and decimating enemy supply lines and landing critical hits on enemy war efforts, to the point that by the time the army had reached Konoha's borders they were in no condition to face against Konoha's field of fresh and readied army. Konoha left the war in almost perfect condition. Casualties had been light, infrastructure within Fire Country mostly undamaged, and coffers had been full as missions had been continued to be taken up. The other villages had learned. The Third Shinobi War saw the ANBU meet their counterparts, but, being the older of the elite groups, they were generally more experienced and adept at what they did. In the current peacetime, there were 6 combat-ready ANBU platoons with 25 shinobi in each platoon. There were an additional 4 smaller reconnaissance squads, 2 hunter teams, a medical crew, and a communications department, each group having a more specialized area of expertise for operations in and around Fire Country. At any one time, 2 of the 6 ANBU platoons would be assigned to General Border Patrol. Many towns and cities hired small teams of Chunin for policing and other duties, and they covered the main roads in and out of Fire Country. The burden of guarding the wilderness borders general fell upon the ANBU platoons, who would split into small 5-man squads and be allocated to different areas. Uzumaki Naruto had joined one of those squads, and it was not as exciting as he had expected an A-ranked mission to be. 87, 88, 89, Naruto chanted. He was sitting on a large barrel nestled against the wall of a small wooden shack deep within the wilderness, his legs swinging out from underneath. He was watching with a snicker as one of his fellow ANBU members, a man by the name of Tawa, grunted as he pulled himself up and above the frame of the doorway by the tips of his fingers of his left hand. Tawa had to have been in his early 20s and wore his hair in a brown spiky ponytail. His mask was, well, Tawa said it was a wolf, but Naruto was having a hard time picturing it with the little pink swirls decorating the side of the mask. 99, 100. Naruto finished and let out loud cheer as Tawa fell to the ground, panting loudly. He jumped off the barrel and lent Tawa a hand, which the other man gratefully took. "You did it, and with no chakra either." "My fingers hurt," Tawa muttered as he shook his spiky head. He shook his hand gingerly and winced. "That might hurt in the morning. You could always ask Kamachi for some acupuncture," Naruto said with a wry grin and snorted when Tawa shuddered. "No thanks," Tawa said with a groan. "I've seen what she does to the enemy with those needles, and I don't want them anywhere near me." Naruto nodded briefly at Frog, the large burly ANBU, undoubtedly a member of the Akimichi clan. Frog waved back absently, but continued focusing on Dog 2, a petite and slender person that the blonde ANBU still couldn't tell if they were male or female. Dog 2's body shape and voice were completely androgynous. Frog towered over the other ANBU as the two played cards and made he or she seem small and fragile in comparison. Naruto had seen Dog 2 spar though and knew that they only seemed small. Without a doubt, Dog 2 was the most vicious hand-to-hand fighter he had ever seen, going for all the weak points and soft spots without mercy. "Yo, squad captain," Tawa called up to the roof of the hut. "I think it's time to swap shifts." Kamachi nodded and stood up from her position. Technically, the whole squad was on R&R shift after completing their 48-hour patrol along the southeastern border, However, protocol dictated that one member of each squad remain on watch duty while the rest took their 10 hours rest and got ready for the next patrol. It was grueling, hard, and absolutely exhausting. After spending 4 shifts with his squad, Naruto couldn't have asked for anything else. "You're on from now until 1200 hours, Kamachi said. Her head cocked and she leaned forward. "Now, did you want me to look at those poor fingers of yours?" Tawa jerked and Naruto chuckled. Kamachi leaned back with a satisfied air around her. "Shut up," he muttered. He was about to say something else when Kamachi stilled and quickly raised a hand. Naruto tensed and fell into combat position. Frog and Dog, too, joined them as Kamachi scanned the nearby forests. She made a series of quick signs with her hands, ANBU code quick and to the point. Incoming 12. The 5 ANBU blurred and moved into position around the small clearing, each picking a vantage point that would allow them to suppress an enemy's advance at carefully designed choke points. His heart was beating furiously and he flexed his muscles, increasing his blood flow and peering carefully into the brightly lit forest. He waited for what seemed like an eternity, unmoving and hidden amongst some rocks. Sweat trickled down his face but was almost instantly absorbed by his mask. He felt the spring loader in the sleeve of his cloak bump against his skin, ready to drop the sharp blade into his hand at a moment's notice. Nearby, he absently noticed Tawa placing his hand on the ground as he tried to sense vibrations or movement from underneath. The 12-year-old boy waited. His mind was clear and his hand was steady as he prepared to enter his first life and death battle. It did not go the way the ANBU wanted. A series of sharp, high-pitching, whistling noises filled the air and something small and round literally plopped onto the ground less than a meter away from Naruto. For a split second, he stared at the small lead ball, no larger than throwing ball with a crimson tag wrapped around it. The strange, squiggly Fuinjutsu staring back at him. A moment later, the ball exploded with a deafening roar of fire, and the man-sized field of rocks where Naruto had been standing was blown apart. The ground shuddered and soil and rock was thrown up into the air. Naruto reappeared on the roof of the cabin and jerked his head up, dirt and soot flowing off his robes. Appearing from the very top of the massive trees that littered Fire Country was the enemy. They were no more than a series of black shapes that dotted the clear blue sky, gliding towards them at great speed. Tiny little dots fell from them as they dove into the clearing and half a dozen explosions rocked the clearing as the ANBU squad was forced from hiding. Naruto weaved some signs, but the closest of the enemy raised something at him. The sun in his eyes, Naruto didn't take the chance and immediately jumped off the roof. A second later, a dozen kunai slammed into where he had been standing, punching through the wooden boards with ease. He landed on the ground and his kunai appeared in his hand. Something whistled in the air and Naruto turned and blocked, sparks appearing as he deflected a series of kunai that burst from the trees and into the clearing. His breathing was harsh but his mind was curiously clear as he blocked the last of the sharp blades. The ground shuddered again as more explosions went off and metal clanged on metal in the distance as his fellow squad members moved to engage the enemy. Naruto would do the same. Fire release, great wave of flame. Naruto reared his head back and warmth blazed from his throat as he spat a searing wave of heat in front of him. It surged past the trees and the leaves and grass instantly caught fire as great plumes of smoke began to rise through the air. A set of shurikens slipped into his hand and he clenched it as he formed the ram sign, stamping one foot on the ground. A wall of earth rose up behind him, the hasty earth construct intercepting a series of whistling kunai that would have slammed into his back. Naruto kept his eyes trained on the fire blazing in the forest as he leveled his shuriken. Something blurred as the ambusher escaped from the flames and the blonde tracked it, waiting and now.
Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique.
The set of shurikens spun forward and glowed green. Suddenly there were dozens of them and they rained forward, slamming into the figure. Metal sparked on metal as the figure somehow twisted in the air, but whoever it was had been struck and they dove to the ground. Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and darted forward just as an explosive sphere was hurled at his location, which disappeared into a ball of rising fire. A kunai slipped into his hand as he converged on the enemy shinobi. As he got closer, he finally got a good look at the attackers. They were dressed in purple flak jackets and light gray tunics, their heads covered with a hood and their eyes hidden behind goggles. A headband was strapped around their heads, the symbol unknown to Naruto. The strangest part about them was the large yellow contraption strapped to their backs. Yellow armored plates covering from their necks down to their legs and across to cover their arms. The enemy in front of him seemed to be struggling as he gripped the large contraption clumsily and was unprepared for Naruto as he appeared before him, a kunai swinging up to deliver a lethal blow. He was intercepted by another enemy shinobi, the man's goggles gleaming as he swooped down and swung something at Naruto. Naruto ducked and paused in his charge. He crouched and channeled chakra in his feet as the shinobi hovering in front of him held a squat rectangular object at him. He jumped back just as there was a strange clicking noise and a kunai flew past him. The object clicked again and Naruto desperately swung his kunai through the air, batting away countless kunai as the strange machine shot them at him again and again. He swiveled his head one streaked close enough to cut hair, and grunted when two slid past his guard and slammed into his cloak. His armor saved him as he landed on the ground, retreating from the furious barrage.
Shadow clone technique.
A single shadow clone formed around him and together they formed seals. A moment later, one of them slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground underneath that Naruto's fingers trembled and liquefied as the elemental chakra poured into it, while a huge surge of chakra saw a rising river of mud surge towards the two enemies. The other Naruto inhaled and formed the tiger seal. Fire release, blazing river. Fire spewed from his mouth and the wave of mud and soil cooked and burned into as a wave of black glowing tar swept forward. The second shinobi grabbed his comrade's hand and tried to rise above the dual elemental technique into the sky, but the contraption on his back groaned and Naruto watched as his wave of fiery soil engulfed the first shinobi. His heart clenched at the terrible screams that the man emitted and he could taste blood in his mouth. His moment of self-reflection didn't last long as the second shinobi, screaming something incomprehensible at him, hurled an explosive sphere at him. Naruto formed a sign just as the sphere exploded and replaced with the splintered remains of the barrel he had been sitting on earlier, drawing back closer to the rest of the squad. The enemy had taken them truly by surprise. Nobody had been expecting such a devastating aerial assault, and the technology and weapons that the enemy shinobi were wielding were truly fearsome. The launchers in their hands spewed out dozens of kunai every few seconds, and the explosives they hurled were extremely potent, sending soil and debris zipping through the air. Naruto was in a bit of a daze as his reflexes took over, dodging and deflecting kunai as he weaved in and out of the battlefield. Nearby, he saw Dog 2 surrounded by many of the enemy, the petite close combat shinobi unable to get into range to use, while Kamachi and Tawa were back-to-back, the squad captain using senbon attached to ninja wire to create an almost impenetrable defense while the latter used wind techniques to cover her back. A flyer soared away from Frog as the man's arm expanded to incredible lengths, reaching through the air and catching the squirming enemy in his meaty fist. With a loud roar, the Akimichi brought his hands down and crushed the shinobi against the tree. In a 12-on-5 fight, they were already 2 ahead. It wasn't to last long. Naruto weaved a series of signs as he ducked underneath a blazing trail of kunai and slashed the air with his hand. Wind release, wind blade. An almost invisible blade of sharpened elemental chakra shot through the sky and struck an enemy shinobi head-on. To Naruto's horror, the wind blade slammed into the contraption on the enemy's back and broke off into 2. A large slice of wind rushing over the other man's head and a small blade going underneath. He jumped back, shuriken whirring through the air as a shuriken shadow clone technique forced 3 of the flyers to veer off and away. He was about to follow it up when an explosion rocked the ground and Naruto was forced away from the searing heat. He landed nimbly and looked up in horror. Dog 2 was weaving in and out of the attacks of 4 flyers as they hovered above the ANBU, shooting dozens of kunai at him. As a nearby rocked the ground, Dog 2 stumbled and the other shinobi struck. Kunai rained down upon him and Dog 2 fumbled, parrying and blocking. 2 streaked past the defenses and slammed into his shoulder. He stumbled and another hit him in the thigh. Dog 2 staggered and one of the flyers dove down at great speeds. He spiraled past Dog 2 and spun around, hand reaching up to grab something from the contraption on his back. With a roar that went unheard on the battlefield, he swung a gleaming blade and caught Dog 2 right in the face. The mask shattered and the ANBU collapsed in a crumpled heap. Lightning release, static pulse shot. Naruto weaved through a series of signs and held up his left hand. Elemental chakra flared and crackled into existence on the palm of his hand. He swiped at it with his right hand, and a bolt of crackling blue and purple lightning lanced forward with the boom of thunder. The flyer, just finishing his sword movement, was struck and went hurtling through the air in a cascading wave of electricity. The flyer righted itself after a few moments and soared off into the sky, apparently unaffected by the powerful technique. The remaining 4 ANBU eventually pushed past the enemy and grouped up, but they were still trapped in the clearing. Tawa used his wind techniques to create currents of wildly whipping wind that circled around them, blowing away the constant downpour of kunai. Kamachi used pinpoint-accurate senbon needles to intercept explosive spheres, detonating them early as the containers were breached. Frog, his armor cracked and broken, panted behind them, desperately trying to stem the bleeding from his multitude of wounds. That left Naruto as the only one in position to launch an attack, his hands twisted together in the tiger sign. He spat out streaks of flame from his mouth, bullets of fire streaking through the air just as fast as the kunai streaked down. But the flyers were too fast and quick in the air, and they merely paused in their attack and soared away. This stopped Tawa and Kamachi from being overwhelmed, but didn't give Naruto the time to pull of one of his deadlier combination techniques. The ground shuddered underneath the relentless assault as the 4 ANBU held off the remaining enemy. Tawa was beginning to look tired, and the wind began to abate. Naruto gathered his formidable chakra and was just about to step in when a dark shadow came over the group. His eyes darted up and widened. A machine 5 times bigger than the flying contraptions the enemy shinobi were using came to rest directly above them. 3 dark figures sat on the golden machine as long white cloth flapped gently behind it, and it made a curious humming noise as it floated there. Something clicked and a long slender tube slid out from the bottom of the craft. Naruto could barely make out a small muscular figure bringing his fists together when yellow light began to glow around him. Electricity sparked and the 4 ANBU paused for an instant as the flyers flew off. Earth release. Underground excavation. Naruto slammed his hands into the ground and chakra roared around him. The light grew brighter and brighter and a terrible screech filled the air as the ground around the small group gave way and collapsed around them. Earth began to grow overhead as Naruto desperately tried to mold the chakra as fast as he could. There was a sudden flash and a torrent of yellow light flared from above. Naruto, his ears ringing with howling wind and his gloves coated in mud, could only watch as large steam of light slammed down into his earth technique. The last thing he recalled was a powerful tug and a giant shadow covering him, and then all went black. He awoke moments later, his entire body aching and sore but still in one piece. It was dark and dirt and stone were crushing him. He was struggling to breathe and he began to flail around urgently. His lungs burned, his mouth was dry. Chakra flared through him as he tried earth release, earth tunneling technique, but it failed. White spots appeared in his vision, and his breathing grew more and more labored as his struggles started to die away. Suddenly the weight on him was getting lighter and lighter, and whatever was crushing him started to shrink. The darkness around his vision receded as painful bright light hit him in the eyes and air rushed in to fill the cavity around him. He sucked in a deep breath, then another and another, reveling in the smell of smoke and dirt and blood. He opened his eyes and squirmed, fighting against the rubble around him. "Ferret!" somebody hissed and Naruto jerked. His eyes swung to the left where Tawa was crouched in the mud. The other ANBU made the quick signal for silence and Naruto complied. His eyes drifted up towards the deep blue sky, where a flock of birds were passing underneath the clouds. No, wait. With growing dread, Naruto watched as dozens, hundreds, no, at least 1,000 black specks soared overhead, ignoring the splintered and burning remains of the ANBU outpost. This wasn't just an enemy squad. This was an army. An invasion. Naruto didn't need a map to know where they were going. As the last of the flying contraptions left his view and Tawa crawled over to him and helped him up from the mud, he became aware of just what the huge weight on his chest had been. Frog, wounded and bloodied Frog, had shielded them all with his body expansion technique, and what little remained of the ANBU made Naruto want to gag. His eyes burned as Tawa pulled him out of the muck and gore, and the 2 ANBU limped out of the large crater and back onto the forest floor. They collapsed, joining Kamachi as she fluttered in and out of consciousness. "We have to warn them," Naruto murmured after a few moments. "How?" Tawa asked. He sounded tired. Naruto ignored him and staggered to his feet and pulled off his mask. He wiped a streak of blood across his brow and his hands flew in a series of seals.
Summoning technique.
He slammed it down on the ground and a puff of smoke exploded beneath his fingers. When it dissipated, a small brown monkey appeared, blinking cutely as it looked around. "I need pen and pencil," Naruto muttered. He patted down his vest. Pen, paper, pen, paper. His hand came to his utility belt and he suddenly recalled his field map. He whipped it out and laid it on the ground, pinning it underneath a rock. "Right here," a soft feminine voice said weakly, and Naruto's eyes shot up. Kamachi was awake and threw him a red marker. Naruto snatched it and regarded the map carefully. With trembling hands, he reached up and drew a big red X where the ANBU rest station had been. The words LV3, emergency, aerial attack imminent, followed suit with the number 1000 circled. Kamachi snatched the marker afterwards and Naruto drew back as she flipped the map around and began sketching down the disposition of the enemy forces. A crude flyer, kunai launcher, explosive sphere, and the large bomber were drawn, the squad captain deftly writing down as much as they had learned about the enemy. She finished in less than a minute and folded the map up. "Wait," Tawa called over from the other side of the clearing. He limped over and handed Naruto a headband. It bore the strange symbol on it, the one that he hadn't recognized. He hadn't even asked the others if they knew where it was from, but judging by the look of the other two ANBU, he doubted that they knew either. Tawa hesitated and then quietly passed over the two shattered remains of Dog 2 and Frog's masks. The white porcelain was dulled and grimy with soot and mud. Naruto took them all and wrapped the headband around the map and broken mask shards. He bent down and handed it to the monkey, who eyed him far more intelligently than a normal animal would. "Return to Konoha as quick as you can," Naruto ordered. His hands squeezed into fists. "Get Enma to summon you there if you have to. The third Hokage must be warned. An invasion is coming." The monkey let out a strange purr and disappeared in a plume of smoke. Naruto sighed and part of the terrible weight on his shoulders disappeared. He had done the best he could. Now they could only wait and hope that the Hokage would get the message in time. For the sake of the village, he could only pray they weren't too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a desk in the mission assignment office, puffing slowly on his pipe. The windows were open and a fresh breeze swept gently into the room. His hat on the table in front of him, the third Hokage allowed the bright sunny day to wash over him, and he enjoyed the low buzz of chatter and the call of birds from the distance. Truly was a marvelous day, and he could feel his eyes drooping down. Without a care of his Chunin subordinates, the Hokage closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. It was a marvelous day. The office was relatively quiet at this particular time. The early morning queues had been sorted and taken care of, and it was still a few hours before the lunch rush would appear. Usually the elderly and less urgent chores that would see Genin teams scurrying about doing everything from gardening to washing dishes to painting fences. Many of the newly instated shinobi were seemingly baffled at the tediousness of the missions, but it was good for them, Sarutobi thought. A shinobi village served the needs of its clientele, and shinobi would complete whatever missions they were allocated, whether the client wanted their dog walked or a country overthrown. For the sake of prosperity, Sarutobi would sacrifice the pride of some punk genin who thought the work was beneath them. "Yash, what a splendid day, Guy-sensei." "Indeed. Come, Team Guy, let us find a new mission for us to complete." Sarutobi felt a twitch developing as the two voices grew louder and louder. He kept his eyes closed as many of the Chunin around him grimaced. Sarutobi liked Guy as a shinobi. He was powerful, strangely charismatic, and energetic. He got on well with clients, performed each mission with enthusiasm and dedication, and filed his paperwork correctly. There was no doubt that the hand-to-hand combat master was one of the most powerful shinobi on Konoha's roster. None in the village could best the eccentric jonin at his art. His ninjutsu was sparse but rare and quite powerful, and his genjutsu were surprisingly potent. All in all, Guy had earned his A rank with ease and was one of the few jonin who continued to climb higher and higher towards S-rank territory. Yes, Sarutobi liked Guy as a shinobi. As a person, however, there were few others who could bring about such a powerful headache.
"Ah, Hokage-sama."
Guy boomed out from across the hall. Sarutobi grunted and opened his eyes, looking grumpy. "How are you this fine day?" The Hokage muttered something inaudible as he yawned. His lethargy leaving him as pure youth flowed through him merely by association with the spandex-wearing bowl-haired man. Bright white teeth gleamed as Guy's Genin team followed up. The little guy was just as headache-inducing as his Jonin instructor, but the Hyuga appeared resigned by Guy's behavior and the girl just looked sheepish. "I am well, Guy," Sarutobi said a little snappily. There went a perfectly good afternoon snooze. "Has your team come for another mission?" "Indeed we have." Guy grinned and flashed thumbs up. "We have already weeded Konoha's public gardens in record time." He paused and glanced around. "Oh, Hokage-sama, where's your youthful aide?" "Ferret is on an A-ranked mission," Sarutobi replied as he reached for the D-rank mission scroll. Guy seemed to ponder this, and it was the intelligence that flashed in his eyes that was what Sarutobi believed made Guy truly dangerous. Beneath his exuberant and somewhat annoying personality was the mind of a shinobi who could look underneath the underneath and connect the dots. "I see," Lee chimed in. He clenched his fist. "Ferret-kun has truly been blessed with the springtime of youth. I shall train even harder to match his genius." "Heh!" Sarutobi uttered in amusement. Perhaps one day Lee would be giving Naruto the same headaches that his Jonin instructor gave the third. The Hokage was reading over the D-ranked mission scroll in no particular hurry when a puff of smoke burst from nowhere. Sarutobi saw Guy instantly tense and relax as the summoning technique became clear. "Oh," Sarutobi muttered, raising his eyebrows. A small brown monkey chattered excitedly as it appeared in the room. Ignoring the somewhat bemused stares of many of the Chunin and clients, it bounded over to the Hokage with a curious lumpy parcel in its hands. Sarutobi took it from the monkey and felt cloth and cold metal in his hand. With a flutter, the cloth unraveled and something white fell to the ground. It clattered there, the sound resounding quite loudly as Sarutobi stared at it grimly. Pieces of a white porcelain ANBU mask lay there, cracked and smeared with the muck and bloodied grime. Absently, a part of Sarutobi's mind noted the distinct patterns and put a name to the shattered remains of the mask. The first one was definitely a piece from Dog 2, a member of Gamma Team's 4th squad. The second was too smashed and scorched for him to recognize. They spoke of a tale to Sarutobi. There had been a battle. There were casualties. Naruto was still alive. There was a situation urgent enough that required immediate communication with the Hokage. All this passed in an instant as Sarutobi turned to the rest of the parcel. The Genin team looked confused and Lee was just about to speak, but Guy's hand shot up and for once the Jonin was silent. His face somber and serious as he too gazed at the package. Sarutobi opened up the paper deftly and laid it flat on his table. It was a field map, extending from Fire Country's southeastern border. Sarutobi's eyes took in the detail, the large red X drawn over the ANBU rest station, the number circled and underlined in the corner. Konoha had also been circled, arrows pointing at it with a rough estimation of speed. He flipped the map over. There were crude and hurried sketches. Quick dot points of vital information had been scrawled down in a rush. His eyes swung to the last object and with steady hands he turned it over. As soon as he saw the symbol staring back at him defiantly, he understood. The room froze. The walls trembled and the wooden floorboards creaked as a huge swell of force blanketed the area. The Genin were paralyzed, each limb locked in place by the sheer intent behind the chakra. Guy looked deathly serious and the Chunin froze in their duties. Many of the clients looked absolutely petrified. The incredible pressure weighed down on them all, but it was not suffocating killing intent that poured forward. Each one could feel the heavy iron-laden will roar into existence as Sarutobi Hiruzen rose from his chair, the god of shinobi emerging from his aged counterpart. The Hokage snapped his fingers and 2 ANBU appeared before him, their heads bowed as they weathered the pure force emanating from their leader. "I am declaring a level 3 emergency," Sarutobi thundered. "Sounds all alarms. All non-combatants are to evacuate at once. All shinobi forces are to report to defensive stations immediately. Prepare the ANBU and assemble the council." His brown eyes were cold and hard. "We are now at war." At roughly midday, the peaceful tranquility of the village, hidden in leaves, was broken by a loud wailing siren that tore through the air. Flocks of birds screeched as they burst from the trees, and tens of thousands of men and women froze all at once. The siren rose up to an almost head-splitting screech and began to fall. A moment later, the Konoha burst into a flurry of activity as preparation began to take place. A voice began to calmly speak, amplified by a technique that made it echo all over the village as shinobi began to move to their designated stations. Attention! A Level 3 emergency has been declared. Attention! A Level 3 emergency has been declared. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. All combat personnel are to attend their action stations. All non-combat personnel are to evacuate into their designated safe zone. Seek immediate assistance if you are unable to evacuate. I repeat, seek immediate assistance if you are unable to evacuate. Attention! A Level 3 emergency has been declared. The third Hokage appeared on the top level of the Hokage's tower and immediately swung his eyes out to his village. The woman's loud, calm voice continued to repeat the same instructions, and he saw hundreds of shinobi pouring through the streets and jumping on the roofs, rushing to their various defensive positions. Hordes of milling civilians and non-combatants were scurrying into buildings, seeking the safety of the tunnels and shelters that led them to the mass evacuation area underneath the Hokage's monument. Despite the urgency of the situation, Sarutobi felt proud as he saw the men and women under his command following their training and working together. Two small puffs of smoke appeared in the room as Koharu Yutain and Hamura Mitokado appeared. They wore a white ornamental cloak, but underneath were glimpses of flak jackets and utility pouches. They were as old as the third Hokage was, yet they too were listed as jonin on the shinobi roster, and for good reason. "Hiruzen," Hamura greeted quietly. His voice was somber as both he and Koharu joined him in observing the village reactions. "What new crisis threatens us now?" "Hardly new," Sarutobi replied quietly. He passed Koharu the headband he had received and saw the dawning comprehension in her eyes. "I see," she said softly. "So it's come to this once more. Sky Country has returned." "The cycle continues," Hamura murmured as he took in the symbol of the Sky Country's hidden village. "They, who we destroyed them in the Second Shinobi War, will now try to destroy us." "They will try," Sarutobi said. His voice was as hard as stone. "The will of fire is with us. They will not succeed." The third Hokage turned around as he felt more and more shinobi gathered around them. Nara Shikaku joined them, looking unnaturally sharp and focused, the Jonin commander muttering furiously with a continuous stream of aides as he organized the village's defenses. For white shapes blurred into the room as the porcelain masks of the ANBU captains appeared. There wasn't even a flicker of movement as the ANBU commander appeared, his silver mask gleaming in the sunlight. More shinobi appeared, Jonin squad leaders and defense team captains. They assembled before him and waited patiently. Sarutobi took a deep breath and began. "Earlier this morning, an ANBU rest house was attacked by enemy shinobi," he said quietly. The room was still as the siren blared and the instructions continued to repeat themselves. They managed to send back vital information regarding the composition and identity of their attackers, as well as their current bearing. He paused. "It was Sky Country," he finished gravely. His advisors remained still as a ripple of shock spread across those shinobi older enough to remember the Second Shinobi War. "Sky Country," Guy repeated. "I have never heard of such a place." "You wouldn't have," Nara Shikaku interrupted. The man's eyes were darting round furiously as he began to formulate strategies and make connections. They were a moderately large group of shinobi who entered the Second War attempting to overthrow the five great nations. Konoha defeated them 40 years ago. He frowned. "If I recall correctly, Sky Nin used advanced technology to supplement their offensive power. They lacked the resources and knowledge of the five great villages and focused on small personal weaponry and mobile platforms." "Indeed," Sarutobi said solemnly. "This will be an aerial attack on the village." Hyuga Hayashi inhaled sharply. There has not been a direct military attack against the village for quite some time. Barring the attack of the nine-tailed demon fox, we have successfully prevented such an occurrence since the First Shinobi War. Although an aerial attack explains how the enemy bypassed our border guards, Akimichi Chuza rumbled. "An aerial attack?" Sarutobi Asuma questioned. He scratched at his chin. Is such a thing possible? It has never been demonstrated as a legitimate military doctrine, Hamura replied. His glasses glinted. Nonetheless, by the time the sun sets we shall soon see just how effective it is. The number of enemy range in the late hundreds, if not 1,000, Sarutobi continued. Each Sky possesses a device that allows them to fly. They are equipped with advanced weaponry-propelled launchers that are able to throw kunai at incredible speeds and with incredible force and small spheres that can explode with the force of a Class 1 explosive note. Furthermore, they appear to be in possession of a mobile flying platform that allows them to deliver a devastating attack to an area immediately below it. The surrounding shinobi burst into mutters, quietly talking with each other as they digested the news. Nara Shikaku looked thoughtful as he absorbed the new data while the ANBU commander shifted. At present, we have a force of 2,128 active shinobi in the village, the commander said. His or her voice was monotone and sounded artificial in nature. Nothing could be seen behind the mask. Approximately 6,250 of our armed forces are currently engaged in missions around Fire Country and can be recalled in a matter of days. We have several thousand shinobi deployed on international missions. We outnumber them, but they are better equipped, Shikaku murmured. They've also had 40 years to gather intelligence and strategize where we have half a day. This will become bothersome. Bravo and Epsilon teams will provide security for Konoha's priority infrastructure, Sarutobi declared, and the muttering halted. Omega team will be on standby to repel invaders who penetrate past the outer defenses. Hunter teams, Omicron and Lambda, will target the enemy's mobile platforms. We shall designate these targets as bombers. The communication department will coordinate between local garrison commanders to engage the enemy. And the ANBU commander interjected. Recon Squad Kappa will replace Sigma Squad's priority role and aid in the defense of the Hokage. The ANBU's voice held no emotion whatsoever, and Sarutobi accepted this with a grudging nod. Nara Shikaku has full operational control, he declared firmly. I shall join the field of battle and hold position here. Captains Bird, Boar and Dog exchanged looks. We protest, Hokage-sama, Dog said quietly. Your protest is noted, Sarutobi acknowledged. However, I will not let my village burn as I cower away in a bunker. At this present time, Nara Shikaku has full control over Konoha's military forces. Should I be killed in action, Protocol 7 will be enacted. Shinobi, remember what you fight for and defend our home. Dismissed. Sarutobi turned away from the council and stared out at the village. He felt his former teammates take his side and smiled grimly, knowing that they too would not be dissuaded. As the chakra presences of ANBU Recon Team Kappa surrounded Sarutobi watched the skies and waited for the enemy. He would not have to wait long. Naruto wiped the sweat from his head as he finished tying the bandage around his arm. Several kunai had punctured his cloak. While most had blunted on his armor, one had struck his exposed upper arm and sliced a good chunk of muscle and flesh off. The pristine white bandages were already beginning to darken with red, but the young blonde ANBU ignored it as he donned his cloak. He could feel the medical chakra pre-soaked into the bandages settling in his arm as he jumped up and donned his mask. I'm all patched up, he called out to his remaining teammates. Tawa looked pleased as he crouched beside Kamachi. The squad captain had ingested a blood-clotting pill and Tawa had patched her superficial wounds. A thick bandage was woven around her head, the medical chakra imbued in it rushing into the split scalp and easing the pain in her head. Tawa himself had come out of the fight relatively unscathed, but because of that he had been the one to enact ANBU Directive 7. There was nothing left of Frog and Dog 2, not even ashes. Despite the relative good health of the surviving members of Squad 4, the mood in the air was grim and tense. The attack had come suddenly and without warning, and they had failed to defend their post. The enemy had taken the lives of their comrades, and they had been powerless to avenge them. In Naruto's heart burned a terrible ache of deep roaring hatred. The symbol of the enemy haunted him, and in a rather detached way, he noted that he had never felt as savage and angry as he did right at that particular moment. It was only the thought of the third Hokage that allowed him to keep his emotions bottled up. If the information was received by the Hokage in time, then the incoming aerial invasion would meet a fully prepared and alert village, thousands of shinobi ready to defend their precious home with their very lives. That gave Naruto comfort. By surviving, they had dealt a massive blow against the enemy and could very well have saved tens of thousands of lives with the vital intelligence they had sent back. The rational part of him, the one that Sarutobi had drew out of him with cold logic and brutal truth, knew that the lives of Dog 2 and Frog had been worth the intelligence they had gathered. The emotional part of him just strewed and despised the fact that he could even think that. Something tugged at the edge of his mind and Naruto instantly focused. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "We have incoming," he muttered. Tawa twitched in annoyance and his hands blazed a series of seals. Illusion. Mirage of the forest. A steady field of chakra rose around both he and Kamachi. He was staggering to her knees as she gripped a gleaming senbon in her hand. The moment a shinobi entered the shimmering waves of expanding invisible chakra, they would be gripped by the illusion and see nothing but trees and swirling leaves. There was no need. Naruto felt his ANBU tattoo pulse and held up his hand. The approaching shinobi were ANBU, perhaps it was another squad from Gamma Team. They waited as the shinobi 3, Naruto concluded as they came closer, leapt into the clearing. They appeared with a flicker of movement right before Naruto, and they were good. If he had blinked, he would have missed them arriving. "Identify," Naruto commanded. There was no hesitation in his voice. "Iota Squad, Recon Squad 4 of Konoha's ANBU division," came the soft, almost too quiet reply of the head of the 3 shinobi. "I am Squad Captain Kage. Accompanying me is Crow 3 and Snake 5. The man lifted his head and Naruto saw a pure black porcelain mask staring back at him. There were 2 white dots where the eyes should have been, and when combined with the effect of the dark ANBU cloak produced an eerie effect indeed. There seemed to be no end to the darkness in the hood, and for a split second Naruto almost became lost in the 2 white dots of light as they sucked him in and beyond. Then, with a subtle shake, he dispelled the illusion. "I am Ferret Sigma Squad attached to Gamma Team's 4th Squad," Naruto introduced. He nodded at the 2 members of the Recon Squad, who had been standing behind him all along. Behind them was Tawa and Kamachi, the 2 combat ANBU lowering their weapons cautiously. "This is Kamachi, squad captain of Gamma's 4th Squad, and Tawa." "Status?" Kage asked as he rose from the ground. Naruto grimaced from behind his mask. "2 dead, 1 moderate injury," he said. "We were attacked by a group of unknown shinobi. They were able to fly and they wore a gold machine on their backs." Kage nodded. "Sky Country," he said. His voice seemed naturally soft. "They have attacked up and down the southern border. We saw no signs of the rest of Gamma Team, but there was significant battle damage in many areas. We encountered a group of 12. I lost 3 men to them." Naruto paused for a moment out of respect. "A large group of them flew overhead about 25 minutes ago," he informed the other group. "Their bearing put them in line with Konoha. Their speed would indicate that they will only be a few moments off their destination." Kamachi broke in. Her voice sounded wobbly, but she stood firm. "They might already be there." Snake 5 took a step forward. "Yamanaka Yuka, codenamed Snake 5, she introduced. Her voice was pleasantly smooth. "I'm the communications and interrogation expert. Is there time to send a message?" "I sent a summoned creature that should have arrived by now," Naruto answered. Snake 5 sighed in obvious relief. "We'll have to trust in our comrades to defend our home." The ice was broken. As a courtesy, the ANBU took off their masks and observed their comrades' faces. Naruto had seen Kamachi before, a gray-eyed woman with 2 light brown bangs dropping from her head and the rest of her hair tied up in an elaborate senbon-filled bun. Tawa, a dark brown-haired man with red lines tattooed down his face. Crow 3 turned out to be a member of the Hyuga clan with short-cropped black hair, pure white eyes, and a black seal imprinted on his forehead. Yuka was a slender and lean blonde girl in her teens with bright blue eyes and smile that made something twist uncomfortable in Naruto's stomach, while Kage was a young man in his early 20s with nondescript looks. Naruto was so busy analyzing them that he missed them analyzing him. Crow 3, Hyuga Daichi, looked impressed and whistled quietly to himself while Yuka's mouth dropped. "Ah!" she cooed and reached over to pinch his cheek. "Why? Don't you look so cute?" Naruto swatted her hand away in annoyance. She pulled it back and grinned, placing her hands on her cheeks. "Aren't you a big tough ANBU?" she sang in a babyish voice. Naruto had developed a twitch above his eye as he narrowed them at the pretty girl. "Yuka," Kage said tiredly. "Stop poking the combat squad ANBU before he sets you on fire." "Oh, Pohi," Yuka pouted. She folded her arms. "You're no fun." Kamachi, Tawa and Daichi were chatting quietly, each of them clearly relieved to see other Konoha shinobi, while Kage and Naruto walked a little further away from the group. The rather bland-looking ANBU turned to Naruto and observed the young boy carefully. "Have you taken command?" he asked abruptly. Naruto went to shake his head and paused. Kamachi is still the squad leader, but we'll have to see if her head injury affects her judgment. Until then, I suppose I am. "I was contemplating taking my squad back to Konoha," Kage said. He gazed off into the distance. "Perhaps we can link up with other shinobi in the surrounding regions and assist with the defense of the village." Naruto bit his lip. He definitely wanted to go back to the village as soon as he could. Even now, his stomach clenched as he thought about the incoming danger. Konoha could be under attack right now. He wanted to go, but "I think we should stay," Naruto said quietly. "This was a safe zone for the surrounding patrols. We should regroup with Gamma Team and continue to patrol the border. The air attack might only be the start of an invasion, and there'll be nobody left to fight if we leave." Kage paused. "I had considered that," he admitted. "Very well. We'll stay to assist you." Naruto shook the man's hand firmly, and together they walked back to the group. During the founding of the Konoha, the first Hokage and the Senju clan had worked together with Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan to design and construct the village. Both clans were powerful and over the course of centuries of warfare had made many enemies. None who were happy at the idea of the two strongest clans in the elemental countries allying with each other. The village was designed on the principle that their enemies could and would eventually launch an attack to settle old feuds. The Hokage's office and the vital administrative buildings that would eventually become the Shinobi Academy were tucked away underneath a mountain range. Konoha's hospital was built a little further out from the mountain but still maintained a close distance with the other two areas. Together, these 3 blocks of land were deemed important strategic assets and in the event of an invasion were to be protected at all costs. The residential and small industrial areas of Konoha branched out in a circular arc from them, mazes and rows of street designed to form a rather misshapen heap. It wasn't uncommon for alleys to be suddenly blocked in or walls to disappear and form new paths every other week as Konoha's intelligence division launched counterintelligence efforts against attempts at espionage. Surrounding the village were enormous walls which spanned even higher than the tallest building in Konoha. These walls were part of a collaborative project between the Leaf Village and Whirlpool Village. Powerful and now lost sealing techniques stopped the application of chakra as an adhesive surface on the outer edge of the wall. Shinobi were unable to climb over them. Like everybody else, they would have to use the single and easily defensible gate. The walls had only ever been breached twice, once during the devastating First War, which saw enemy siege equipment use pure force to break them down, and once only 12 years ago when the corrosive and devastating potent chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox proved to be too strong for the walls to repel right before the third Hokage and repelled the enormous fox right through it and out of the village. With stockpiles of food to last months, the ability to produce new weapons and enormous walls and gates that would resist some of the most powerful techniques known to man, any army attempting to take the village would walk into a bloodbath. The other hidden villages had also been constructed to suit the advantage of those inside, and IWA, Suna, Kiri and Kumo had just equally formidable defenses. Unfortunately, neither the Senju nor the Uchiha had ever once considered the possibility of a large aerial attack, and with good reason. Flight was extremely rare. There were some techniques that could emulate it and a few summoning contracts amongst the clans of birds, but these were limited and not applicable for a battalion of shinobi, let alone a division. Sky Country was the first true and only master of airborne warfare. Sarutobi watched from his vantage point atop the roof of the Hokage's tower, his dark eyes peeled at the sky. The traditional robes of the Hokage were gone, and he wore an somewhat antiquated but still highly effective set of plated and mesh armor. His 2 teammates, Hamura and Koharu, stood on his left and right, each contemplating the implications of the battle which was to come. An ANBU squad surrounded them all, Each member crouched down and ready to defend the Hokage with their lives. Below them, the village of Konoha was almost deserted. Jonin leaders organized platoons of Chunin around designated defense zones, while 3 ANBU combat platoons patrolled around Konoha's critical assets, white porcelain masks gleaming in the sun. "It's a beautiful day to go to war," Koharu murmured almost wistfully. Her voice sounded melancholic. "I'm reminded of the very first battle during the First Shinobi War. It started looking a lot like this." Hamura scoffed. "It's never a good day to go to war in your own home." He disagreed quietly. "For decades we've kept the enemy away from the village. Now they're simply going to fly over everything we constructed to keep them out." "They were always dangerous," Koharu admitted. "It's why we destroyed them. We killed them and destroyed their home and they hated us," Sarutobi said quietly. The wind on the horizon was cool. "Now they come to kill us and destroy our home and we will hate them. Perhaps in another few decades, we shall go and kill them again, a cycle that goes on and on." Koharu and Hamura shared a look behind the third Hokage's back. "You sound like your student," Hamura said after a few moments. It hadn't sounded like a compliment. "He can be wise when he chooses to be," Sarutobi replied with a ghost of a smile. "Wise isn't quite the word I would have used," Koharu murmured under her breath. Sarutobi chuckled and the tension amongst the group of veterans was broken. Suddenly a bell began to toll on the other side of the village. Sarutobi's head shot up and he squinted against the glare of the sun. Another bell rang and then another, and soon the village filled of noise. The third Hokage could just see them in the sky, a series of black specks high above in the clear sky. "They come with the sun behind them," Hamura observed grimly. "How clever. They will have tactics that we cannot predict," Koharu added. "Put our faith in Shikaku. He has guided our forces well in the past," Sarutobi reminded them. "Look sharp they come." With the sun behind their backs and the visibility of the defenders limited, the first wave of sky nin soared towards the village, numbering in the hundreds at least. They stayed out of range as best they could, weaving around ninjutsu as the first of the leaf nin began attack. As they began to glide over the massive imposing walls, small black dots fell from the back of the golden contraptions strapped to their backs. They dropped to the ground and struck at the walls and outer residences. With a sudden tremble, massive gouts of fire detonated from where they lay and explosions rocked through the village. Their bombs dropped, the sky nin abruptly dove, swooping past the shattered defenses and into the village. More bombs dropped and flashes of fire and lightning began to fill the sky. Metal crashed against metal as kunai blitzed through the air as the vengeful enemies began their invasion. Sarutobi saw a tower explode in a shower of wood. The shinobi inside instantly killed and drew himself up. The chakra inside of him stirred. It was not as plentiful as it had once been, but that did not reflect much. Long before Hoshigaki Kisame was even born, there were many who had once compared the god of shinobi to the tailed beasts, a man with enormously large and potent chakra able to lay waste to entire fields of armies. Even in his old age, he far outstripped most of the current generation of shinobi. "Another wave," Hamura called out. "I see them," Sarutobi murmured. His chakra flared and the ANBU around him involuntarily stiffened as a heavy and suffocating presence began to crush down all around them. His teammates remained unaffected as they raised their hands in preparation. "We shall repel the enemy's explosives." His hands came together and the 3 old warriors, each in their late 60s, worked in unison. Hands flicked through seals with disgusting ease and chakra melded together seamlessly as they each brought their hands up. Wind release. Vacuum shockwave sphere. Koharu and Hamura supplied much of the elemental chakra as Sarutobi focused on the shape of the technique. He brought his hands up, gathering enormous quantities of air from all over the village, and the wind howled all around them. The dark cloaks of the ANBU flapped madly as Sarutobi concentrated and slowly dragged his hands down. They moved sluggishly, as if encounter a lot of resistance, and at the center of the village the air rippled and the winds howled with the power of a restrained tornado. With a deep breath, Sarutobi brought his hands down and pulled apart the air in front of him with a loud grunt. From the middle of the village came a resounding boom as a massive quantity of air was instantly displaced. From the rippling air came a shockwave of high-speed winds that spread around the village in all directions. The second wave of Sky Neen, again numbering over 100, buckled and wobbled furiously in the air as they were hit by the outer edge of the shockwave. The explosive spheres they had dropped were lifted up and propelled away from the ground, many exploding in the air and taking a few of the flying attackers with them. For the most part, however, Sarutobi was irritated as he saw most of the enemy shinobis adjust to the new winds with an ease brought on by complete control of their flying machines. "How annoying," Koharu remarked as she lowered her hands, not even looking winded from her part in the collaborative technique. "They seem to be able to adjust to wind techniques quite easily," Hamura agreed. "Hokage-sama," one of the ANBU called out, "I have observed the enemy with my Byakugan. Chakra is flowing over the wings. It's making the air flow over the top faster, allowing them to fly. That is why they can withstand the wind techniques." "Understood." Sarutobi turned his head.
Rat 6.
"Transmit that data to command. Wind techniques are ineffective. Resort to other measures." The rat-masked ANBU nodded and placed a finger against his mask. He placed his other palm on the roof, telepathically communicating the information using Yamanaka mind techniques. At the same time, the same cool female's voice that had given out the evacuation instructions blared out from all sides of the village. "You have come here only to die, Sky Neen," the woman said solemnly. "Your comrades will fall be taken away from you. Your blood will be spilled here and your country will gain nothing. Why do you fight? What are you fighting for? Why do you attack? Your ancestors sacrificed their lives so that their descendants may live, and you waste it all on this." "Hiruzen, over the monument," Hamura called, whirling around. "Incoming," Koharu declared. Her face tightened. "I count a dozen." "ANBU," Kappa's squad captain called out. "Protect the Hokage and the council." Sarutobi spun around and watched as the two squadrons of Sky Neen descended upon them. The ANBU blurred as they rose up. Metal glinted as kunai and shuriken shot through the sky. Some of them exploded in puffs of black and gray, needle-sized splinters shooting through the air in an explosion of flak. Sarutobi crossed his arms over his face and felt several impacts over his arm guards, blocking a volley of kunai aimed at his vital points. Koharu stood forward, her hands blurring in a familiar signs, while Hamura formed a tiger seal and waited. Unspoken understanding passed between them, and Sarutobi formed his own seals. Koharu finished first. Illusionary technique, bringer of darkness. She spread out her hands and her chakra settled down on the enemy shinobi like a restrictive net. For the Sky Neen, it must have been terrifying as they were suddenly surrounded by swirling darkness, their visions completely suppressed. Some of them instinctively used the release technique, but Koharu was far too adept for her illusions to be shrugged off that easily. The Sky Neen scattered and slowed. Sarutobi finished next. Wind release, breath of the sage. He flung his hands up and brought them down. With them came a shrieking column of wind that slammed into them from underneath. Some of them cried out in dismay as the wind beneath their wings suddenly moved faster than the wind on top. Effectively, Sarutobi nullified their ability to fly and they began to drop to the ground like bricks. Hamura finished up. Fire release, great fireball technique. He held his hand up to his mouth and a flash of heat and fire exploded from his lips. It expanded and enveloped into a decently sized sphere of burning flame. Hamura followed by raising his hands. Shinobi technique, web of the red spider. Using complex shape manipulation, a series of chakra strings shot from the tips of his fingers and into the fireball. It broke apart as Hamura sent multiple streaks of fire surging through the air and into the now defenseless enemy. A moment later, the scorched and burning enemies hit the ground with a thud. Sarutobi heaved a sigh and turned to the ANBU. "Two of you go and make sure they're dead," he ordered. Two of the ANBU nodded and disappeared in a blur of movement. Sarutobi took the moment's respite to observe the battle. Explosions continued to rock the air as waves upon waves of Sky Neen soared between buildings and dropped their bombs. Kunai flashed through the air as they leveled their launchers and pounded through the windows and walls, aiming at the squads of shinobis hiding inside. Smoke was beginning to rise as the village burned. There were several dozen squadrons of Sky Nin attacking the academy and the hospital, keeping the ANBU platoons busy. Flashes of lightning and fire sparked all over the village as Konoha shinobi resorted to ninjutsu. Overall, though, the attackers seemed happy enough to lay waste to the outer buildings of Konoha and were methodically wiping out building after building. A tall, orange-tiled clock tower shuddered as an explosion took out a large chunk of its side and it careened over, falling into the rest of Konoha with a deafening roar. "This is tragic," Hamura whispered. Smoke and embers rose from the burning village, blowing over the Hokage tower. "I have wished to never see our village burn again." "Buildings can be replaced," Koharu consoled him, placing an arm on his shoulder. "We have entrusted the will of fire to the next generation, who we fight to protect. Konoha will live on no matter how many buildings they destroy." The woman's voice had been replaced with a man's voice now, gritty and rough, and he shouted at the enemy with reckless abandon. "You stupid fools," he thundered. "Of all the villages, Konoha is the strongest. Look at your dead comrades. They died for nothing. We will kill you all. You have started a war you cannot win. You are condemned to die a miserable death along with the rest of your loved ones. Your families will die. Your women will weep and beg, and your children will hang from the trees. We will burn your homes, destroy your armies, and salt your land. That shall be the price you pay for your hubris."
Hokage-sama.
Rat 6 called out, a hand pressed against her head. "Command reports that the targets designated as bombers are approaching the village." Sarutobi could see them, the strange machines flying over their single-manned brethren. There were only 4 that he could see as they slowly hovered past the village walls. Squadrons of flyers guarded them, pounding at the ground and leaf Nin in a wave of brutal suppressing fire. The Hokage watched them with narrowed eyes as Koharu stepped forward. "If you would, Hamura," she asked softly. Hamura nodded and inhaled deeply. He formed a sign, titled his head back, and spat out a large globe of water. It shot into the sky as a swirling mass that quickly began to lose form when gravity took hold of it. As it slowed and reached the apex of its ascent, Koharu formed a series of signs. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The mass of water twisted in on itself and a giant dragon of liquid roared into the heavens and sped across the village. Koharu held the ox sign as she directed her technique at the nearest enemy bomber. It arced through the air, past the defensive screen of flyers, and shot towards the 3-manned contraption. There was a sudden jerk and Koharu twitched, and suddenly the chakra-generated dragon veered off, spinning around wildly and dispersing in a sudden spray of water. "What happened?" Sarutobi asked his female teammate. Koharu was still standing strong, but the strain of multiple high-level techniques was beginning to show. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a small black soldier pill. "Sir," the Hyuga ANBU called out again. "From what I observed, the enemy bomber is using the chakra of 3 to power its flight. It works on the same principle as the other machine. However, the use of the additional chakra is creating an effect somewhat similar to the Hyuga technique Kaiten. There is a sphere of rotating chakra circling the bomber. Koharu-sama's technique did not having the piercing quality to penetrate it." Sarutobi didn't even need to order Rat 6 to report, and he watched as the bombers began to slow down. The furthest one stopped over the river, hovering over the moderately large brick bridge. Something protruded from the end, and there was a buildup of light and bolts of purple electric-like chakra. A flash of light slammed down into the bridge, and it disappeared in a cone of destructive fire that instantly vaporized not only the bridge but a good portion of the buildings on either side. Purple bolts of electricity sparkled around the thick plume of black smoke as it rose into the air. "What on earth?" Hamura gasped as he felt the building rumble beneath him. "What a devastating technique!" "Hiruzen," Koharu called out. "From behind." Sarutobi whirled around. One of the bombers had come from over the monument. For a moment, the 3rd Hokage feared that the craft would stop and begin to attack through the mountain and into the evacuation center hidden deep inside. Instead, he glided over and began to slowly make its way towards the Hokage's tower. A wave of Sky Nin advanced before it, 24 or so enemy shinobi on an attack vector towards them. If the Hokage's tower is hit by that much concentrated chakra, Hamura muttered worriedly. "Suppress the advance guard." Sarutobi called out. He bit his finger and formed some signs. I will destroy the bomber. He slammed his hand down on the ground as his two teammates stepped in front of him and worked with the ANBU to send a volley of fiery streaks through the air. Smoke exploded in front of him and Sarutobi straightened as Enma, the Monkey King, appeared. So Naruto was right, Enma rumbled. His yellow eyes surveyed the village with something like anger as the well-polished leaf headband on his head glittered. Perhaps I will not punish him for ordering me to reverse summon one of the little infants. Enma, use the transformation technique and be prepared for a replacement technique, Sarutobi barked. He gestured at the enemy bomber, which approached closer and closer as its defensive screen darted around it, combating the ANBU and council members. We will destroy that machine before it can unleash its weapon. Understood, Enma nodded. He disappeared in a puff of smoke and Sarutobi reached out and grabbed the adamantine staff. Sarutobi held it under his arm and leveled the tip of it so it was pointing at the bomber. Go! He thundered. With a streak of black, Enma elongated and shot forward with incredible force. The same drawn-out staff that pushed the nine-tailed demon fox out of the village clipped one of the flyers and turned the shinobi flying it into mush as it rocketed past the defensive screen of flyers and approached the bomber. For a moment it looked as if it would overshoot, but suddenly a large hairy arm lashed out from the side of the staff and a strong meaty hand grabbed at the nearest metal pod. Behind it, the sky nin jerked in surprise. He fumbled behind him, reaching for a blade, as the head and torso of Enma, the Monkey King, appeared from the end of the staff. Enma ducked the first swipe and caught the second in his powerful grip. He ripped the sword out of the shinobi's hands and tossed it away. The shinobi leaned back as Enma flashed through a series of hand seals, and suddenly he glowed. On the roof of the Hokage's tower, Sarutobi also glowed, and the two of them transformed into glowing orbs of shining light with a long black bar in between them. In a flash, Enma's orb of light rocketed downwards towards the ground and Sarutobi went up towards the sky. The orbs approached each other, passed through and exchanged spots. Enma reappeared on the roof, his feet digging into the tiles, his left arm gripping his right, which was still transformed and wobbling in the air. On the other end, Sarutobi reappeared on the tip of Enma's staff, staring down at the sky nin in front of him with death in his eyes. No! The man screamed as Sarutobi leapt at his pod, half a dozen shuriken in his fist. He threw them at the sky nin as he landed on all fours in front of him. His right hand darted forward, slamming the man's face up and exposing his neck. His left gripped a kunai and shoved in the side of the shinobi's neck. The third Hokage jerked it across and stood, his enemy already forgotten. His kunai fell from his grip and it bobbed around him, dangling from a piece of wire that was coiled around Sarutobi's finger. Fire release. Flame Dragon Bullet Technique. Sarutobi breathed out a stream of fire and held his hands apart. The fire roared as it broke into two different currents, one following his left hand and slamming into the second occupied pod, and another curving around as his right hand did and exploded on the third. The two pods exploded in a shower of splintered metal and wood, and the humming of the machine instantly stopped. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed and pressed against the pod he was standing on. Chakra fed into his feet and he propelled himself off the pod and onto the center of the machine as it began to slowly descend. With a show of chakra-enhanced strength similar to his former student, Sarutobi ripped open a metal panel and flicked his right hand. Behind the panel, a large, bare-chested and muscular shinobi jerked in surprise. Sarutobi's left hand slammed forward and gripped him mercilessly by the neck as the wire in his right hand pulled the kunai into his palm. The third Hokage's eyes darted around the small compartment, memorizing everything he saw in an instant, as he reversed his grip and brought the kunai directly across into the veiled man's temple. Sarutobi hurled the kunai back at the first pod and flicked the air with his other hand. Explosive notes slapped onto the metal compartment and sizzled. Sarutobi pulled himself back to the first pod, jumped on the black staff still protruding out in the air and tapped it sharply. On the ground, Enma pulled back on his arm and the staff shortened, taking Sarutobi down from the bomber. On the way down, the third Hokage absently cut the wire on his finger and flicked it through the air, where it coiled around a flyer's contraption and sent the kunai attached to the end neatly through the sky nin's eye socket. An instant later, Sarutobi touched back down on the roof in a graceful crouch, 2 fingers held straight in one hand. Detonate! As the veering bomber exploded in a tremendous ball of fire, the god of shinobi rose from the ground. There was none of the kindness, cheerfulness, or grumpiness that many of the newer generation only knew him for. This was the face of the man that had led his village through 3 separate world wars, and was prepared to lead it again in a 4th. The flyers abruptly withdrew and his teammates walked back to where he was standing. "You're still as reckless as ever," Hamura chided. His armor was singed and the tip of a kunai lay embedded in one of his arm guards. "It's to be expected," Koharu sighed. Sarutobi grunted in response and watched the battle occurring over the village. The female voice was talking again in soothing tones, her voice echoing loudly over the village. "There is no hope left for you," she said, and she sounded truly sympathetic. "Our village will crush you and grind you to dust. This is not a threat, this is a fact. This is the inevitable conclusion of this attack. Surrender. Lower your weapons and offer yourself up to the nearest leaf neen. Mercy will be shown. Names will be taken. Your families and loved ones will be spared. You can still come out of this alive and happy. Surrender. Please, let us show you mercy." One of the bombers near the hospital was in flames as the ANBU platoons coordinated an effective defense. As he watched, another bomber disappeared underneath as a guy's daytime tiger technique tore it to pieces underneath its massive concussive power. He steadied his breathing and attempted to hide his weariness from his subordinates. There was a tight pain in his chest and he carefully settled his raging chakra. His body was simply not able to contain it as well as he used to. Luckily, the invasion seemed to be faltering as Sky Nin peeled away from the attack and soared back into the sky.
Hokage-sama.
The Hyuga ANBU called out. "The enemy shinobi have depleted the majority of their chakra. They are withdrawing." "Excellent," Sarutobi rumbled. He watched his village burn and turned around. Hamura and Koharu followed him as he walked past the dead or dying Sky Nin littered around him. "Summon the council immediately. We have much to discuss." Konoha burned. Great plumes of greasy, black smoke rose up into the sunny sky. The streets were cracked and littered with thousands upon thousands of kunai. Windows had been smashed, walls had been knocked over, entire buildings had collapsed in on themselves. The shattered husks of homes and businesses roared with flames as shinobi desperately worked together to put out the terrible fires. A powerful technique had been set off over the Naka River, which trailed from the beyond the Uchiha clan grounds and through the middle of the village. Not only had a key bridge been destroyed, but the river had been diverted into parts of the village, and shinobi struggled to fuel their water techniques with the available water. Konoha's warriors burned. Grim-faced shinobi, their faces stained with ash and soot, retrieved headbands and ninja identification tags from the corpses of their comrades. Bodies were covered with grimy blankets. Protocol dictated that a Konoha shinobi was to be cremated after death, so that the secrets and techniques of the village were kept hidden. A large mound of bodies blazed with fire as superheated chakra reduced flesh and bone to ash. It was a horrible and messy task, usually suited for the specialized crematoriums in the hospital, but they had been damaged and there were far too many casualties. Secrets needed to be kept and the disease could not be allowed to spread amongst the living, so the bodies of their friends and families were put to the flame. Konoha was hurting, but by no means was the blow that had been inflicted fatal. No later than 10 minutes after the last Sky Nin had disappeared over the horizon had Konoha's village council convened. The Hokage and his advisors, the ANBU and Jonin commander, and selected Jonin squad leaders and clan heads met in a small but secured room underneath the Hokage's tower. The Hokage sat there in silence, his eyes hidden from behind his hat, as the council listened to a report given to them. ANBU medical squad has been dispatched to locate survivors trapped in the rubble, the dragon-masked ANBU said quietly. The hospital is nearing full capacity, and we have erected temporary tents to take care of the wounded. All medic nin have reported in for duty and non-essential personnel are assisting. There was a visiting team from Taki who were caught in the battle, Hamura informed them. They have left behind several shinobi with medical training to assist us, while they inform their leader of what has transpired. Sarutobi remained quiet. His eyes were fixated on the 3 vacant seats around the table seats that had been filled with some of his top jonin less than an hour ago. 2 were receiving medical treatment, 1 critical, while the 3rd had been killed during the invasion. He closed his eye with a sigh and listened to his men and women converse. "We need to decide on our next course of action," Yamanaka Inoichi said firmly. The blonde-haired man sat next to his 2 former teammates. "I have sent a message to the fire daimyo," Koharu said, her voice somewhat wavering. She coughed twice and shook her head. "The 12 ninja guardians will see to his protection. The Sky Ninja will not find an easy target at the capital. All shinobi in the vicinity of Konoha have been recalled," Nara Shikaku, the Jonin commander, said. His scarred face was deep in thought. "We are rebuilding our defenses and rotating our shinobi force. What we do next is a matter for the Hokage." Eyes turned to Sarutobi, who kept his head bowed. There was an awkward pause before the ANBU commander broke the silence. "If I may ask," he murmured politely, "what losses did we sustain during this attack?" "Final numbers aren't out yet, but we're looking at about 650 dead, twice that wounded," replied Ryuta Yakushi, head of Konoha's medical corporation. "Strategically speaking, only around 4% of Konoha's total military force was killed. It is still a staggering loss not seen since the Third Great War," Inoichi pointed out. "I'm concerned about morale. For many of the new generation, this will be their first real war, one that has taken place at home. People are upset and disheartened. How shall the others of the Great Five react to this, I wonder?" Hamura mused out loud. "Shinobi hold grudges for a very long time," Koharu said quietly. "It could mean war."
No.
Sarutobi spoke up for the first time. He lifted his eyes and they were as hard as stone. "The other villages will not break the fragile peace we have, not over this. They too are at risk. They will watch and wait and see what happens." "Can we count on Suna to send aid?" Chuza rumbled out. He sat cross-legged on the floor, still tall enough to see over the table. "Officially, yes. Unofficially, not a chance," Shikaku answered dryly. "We might be able to organize a defense the bordering minor countries, if only to deter international interference on this matter." "We will not defend," Sarutobi murmured, but everybody heard him. They stopped talking and looked as the 3rd Hokage took a deep breath. "The enemy has cut us, but it is a shallow cut and the bleeding will stop. We need to ensure that the enemy will not cut us again. We must launch a counterattack." Quiet murmurs broke out at that. Sarutobi was one that had seen a lifetime of war and usually favored diplomacy and negotiation over battle. However, there were some things that could not be forgiven, and an attack on the very heart of Fire Country and Konoha was not something that could be allowed to slide. "We cannot attack an enemy we can't find," Hyuga Hayashi pointed out logically. The white-robed man was expressionless. "We lack information." "Then let's analyze what we already know," Shikaku said. He stood and gestured at one of the ANBU guarding from the shadows. The masked shinobi unraveled a large map of Fire Country and its immediate surrounding borders on the table. "We have 3 issues at hand," Shikaku continued. He counted on his fingers. "The first being the location of the enemy, the second being our means to arrive at that location, and the third mustering an army to attack." The ANBU commander shifted forward, silver mask gleaming. "I can provide a solution for the second and third of those problems," he offered. ANBU Combat Platoon Delta was conducting training exercises nearby. They have received their orders and will arrive back in Konoha in approximately an hour. We have enough of our reserves to muster together another platoon and still leave 3 here for Konoha's defense. "How will they travel there?" one of the Jonin squad leaders asked. "Sky Country could very well send another wave before a counterattack can be made." "We will use the enemy's strengths to our advantage," the ANBU commander replied. "There is a possibility that they have constructed a forward base only reachable by flight. We will use Konoha's Hawk summoning contract as our means of transportation." "Hawk summoning contract?" Chuza asked curiously. "I wasn't aware that we possessed such a thing." "We breed thousands of birds to act as our messengers," the commander explained. "There is an ongoing project to develop or grow new Class 5 summoning creatures. At the present moment, we have 6 Class 3 summoning hawks. Each could hold about 7 or 8 shinobi." "Why wasn't this used during the invasion?" one of the other Jonin frowned. The ANBU commander cocked his head. It is my job to look at the big picture. Half a dozen Class 3 aerial summons would not have contributed much, if anything, against a superior-sized and better-trained force. Now, though, they may be of use. 2 ANBU platoons against an entire division, Inoichi murmured. Perhaps even more than one. We have no information on the disposition of their forces. We were unable to take any prisoners alive and were having trouble extracting information from the dead. Fail-safe, perhaps, Hamura said thoughtfully. They have had decades to study our doctrine. Are 2 platoons enough to defeat Sky Country? Yakushi Ryuta asked. You misunderstand, the ANBU commander said. The overarching issue here is to prevent Sky Country from launching another aerial raid. We do not have to defeat them all, merely halt their advance. There are a number of factors at play here, Shikaku said suddenly. We have many questions and very few answers. Was this the entirety of Sky Ninja's army? Is there another battalion on its way already? How long will it take the Sky Nin to recover their chakra? What are their current levels of equipment and supplies? By what means do they launch their mechanical winged devices into the air? Most importantly, just where have they constructed their base of operations? We cannot act without the answer to at least some of those questions, Hayashi agreed. Shikaku, Sarutobi spoke up quietly. The Nara turned to him. Can we track the Sky Nin back to their base of operations? Shikaku frowned. I have several similar accounts given to me by the Hyuga. They each report that the Sky Shinobi arrived at the battle with just approximately 2/3 of their chakra. They continued the battle until they have roughly 1/3 remaining. He paused. It's only logical to assume that the remaining third was to see them return back to base safely. Hayashi stepped in. My clansmen and I observed the rate at which the flying apparatus was consuming chakra and reported this to military intelligence. Shikaku grabbed a pencil and drew a large circle throughout Fire Country. With the rate of chakra depletion, they must have come from somewhere in this area. However, we also know that Gamma Team was intercepted and attacked around here. He made a cross on the map southeast of Konoha and close to the coast. This leaves only this remaining area as a possibility. He cross-hatched the map and stood back. That's close to Wave Country, Koharu pointed out. Hasn't there been a disturbance there recently? Something about a public execution? Hatake Kakashi's Genin team is in Wave Country escorting a client home. Sarutobi pondered this fact carefully. The timing is convenient, Hamura remarked. I'll redo my calculations, but it is my opinion that Wave Country is too far out to be the point of origin of the Sky Nin, Shikaku said. We have already formed several possibilities for where they may have come from. Taking into account the need for privacy, the Sky Nin needed to have avoided major roads and towns and, until today, kept out of the way of ANBU patrols. We would still need to second a recon team out to find them before we could launch an attack, Hayashi pointed out.
No, Sarutobi murmured thoughtfully.
Perhaps we don't. At the deep crater where the southeastern ANBU rest house used to reside, the remains of Gamma Team's 4th Squad and Iota Team remained hidden in a partially hollowed-out trunk. The huge tree soared high into the sky, far higher than what should be possible, and its canopy melded with those of the trees around it to create an almost impenetrable barrier that blocked out the view of the sky. If they could not see up, then the enemy could not see down. A little while ago, the enemy's air force had flown overhead, away from the direction of Konoha and back towards wherever they had come from. Naruto had felt a stab of vicious glee as he noticed that as far he could tell there were far less of the enemy flying back from the village than there had been flying to it. Still, the fact that there were still enemies left indicated that the Leaf's defense had not been perfect. Undoubtedly, there would be casualties. Shinobi he had worked with, joked with, begged for help against the tyrannical third Hokage and his totally unfair habits. Who knew how many of them had died? Naruto felt his brows furrow as he suddenly found that he couldn't really put a lot of names to the faces that flashed through his head. Certainly, he would be distraught at the thought of his fellow comrades falling in battle against the enemy. But apart from the third Hokage and Konohamaru, as much it pained him to admit, there were very few shinobi that were his friends. Naruto abruptly let out a loud sigh and shook his head, clearing them of the strangely troubling thoughts. He looked up from where he was sitting and watched the rest of the ANBU as they all went about their various tasks. Tawa and Yuka were dozing quietly, their backs pressed up against the trunk of the trees. As useful as the ANBU masks were, they did not make for a very comfortable nap, and the two members had taken them off and were pressed up against each other, using their cloaks as makeshift pillow. Some shinobi might have wolf-whistled at the sight of the two exhausted shinobi huddling in against each other. Naruto was young, but he was ANBU. He recognized that there were no stronger bonds than between fellow comrade-in-arms. The squad leaders, Kamachi and Kage, were talking to each other quietly as they pored over a field map. Daichi was nearby, the rather enthusiastic Hyuga consulting with the two senior officers. From what Naruto understood, they were trying to determine the point of origin of the enemy's attack by using the chakra levels of the shinobi and the rate of chakra consumption of the flying machines. Naruto had tried to keep up, determined to be of some use, but the maths involved was far beyond his level and his head had only hurt the more he tried to understand. In the end, he had decided that it was probably more beneficial to rest and build up his strength. His chakra was still in top condition. It was rare where the young blonde could burn through chakra faster than the rate his body would naturally create it, but he had been mentally exhausted. It had been a long day. Briefly, he wondered if this was what Hatake Kakashi or Uchiha Itachi had felt when they had first joined ANBU at a young age. Actually, they probably had it worse. Naruto had his natural awesomeness to compensate where Kakashi had only had his perverted little books and Itachi his sociopathic tendencies and desire to brutally execute his entire family. "Ferret," Kamachi called. "Come here." Naruto jumped to his feet and jogged past Tawa and Yuka. He joined his commanding officer and knelt beside her as she pored over the map. "We've determined that the enemy must have come from around here." Kamachi pointed to Fire Country's eastern coast. She tracked her finger up to Port City, one of Fire Country's coastal cities just north of Wave Country on the other side of the bay. She brought the finger down and traced over the coast. "That's the entire coastline of the Sea of Whirlpools, a large area." "It might have come from Wave Country," Naruto muttered. He made an odd noise from behind his mask. "Actually, there's a genin team operation over the coast in Wave Hatake Kakashi. He might have seen something. I don't think they would have had quite enough chakra to make it to Wave." Daichi spoke up with an easy smile. He threw his hands up helplessly. "I'm not an expert or anything, but I think they're probably somewhere at the southern end of the coast. It's less populated and our patrols are much less frequent there. They could have built a base of operations in the wilderness and slowly moved in equipment to prepare for their invasion," Kamachi mused. "Regardless," Kage spoke up quietly, "we need to inform the Hokage of our calculations. It's likely that they too have come to the same conclusion, but more data never hurts." "I'll summon a messenger," Naruto said and stood up. He took off one of his gloves and reached up to his mouth, an abnormally sharp canine biting into his thumb. Blood was drawn and he smeared it over the palm of his hand, flipping through some seals. "Summoning Techni-" he began. A puff of smoke and a loud pop filled the hollowed-out trunk and Naruto took an immediate step back. From the smoke came Enma, the Monkey King, and he did not look too pleased. His yellow eyes glanced over Kamachi, who looked just as startled as Naruto, and Kage, who probably was as startled but hid it much better, and came to rest on Naruto. "You!" he snapped grumpily. He reached into his pouch and Naruto swallowed nervously. He had a lot of painful memories of Enma reaching into his equipment and pulling out random spiky and sharp instruments. Instead of pulling out a weapon, however, Enma brought out a gleaming white orb. It was about the size of a large grapefruit. "What's that?" Daichi asked in puzzlement. "The Hokage's crystal ball." Naruto breathed in horror. "What are you doing with that? Are you trying to get me beat up, you stupid monkey? The old man's gonna kill me when he finds out I have that." "Shut up, you miserable little brat," Enma roared. He reared up. "Here I am doing Sarutobi a favor and acting far below my status and you start spouting off nonsense. Think before you speak. Don't tell me what to do," Naruto growled heatedly. The Monkey King and the nine-tailed host bumped head, narrowing their eyes at each other. There was practically electricity flying between them as Kage and Kamachi shared a bemused look. Daichi just chuckled while Yuka and Tawa emerged from where they had been sleeping. Nobody could sleep through an argument between Naruto and the Monkey King. The white-furred bipedal summon was just like the third Hokage, except worse, if such a thing was possible, and Naruto had a streak of stubbornness that neither Enma or Sarutobi could break. The third Hokage had tried once and only once to ignore an argument between the two. It had degenerated from heated words to a screaming match and then to blows. It had only been when Enma had gotten cranky and had thrown a house at Naruto that Sarutobi had intervened. Naruto claimed it had been less of a house and more of a garden shed. Regardless, the concussion he had received had not endeared him to the Monkey King at all. Enma huffed. "Stupid boy," he growled. "Your Hokage gave this to me to give to you. There is an urgent matter that he has to speak to you about." Naruto's clenching fist lowered and his mood abruptly swung around. He nodded at Enma seriously and ignored the slightly incredulous ANBU around him as he stepped forward. Enma took a deep breath and concentrated, one hand raised to form a seal and the other holding onto the crystal ball. "What is that, ferret?" Kage asked softly. "It's the focus for the third Hokage's telescope technique," Naruto answered. "It lets the Hokage lock onto a person's chakra pattern and observe them. It doesn't really work out of the village that well, so Enma must be doing something to dash. Can you hear me?" Naruto paused, his eyes focused on the crystal ball in Enma's hand. Message repeats. "Ferret, designated as captain of Sigma Squad, can you hear me?" "Sir," Naruto called out. He paused, scratching the back of his head. "I can hear you, sir," he replied in an affirmative. "You are being assigned a priority mission," Sarutobi spoke through the glowing crystal ball. Enma was sweating as he held it in the palm of his hand, channeling chakra through it. "Do you have a field map ready?" There was a rustle of paper from behind him. "Affirmative," Naruto confirmed. "Mission focus, reconnaissance. You are to link up with any available ANBU personnel and patrol through sections G4-5 to G5-9. The enemy has been identified as Sky Country. Locate signs of Sky Country's presence in those areas and report back." "Understood," Naruto called out. There was scribbling on the map from behind them. There was a pause. "As of this moment, Sigma Team has full operational control of this mission." The Hokage finally spoke. "All available local ANBU assets are transferred to Sigma's jurisdiction. All pending missions have been placed on hold. This mission takes full priority." Naruto's eyes were wide. "Yes, sir," he said numbly. "If located, Sigma Team is to report back to ANBU Command," Sarutobi concluded. "Enma has volunteered to transmit vital information. He will be designated as Sigma Team's communications office. Summon him when needed." There was a pause. "Good luck, Naruto. The will of fire shall illuminate your path." The ball abruptly dimmed and Enma let out an audible sigh. He carefully placed the valuable crystal ball back in his pouch and stared down at Naruto with his fierce yellow eyes. Naruto, for his part, still felt numb. Full operational command? Sure, he had ran many operations before, but they had been simple D and C-ranked missions, organizing squads of Chunin on local and in non-combat scenarios. "Naruto." Enma broke into his thoughts and Naruto realized he must have been standing there for a while. The Monkey King was eyeing him with an expression that he had never seen on him before. "The third Hokage has placed his faith in you. Do not let him down." And with that, Naruto's resolve returned. "Yes," he said quietly. Enma nodded gravely and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto turned back to his fellow ANBU members and found them knelt before him. Kamachi, his former commanding office, rose up. "Captain," she murmured, "what are your orders?" "Gather our equipment," Naruto said, and he issued his very first order. He took a deep breath. "We move out in 5. Tenzo stalked through the darkened corridors of the ANBU headquarters. His white mask gleamed in the torchlight as he silently made his way to the door at the end of the hallway. 2 ANBU stared at him but made no move to stop him as he opened the door and stepped through it. The third Hokage sat in the center of the small room, conferring quietly with the ANBU commander. Both men looked up as Tenzo bowed his head respectfully.
"Hokage-sama, Commander-sama, regretted."
His voice was monotone. "Reporting for duty as ordered." "Ah, excellent," the Hokage murmured. He rubbed his hands together. You may sit. Tenzo took the offered chair and sat down stiffly. His well-trained eyes spotted the signs of battle underneath the Hokage's robes, and his nose picked up on blood and fire and smoke and ash. As somebody who had been in ANBU from the age of 6, he remained quiet and waited for his superiors to address him. I trust that you are aware of current events, the Hokage asked him quietly. I am. Tenzo nodded. Good, Sarutobi said briskly. I have a priority mission for you, S-rank, of course. Do you accept? The word was a mere formality, and all 3 men in the room knew it. Tenzo had graduated the academy at the age of 6 and had made Chunin only mere months later. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding him, he had been inducted into ANBU and had undergone specialized training in order to bring out his talents. His power over Mokutan was only a fraction of what the first Hokage had been capable of, but it had been enough to raise him to the very top of the elite. After learning much from Hitaki Kakashi, Tenzo had been assigned leadership of ANBU's Delta team. In the 3 years since, Tenzo had achieved the second-best performance record of any ANBU serving under the third Hokage, only falling short of Uzumaki Naruto, where his position as ANBU's Sigma team and the personal assistant of the third Hokage had seen the young boy perform an unprecedented amount of D and C-ranked missions. To date, Tenzo had never refused or failed a mission, nor had he lost a single man or woman in combat. It was a record that he was immensely proud of and one that no ANBU before him, not even the legendary Sannin or the White Fang, could claim. Yes, Tenzo answered firmly. The ANBU commander slid a mission brief across the table and Tenzo picked it up. You will take command of 2 ANBU combat platoons, Team Delta and a mixture of battle-ready squads from Team Bravo and Epsilon. Bor will be your second in command. The Hawk summoning contract has been allocated for the success of this mission. You will fly to Konoha's ANBU safe house Splinter and hold. Sarutobi continued from where the commander had left off. Team Sigma is currently on a reconnaissance mission to locate the Sky Country's stronghold. Once located, a summoned creature will be dispatched to your position and coordinates, and further information will be provided. Our information is lacking, the commander spoke. His silver mask revealed nothing. We know nothing of their numbers, defenses, or the layout of their base. We know some of their techniques and strategies. It's in your brief, but you'll be essentially going in blind. Your mission stands as follows. You are to delay and disrupt Sky Country's ability to launch further attacks on Fire Country soil, the third Hokage declared. Use any means necessary. Do you understand? Yes, Hokage-sama, Tenzo said crisply. The mission parameters are clear to me. We shall defend the village from further attack. Excellent, the Hokage said and smiled grimly. Your platoon leaves in 15 minutes. Dismissed. At heart, the shadow clone technique had been designed for reconnaissance and information gathering purposes. A shadow clone had physical form and could open doors and move around obstacles in ways that many other scouting techniques could not. A shadow clone also had a certain level of independence and could perform tasks without direct oversight. Most importantly, the shadow clone technique could and had been integrated with Yamanaka mind techniques. When molded properly, a shadow clone was able to transmit a copy of the electrical activity occurring in the brain back in a stream of chakra to its point of origin, its creator. For the most part, the creator received whatever the shadow clone had experienced. There were some limitations. The shadow clone technique required massive amounts of chakra to use, more chakra than the average shinobi possessed. The further away the clone was, the longer it took for the chakra stream to return to its creator. The shadow clone also had to be molded in a very specific way depending on what type of sense stimuli the creator wanted to receive. Sight and sound were generally the most common type, but there were specific shadow clones that had been designed to sniff out chemical weapons and test food for poison. The sense of touch was almost never included. No creator wanted to experience the death of the clone, especially in a combat area. The rarest type of shadow clone was one that transmitted everything. They were the rarest and the most dangerous. The human brain worked perfectly fine transmitting and decoding a single set of stimuli, that of the original body. A second set caused an extremely large amount of mental strain, and a third set could cause irreparable mental damage, rupture the brain, and scramble the neural pathways. Despite the obvious advantages that this type of clone offered its creator, especially when training a new skill, it was practically never used. Naruto was the anomaly. Not only had he been gifted with the old blood of the Uzumaki clan, a bloodline that stemmed all the way back to the time of the Sage of the Six Paths, but he was the host of the nine-tailed demon fox, which gave him absurdly amounts of chakra and a boost to his natural stamina and resilience. Even he wouldn't make more than 10 of those types of clones. He used a variety of shadow clones to continue his 5-year progress into elemental and shape manipulation, but only rarely did he require a full set of stimuli from those clones. On his mission to locate Sky Country's stronghold, Naruto used his almost inhuman chakra reserves to create dozens of shadow clones. They scattered all over the countryside, crisscrossing each other as they bounded from tree to tree. Each clone had been designed to transmit visual stimuli back in the event that they found something, but they also had the independence to choose not to send back information if it wasn't necessary. Naruto had no desire to see every single tree in the Fire Country. With the remnants of an ANBU recon team, the Byakugan and a somewhat adept sensor type Nin by his side, it did not take the young ANBU long to find what he was looking for. With a blur of movement, 6 black streaks launched from the last tree and landed gracefully on the ground. They sped across the withering grass, traveling tens of meters in a flash, and bounded past the last of the plants and shrubs and onto a large plain of sand. Their feet seemed to touch the sand but left no imprints as the small group bounded up a large sand dune and paused as they reached the top. "There!" Naruto hissed, jabbing his fingers out to see from the top of dune. "There they are." Team Sigma continued their fast-paced trek across the rippling sand. Their speed had increased and they were practically sprinting for the small rocky outcropping at the top of the coastal cliffs. They jumped up, Kamachi spun around and withdrew a large sheet-like piece of cloth, and they landed on the ledge. A second later, the cloth came settling down over them and they each stilled. The cloth settled around them, creating a slightly transparent layer to peer out of, while the outside layer settled on a mixture of brown and gray that blended in with the landscape around them. Moments later, a pair of sky Nins zoomed overhead and past them. Naruto watched them with bated breath. His heart was racing in his chest as he tracked the patrolling sky shinobi. Relief began to flood his mind as the flyers soared past them without altering course. They had not been seen. Naruto turned and silently tapped Daichi on the shoulder. The Hyuga tilted his head and watched as Naruto drew a little circle in the air with his finger. Daichi gave a short shake and pressed his hand to his head in apparent pain. "We're clear," Naruto murmured. As Yuka and Tawa watched their backs, Naruto joined Kamachi and Kage at the end of the blanket as the 2 experienced ANBU members stared down at the enemy. Waves crashed against the cliffs with a loud roar below them. Their mission was complete. They had found the enemy. Contrary to what Naruto had been expecting, Sky Country had not built a forward base on the mainland. Instead, Naruto saw they had arrived here via a fleet of ships. There were 8 of them, 3 large and 5 small. The smaller ships were slender, a single tower rising from a curved deck. They were clearly patrol boats for the gargantuan carriers that followed. They were huge, a large tower of metal and stone rising from 2 thick cylinders that bobbed up and down on the water. Each resulting building must have been as tall as the Hokage's tower, and large stone faces had been carved into the sides. At the top of the tower was the deck of the ship, where tiny little black specks crawled all over it. As Naruto watched, there was a small flash of light and a pair of golden streaks zoomed from one side of the deck to the other. They wobbled in the air as they flew off the deck but almost immediately gained height and began their patrol. "A fleet," Kage murmured from beside Naruto. "It's a mobile fleet with the capability to launch airborne raids right in the middle of Fire Country. What a powerful concept." For once, there was emotion in the blank-faced ANBU's voice. Naruto couldn't tell if it was respect or fear. "Kage, Kamachi, take notes," he ordered determinedly. "Yuka, work out our exact coordinates. We need to report this location right away." Kage fumbled through his pack and pulled out a pair of binoculars. Kamachi pulled out her marker, and together they started talking quietly to each other, describing key aspects of Sky Country's fleet and jotting down notes and sketches. Yuka opened her field map and began to pinpoint exactly where they were while Naruto flashed through some signs and summoned a small monkey. He took Yuka's hurried scribbling and gave it to the chittering little thing. "Take this to our earlier location," he told the monkey. "Run as quick as you can." The monkey disappeared in a blur of movement. Naruto glanced at Daichi, who nodded wordlessly, and made the same signs again. He pressed his hand down on the warm sand and another puff of smoke appeared. When it dissipated, Enma lay on the ground next to him. He wordlessly held up the crystal ball and Naruto waited. The ball began to glow and the Hokage's voice emerged from it. Team Sigma, report. The enemy has been located, Hokage-sama, Naruto said quietly. He gave the Hokage the coordinates. Sir, the enemy possesses a fleet of 8 ships. There are 3 large ships which seem to launch the sky shinobi into the air. The remainder are smaller patrol vessels. A sea fleet and an air force. The Hokage sounded grim. Our enemies are indeed powerful. Well done, Team Sigma. You have performed well. Captains Tenzo and Bor are en route to Splinter Rest House and will take control of this situation from here. The coordinates have been sent, Naruto said. Excellent. I knew I could trust you with this task, Naruto, the third Hokage said. During a time of great need, you have served your village well. Congratulations. Naruto felt a smile bloom across his face and was glad that the mask hid his features as his cheeks reddened with pleased embarrassment. He scratched the back of his head and laughed nervously. He couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Ferret, Daichi suddenly called out. We have movement. Naruto swung his head back to the ships. He did not have the superior eyes of a Hyuga, but even he could tell that more and more black specks were gathering on the deck of the ships. Kage and Kamachi exchanged looks with each other and turned to Naruto expectantly, while Sarutobi remained silent on his end of the crystal ball. What can you see? Naruto asked Daichi. Have we been spotted? I don't think so, Daichi murmured. It looks like a mission briefing. I can see some moving platforms bringing up those flying devices. He paused. There are hundreds of them. They are preparing to launch another attack, Kamachi said quietly. She absently brushed her brown bangs away from her mask. They must have recovered their chakra. Team Sigma, the Hokage barked and Naruto almost flinched. I am assigning you another mission. You are to do all you can to delay the enemy's departure. ANBU reinforcements are en route but will not arrive until later. Stop them from launching their second attack. Yes, sir, Naruto responded grimly. There are 2 secondary objectives, the Hokage continued after a beat. Firstly, if possible, cripple the enemy's vessels so that they cannot leave the area. Secondly, attempt to capture a senior officer for interrogation. Understood, Naruto said with a nod. We'll report back once we have achieved our mission. The crystal ball dimmed and Enma disappeared with a puff of smoke. Feeling all eyes on him, Naruto swallowed and turned to face his squad, his subordinates. His mind was racing. Naruto almost panicked, but he forced himself to calm down and considered all of his options. What equipment do we have left? He asked after a few moments. They pooled in their remaining equipment. There were only a few shuriken left, but they had at least 24 kunai altogether, as well as several spools of wire and rolls of bandages. Kamachi had dozens, hundreds, even of Senbon, and Kage had small little book that Naruto first thought was Aika Aika. Turned out to be full of explosive notes. Kage shrugged underneath all the looks he got. Okay, Naruto said abruptly. We have lots of things to do and not a lot of time, so we're gonna split up. Yuka, you and Daichi will identify and capture an enemy officer. I'm sure that you can extract some information from a sky Nin on one of the patrol boats and work yourself up if you have to. Gotcha, Daichi said and gave him thumbs up. Isn't he so cute when he's bossy? Yuka asked with a saucy wink. I have considerable infiltration experience. I should be able to tag the bottom of each of the ships without being seen, Kage offered. Naruto nodded. Good. That leaves Kamachi, Tawa, and me to attack the enemy ships. He recalled watching the flyer launch into the air. I think that they need the deck to launch their craft. If we can damage or destroy it, then we should slow them down. Sounds good, Tawa said. He slapped a first in his palm and Naruto could picture the vicious grin behind his bird mask. I'm dying to give these arseholes some payback. The sheer hatred behind the other ANBU's words made Naruto feel uncomfortable. He ignored them and turned back to watching the sea. The enemy fleet bobbed up and down on the surface of the ocean. which glittered majestically as the sun shone down brightly. It was very peaceful and tranquil. A great place for some leave, Naruto decided wistfully. "Let's go," was all he said. Naruto breathed deeply, his stomach rising and falling, as he slowly propelled himself through the dark depths of the floor of the sea. His breath rang loudly in his ears, a sharp contrast to the void of silence from all around him. His ANBU mask formed a seamless and airtight cavity around his mouth, and certain parts of it could act in a similar fashion as a rebreather. Compared to the technology of the water country and the village hidden in the mist, the rebreather was inefficient and sorely lacking. For the purpose of this mission, it would do the job. The sun shone brightly above, and Naruto could see the dark bottoms of the ships rocking gently on the surface of the ocean. He kicked his legs in the water, swimming further in until he was directly underneath the surface of his designated target carrier. He was too wary to use chakra, so he just pushed up off the seabed and kicked his way up. The water became warmer and warmer the closer he swam to the surface, and Naruto tried his best to remain out of the sun. Eventually, the faint noises of machinery teased him from the edge of his senses, and the silence was broken. He swam up to the bottom of the ship and reached out to touch it. He channeled chakra into his hands and legs and somersaulted lazily, placing his feet and hands on the bottom of the boat. Then, slowly, he began to crawl his way over the hull, hanging on upside down with adhesive chakra. His head broke out of the water first, and he carefully checked around him, craning his head upwards to see if there were Sky Nin who could see him. All he could hear was the sound of the waves crashing against the hull of the ship and the seagulls crying out mournfully. He checked the position of the sun, and his eyes widened behind his mask. He quickly ducked and watched as two sky shinobi flew past as streaks of gold. After they were gone, one limb at a time, Naruto began to silently scale the side of the ship. This was perhaps the most difficult part of the mission. Suspended from the side of the ship, Naruto was extremely exposed. The patrolling Sky Nin seemed to swoop past the ships every 3 or 4 minutes or so, and it wouldn't only take one of them to spot him and raise an alarm. The ANBU were skilled and strong, but not strong enough to take on an entire army, especially if there was a Kage-level or multiple Jonin-level shinobi on board. Naruto's ears twitched, and he suddenly darted up the side of the hull and broke into a sprint. Water slid effortlessly off his black cloak, and his heart pounded in his chest as he climbed up one of the 2 large cylinders that seemed to act like engines. He dove for the nearest cover as soon as he could, coming to rest on a metallic gray platform and ducking behind it. A moment later, 2 shinobi strolled past above him. A metallic catwalk spiraled around much of the huge tower that rose up into the sky, and Naruto could hear the 2 men talking quietly to each other. Naruto held his breath and froze as the 2 men walked over him without stopping and disappeared. Naruto exhaled and swallowed. He crouched, and with a quick burst of chakra, he leapt up to the skywalk, grabbing the rail and flipping over it to land silently on the metal. He crouched again and jumped, flying high up into the sky and grabbing hold of the next rail. He used it as a hold as he twisted his body, planted his feet on the side of the ship, and disappeared in a flicker of movement. It only took him a few minutes to reach to top of the ship, and he peeked over the edge. The deck was mostly empty. It was a straight stretch of concrete and iron with a series of towers and balconies on one side. There were 2 grooves that ran from one end to the other, where a pair of metal seat-like objects sat. Behind them was a lift, and Naruto could imagine Sky Shinobi rising from the lower decks and being propelled into the air. It was time for sabotage. The young blonde ANBU scanned the area and silently leapt onto the deck. He dashed for the towers and hid himself in the shadows, crossing the expanse of the runway in a matter of moments. He reached into his clock and pulled out a bundle of explosive notes. For the next few minutes, he planted them on anything that looked mechanical. He had no idea how exactly the Sky Country technology worked, but if the enemy had gone to all the effort to build a series of cogwheels and thick rubber bands on the deck, then they surely must be important. After he was done, he checked the sun. He was grinning behind his mask, the sheer excitement and danger of the mission sending a thrilling rush through his body that combat drills and simulated battles could never bring. There was a few minutes left, and he hoped that his team had managed to complete their parts of the mission. He formed a hand seal and hid in the shadows, waiting. He would soon see. High above the sea of whirlpools, a flock of seagulls circled around the very top spires of the 3 enormous vessels. They cried out mournfully, and their brethren responded. As the lead bird opened its beak to let out another cry, light flared and, before it could make a sound, disappeared in a rush of searing heat. Simultaneous explosions rocked the deck of all three ships. Iron and concrete was smashed apart underneath the powerful Class 1 explosive notes. Billows of black smoke rose into the air, dirtying what had been a beautiful sunny afternoon. The boats trembled and sirens immediately began to sound. Naruto flinched underneath the wave of expanding heat and lowered his hands. Adrenaline and chakra surged through his body and pushed off the concrete and leapt towards the runway. Henge! Naruto formed a seal and transformed. He was surrounded by a puff of smoke, and when it dispersed, an ANBU stood there, one twice as tall as and much broader than Naruto was. The first of the Sky Nin appeared on deck, and Naruto dove at a pair of them. The first held a kunai launcher and sent half a dozen bolts of deadly steel straight through the transformation's head. The disguise was dispelled with a pop of smoke, and Naruto used the pair's obvious surprise to his advantage as he slipped underneath their guard. He lashed out with his leg and a kneecap cracked, the second Sky Nin falling to the side. A roundhouse kicked, and the application of chakra saw the shinobi catapult away. Naruto twisted his body as he spun around to face the first shinobi, who had recovered from that split-second hesitation and lunged at him with the two-handed implement in his hand. He brought it down from over his head, but Naruto dodged it. The butt of the kunai repeated, slamming into the concrete with a heavy thud. A spring twanged and a kunai slipped through the sleeve of his cloak. Naruto reverse-gripped it and spun his arm around in a horizontal arc. The black blade popped through the Sky Nin's elbow in a spray of blood. Naruto twisted it out, changed his grip, and slashed at the shinobi's face. The blade dug into flesh and the Sky Nin collapsed, bellowing in pain. Naruto left him there as he twisted arm and sent the wired kunai back into its spring loader. Hands blurred as Naruto channeled his chakra. He manipulated its nature, twisting it throughout his body and increasing the high-frequency vibrations of it, and lightning burst from around his fingers. Naruto brought his hands down and he drove into the technique. Chakra fled his tenketsu, wasted and unused as flickering blue dome of chakra howled around him. But Naruto didn't care as he released his technique into the very deck of the ship. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Powerful streams of lightning erupted from the ends of his hands and into the concrete surface of the deck. The lightning tore through it with ease, giant arcs ripping large slabs of concrete apart with its powerful piercing qualities. Arcs of brightly glowing whitish-blue lightning sprung up all over the deck, lashing out at everything around it. The fire from the explosions continued to rage and clouds of black smoke drifted up, mingling with the occasional spark of lightning chakra. When Naruto raised his hands, the deck looked like it'd been through an earthquake. More and more Sky Nin were pouring onto the deck now. As Naruto heard the boom of a distant eruption and saw the tower of one of the other boats go up in flames, he smiled grimly. It was time to leave. The shinobi around him were yelling and metal tore through the air. Naruto's feet blurred as he sprinted down the deck of the ship, jumping over piles of cracked and shattered concrete. Kunai whistled past his ears. Some were too close and a blade appeared in his hand, parrying them away, as the ferret-masked ANBU raced to the end of the deck and dove. For a moment he felt weightless, suspended above the rippling ocean underneath, and then he plummeted. He twisted in the air and made a single sign. A shadow clone appeared and Naruto used its back to soften his fall. It exploded as Naruto pushed up on it, somersaulted and landed neatly on the surface of the ocean. As smoke rose, sirens blared and the Sky Nin patrols began to converge. Naruto dipped beneath the surface of the water and disappeared. It was a wearied and wet group of ANBU operatives that met up at the rendezvous point several kilometers north of the coast. They hid within an inlet, sharp wet stones hiding them from view as swarms of Sky Nin occasionally soared over them. Beneath his cloak, Naruto was shivering as he and Tawa waited for the rest of the squad to join them. For every minute Naruto waited, the burden on his shoulders grew heavier and heavier. Maybe they wouldn't return. Maybe he had gotten his comrades killed. His ANBU tattoo burned and Naruto stiffened. From out of the murky water came Kamachi, the woman limping as water dripped off of her. Tawa was by her side in an instant, hoisting her up and laying her down on the rocky ledge. He began delving into the medical kit as he treated the bloodied gash on her leg while Naruto watched on. He was transfixed by the oozing wound and didn't notice Kamachi turn her head to regard him. "Ferret," she called out quietly, and Naruto met her mask. Kamachi had been decidedly cool but still professional about the sudden change in command. "You did extremely well." "Shut up, idiot," Tawa snapped as Naruto managed a tentative smile. "Laying there, talking like you're dying. It's just a stupid cut." He pulled out a needle and thread. "We'll sew it up for now, and the medic Nin can look at it when we go back home." Home. Naruto remembered what he risked the lives of his comrades for and suddenly found himself feeling conflicted. He loved his Konoha, there was no doubt about it at all. He loved the third Hokage, the man who had taken hold of him and pulled him out of the pit of loneliness and despair. But he didn't want his teammates to die either. His tattoo burned again, and Naruto watched as Daichi emerged from the water carrying Yuka. A sky shinobi followed him, fingers flicking in ANBU code, and Naruto nodded at the possessed enemy. Daichi quickly bound and gagged the Yamanaka-possessed shinobi, and Yuka released her hold on him. He instantly stiffened, but Daichi was there, pressing down on his arm with quick light jabs and sealing off Tenketsu. Yuka groaned as she pushed herself up, looking the most tired and fatigued out of them all, but she managed to give Naruto a coy smile and nodded her head respectfully. The last one to arrive was Kage. He was almost 20 minutes late and arrived as Naruto was beginning to get truly worried. He slunk out of the water, almost invisible even to Naruto's eyes, as tired as the rest. With the whole team here, Naruto stood over the unconscious Sky Nin, keeping guard, and let them huddle together and rested. There would be no sleep, but ANBU were particularly adept at going long hours between short bursts of rest. Naruto's chakra was as fine as ever, but he was mentally exhausted. Still, there was protocol to follow, and after a few moments he beckoned Tawa to come and guard the Sky Nin while he summoned Enma. The Monkey King looked around, taking note of the exhausted shinobi, and nodded at Naruto in an almost friendly manner. The crystal ball shone and Naruto made his report. "Hokage-sama," Naruto began quietly, "we have completed all 3 objectives. We destroyed the decks of Sky Country's ships, so they shouldn't be able to launch their fighters. Kage infiltrated and wrecked the rudders of the 3 carriers, so they won't be able to turn around until they get that fixed, and we have an enemy officer here ready for interrogation." "Excellent work, Naruto." The Hokage sounded extremely pleased. That almost made the whole thing worth the effort. "This will make Tenzo's job significantly easier. You have possibly saved a great many lives today." Naruto exchanged a quick look with his comrade. Kage nodded at him, and the boy felt a weight lift off of his shoulders. "Thank you, sir," he said. He eyed the prisoner. "We haven't interrogated the prisoner yet. I was wondering if you wanted to be on hand while we do so." "Yes, I am very interested in what the enemy has to say." The old man's voice was as hard as stone, and Naruto reflexively winced. It only took a moment for Yuka to stir. She popped a solider pill in her mouth and walked over to the prisoner. She knelt down, placing 2 hands at the side of his head, and concentrated. Naruto watched carefully as the Yamanaka probed the enemy's mind. Of all the intelligence-gathering techniques in the world, the Yamanaka were the best at what they did. Yuka's eyes fluttered. "I can see flashes." The island where they lived. He grew up with his mother and 2 sisters. One works as a chef. She trailed off. "I see the attack on Konoha." She grew silent. "Ferret, we have a problem," she called out. Her hands were beginning to glow with a shimmering chakra as she dove deeper and deeper into the enemy's mind. "There's something else? A weapon or a castle or—" She frowned. "It's hard to tell. It's blurry, but I think I can— Yes, I recognize those 2 mountain peaks." "What does this weapon do?" Naruto questioned. The crystal ball glowed as the Hokage remained quiet. "Dark release," Yuka trailed off. "Dark release," Kage echoed. "I have never heard of such an elemental affinity. Is it a bloodline?" "It's a myth," the third Hokage's voice interjected. "It's a theoretical concept that explored the idea of the use of human suffering and anguish as a way to generate chakra. There was some significant promise behind it. Chakra is made up of physical and mental energies, and human emotion can play a very big part in producing chakra, but nothing ever came of it. The weapon is powered by it," Yuka murmured quietly. There was a noticeable glare coming from her hands now. This man believes, or has been told, that the weapon could destroy an entire village in a single use. Naruto felt his blood chill. No such technique exists, he said quietly.
Ah, Naruto.
The third Hokage sounded wistful. You would be surprised at what exists in this world of ours. Yuka continued to concentrate and Team Sigma watched. Suddenly, the man's eyes shot open and rolled into the back of his skull. He opened his mouth and let out a gut-wrenching scream. Tawa uncharacteristically swore and Naruto took a quick step back. Daichi activated his Byakugan. Scatter, he yelled. Team Sigma disappeared in a blur of movement as the man continued to scream. Yuka made to leave but let out a cry and collapsed. Naruto, just about to enter his body flicker, darted forward and grabbed her. His eyes flew down at the sky Nin. Black ink was crawling over his face, expanding in a wave of spirals. He jumped back and propelled himself out of the inlet just as a huge surge of chakra flared from within it. The inlet disappeared underneath a ball of fire and lifted Naruto and Yuka up into the air. They soared, coming down over some rocks. But then Enma was there and he grabbed the two of them. As streaks of gold began to zoom towards them from the sky, Team Sigma scattered and fled the area. What happened? Kage asked quietly as they came to rest in a clearing deep within Fire Country's forest. There was a time-release seal, Daichi answered. He bowed his head, the body stance of the normally enthusiastic man looking apologetic. Because I blocked his tenketsu, it didn't activate in time. He started screaming because the seal malfunctioned. He paused. It's what saved our lives. I bet that the explosion would have normally occurred the moment Yuka entered his mind. Yuka panted as she lay on the ground. She looked pale. Naruto couched down beside her and gently placed his hand on her forehead. It was covered in sweat and the white mask turned to face him. Behind it, Naruto could imagine the cheeky blonde smiling at him. Are you all right? He asked quietly. Yuka nodded. I left his mind really quickly, she said weakly. It makes me sick when we do that. Give me some time and I'll be good to go. Good, Naruto murmured. Now, did you see anything else? 2 things, she panted. Names. Shino. Ancor Vantian. That's all. Naruto turned to Enma and found the Monkey King eyeing the crystal ball carefully. Naruto was horrified as he saw the giant crack that ran through the center of it. No light shone from it at all and Enma did not look pleased. This was an artifact dating back to days of the roaming Senju clan, the large monkey rumbled. With this crystal you could buy a whole city, and the lives of everybody in it. Can you fix it? Naruto asked. Not here, Enma answered. His yellow eyes came to rest on Naruto. Perhaps Sarutobi could in time. Naruto gritted his teeth. Ferret, Kamachi said quietly. What are our orders? Naruto wanted to say, I don't know. He wanted to send a messenger monkey to Sarutobi and ask for instructions. However, the more he thought about it, the more his frustration at the situation faded. He had worked with the third Hokage for years and he knew exactly what the old man would tell him to do. Sorry guys, he said tiredly, but it looks like we have to move again. Nobody made a sound. If the prisoner was right, then there's a dangerous weapon that might destroy Konoha, Naruto said. He raked his hand through his spike blonde locks. Yuka, you said you recognized where it was? Yuka nodded and pointed it out on Tawa's map. That's only an hour or so from here, Naruto said grimly. We'll rest for 5 minutes then move out. Enma, he turned to the Monkey King. Tell the boss where we're going, just in case. Enma nodded gravely. I normally wouldn't allow it, but summon me if you need to, he said. He folded his arm and his leaf headband glinted. I will not allow our village to be destroyed. I won't either, Naruto promised firmly. Enma eyed him. Ha, he commented. You just might turn out okay. He disappeared and Naruto turned back to his tired, wet and cold team. Come on, guys, he said with forced enthusiasm. Let's go save Konoha. He paused. Again. No pressure, Daichi said brightly. The 6 members of Team Sigma were exhausted. Their morning had been chaotic. The afternoon promised to be no better. At the moment, many of Team Sigma dozed quietly on the backs of man-sized primates. They darted through the trees with just as much proficiency as the ANBU towards their destination. Naruto absent-mindedly used his chakra to stick to the warm furry surface of his summon. His eyes closed and his breathing relaxed. The wind rushed past him, ruffling his hair and flapping his cloak, while Naruto and the rest of his squad took the precious few moments they could to rest and recover. Long shifts and resting where you can were second nature to his ANBU team, while Naruto had spent many unpleasant nights by the Hokage's side as the old man defied his age and went about his business without a wink of sleep for days on end. Whenever it seemed like he would doze off without permission, Sarutobi whacked him or dumped water over his face. At the time, Naruto had just thought the old man was being his usual sadistic and horrible self. Now, as he put his experience to use, Naruto looked underneath and appreciated his hellish training even more. The summons took them a fair way of the distance, but even they too started to tire. As they approached their destination, Team Sigma stopped and Naruto thanked the summons gratefully. A little more rested, Naruto led Team Sigma to the coordinates they had received from the enemy officer on foot. The closer they were, the more apparent it was that there had been an enemy presence in the area. Entire swathes of the forest had been swept aside and black oily smoke rose into the air. Some parts were still alight, the giant trees of Fire Country burning brightly as fire roared through them. There was no sense of reason or logic that Naruto could deduce from the pattern of the burns. It seemed random and chaotic, acts of vandalism and destruction rather than any important strategic goal. There were several villages in the area, small and unimportant towns with populations no greater than 1,000. They made their living off of the forest, harvesting wood and sending it further south via river to Fire Country's trade cities along the T-Fire border. The first village they came across had been utterly destroyed. Small fires were still burning over the large blocky stone buildings. Naruto's fingers darted in ANBU code, and with a streak of movement all 6 of them secured the destroyed village. Naruto stood in the center of it, his mask hiding his turbulent emotions, as he stared at the large pile of charred and burning corpses in the middle of the town. The smell was acrid and foul, and it brought tears to his eyes, at least. That's what Naruto told himself as he walked around the pile quietly, looking at the husks of men, women, and children. The village had depended on Konoha for protection, and the Leaf had failed them. The small Chunin team that had been deployed there, probably for general policing duties, hadn't managed to put up much of a fight, and the dozen shinobi had been killed. Their corpse had been torn apart and desecrated, used as target practice and spat on. Naruto could smell urine from one of them and his blood boiled with anger. "Ferret," Tawa muttered, but there was a questioning tone to it. He was trembling, Naruto suddenly realized, and stared down at his hand in abject fascination. His fingers were shaking and he forced them into a first, squeezing them tight. It wasn't fear that swept through his body, but a sudden and savage fire of hatred. He wanted to find who did this, and he wanted to kill them, slowly and painfully, tearing them piece from piece. The rest of his team was looking at him now, and Naruto closed his eyes. He breathed in deeply, ignoring the smell and bottling his hatred, and he released it on the exhale. Shinobi rule number 4. A shinobi must always put the mission first. Shinobi rule number 25. A shinobi must never show emotion. "Let's go," Naruto said quietly and emotionlessly. The ANBU nodded and disappeared. Tawa hesitated and patted the young blonde on the back in a somewhat clumsy manner. The 2 of them disappeared an instant later. They were well within the coordinates of the target area. It was a huge area, and they could have spent a week searching without any luck, even with the Byakugan on their side. However, it wasn't long before Team Sigma came across the next location of significance and rendezvoused with Squad 5 of Gamma Team. The ground was black. Naruto stared down at the broken and bloodied body of his comrade and watched as Kamachi placed a delicate hand on the broken masked man's neck. A wide blue eye stared back at him as Kamachi rose and shook her head silently. Naruto hadn't thought so. Directive 7 hadn't been enforced. The bodies of the Black Ops unit hadn't been destroyed as protocol dictated. Even a wounded and dying shinobi would have gone of their way to burn the bodies, to stop the enemy from learning the secrets of the village. Naruto felt somebody behind him and turned. "We found 3 more. Yuka said quietly. Her voice was somber. Most were killed in combat. One was still alive when they took him. It seems that they performed a battlefield interrogation. It was messy, but there's still enough left for me to have a look. Go, Naruto ordered. Yuka nodded and disappeared. Naruto took a deep breath and his hands flipped through seals. He raised them and blazing cone of flame swept from his palm and gently enveloped his comrade. The blue eye continued to stare at him unblinkingly as fire began to consume the body. Naruto turned. There were other comrades to attend to. Sometime later, Team Sigma met up at the base of a large tree. Kunai were scattered over the ground, and there was a splotch of blood that was still dripping from large fern leaves that grew up and around the trunk. There was no hesitation in Naruto's stance or voice anymore, and his mind had hardened to stone, unable to deal with the horrors of what he had seen. Naruto would shelve them and deal with them later. From what I found, it seemed as if Squad 5 was trying to link up with Captain Yuzuki, Yuka reported. They were patrolling the border along Tea Country when they received an urgent message to return and regroup. They were on their way to meet up with Yuzuki, but they were ambushed. Captain Yuzuki must have found something, Kage said quietly. Of all the ANBU, he seemed the most unaffected by what he had seen. She couldn't have known about the Sky Country fleet, so there must be something else here that drew her attention. I have the coordinates that Yuzuki gave Bird 3, Yuka said, referring to Squad 5's former leader. It's close. Right then, Naruto said, and he turned. His voice was flat. We have a new secondary objective, to locate any other survivors of Gamma Team. Our primary objective remains locate whatever weapon Sky Country has and destroy it. Go. 6 figures blurred out of the clearing. The wind whipped past him as Tenzo clutched onto the feathers of the hawk beneath him. It was a large bird, a Class 3 summon with dark brown feathers and sharp yellow eyes. Behind him crouched 8 of his subordinates, their white masks emotionless. Tenzo nodded and glanced around, seeing the other 5 summons soaring beside him. It had been a long trip, and Tenzo knew that some of his men would be tired. Chakra adhesion techniques could be quite draining. Nonetheless, his destination was rapidly approaching, and soon they would dismount and fight. Judging from the copious amount of smoke rising into the air, the enemy may have been a little bloodied already. The hawks skimmed over the tops of the trees, their talons rustling the foliage, and Tenzo raised his hand. The ANBU around him waited for his signal and, at his mark, dropped off the hawk and disappeared silently into the forest below. Tenzo followed them, letting go of the feathery neck of his hawk and flipping over backwards. The wind howled in his ears, and the ground rushed to meet him before the ANBU captain righted and landed silently on a large tree branch. The hawks dove down into the forest and disappeared with large puffs of smoke. Tenzo hadn't seen any long-range enemy patrols and was hoping that the foliage of the forest around them would keep the dispersion of the summons hidden. He raised a hand and made a few signs. The ANBU formed into their squads, Tenzo's own coming to crouch before him. They darted from tree branch to tree branch as Tenzo led them towards the distant sound of crashing waves. Towards the enemy. Team Sigma came across more burning villages as they trekked across Fire Country's southern fields. They all bore similarities to the first one they had inspected. There were hundreds of kunai littering the empty streets and burning homes, fired haphazardly and in greater numbers at great speed. Large craters and pits adorned the surface of the ruined towns, pockmarked craters signifying where explosive spheres had detonated. Fires blazed unchallenged. Smoke filled the sky with a black haze. Bodies burned. They found more Konoha Nin, Chunin given the task of guarding and policing the towns they had been assigned to. Some had put up a fight and bore defensive wounds. A few had even managed to kill their attackers, or so the debris seemed to suggest. Most had not. Most had died quickly, surprised and tactically disadvantaged against their flying foes. Some had taken a little while longer to die. The fires of hatred in Naruto's belly were stoked with every desecrated and tortured corpse he came across. There was no time to dispose of the dead. Bodies were left where they were to burn, men, women and children disappearing under the flames. But for every town they scouted, it became more and more apparent that there were survivors. I patrolled through here once, Daichi said quietly. The group had paused to stare at a large stack of bodies piled indiscriminately together at the center of the town. There was no fire here. Perhaps the enemy hadn't had time, or perhaps they wanted to leave a message. Either way, it gave Team Sigma the first opportunity to truly gauge the number of fallen. This town had a significantly bigger population than what remains here, Kage murmured. There were several hundred broken and battered bodies. Perhaps they escaped? Yuka offered quietly. Unlikely, Kamachi spoke up. We would have seen tracks or signs of them during our search. Perhaps the enemy took them, Tawa suggested. It was not a pleasant thought. It would be better to have died with their families and friends, safe from the careless brutality that the Sky Nin had shown. Naruto frowned and they pressed on. They found more signs of fighting. A team of Konoha shinobi had been conducting a mission in the area and had gone out fighting. Huge strips of the forest had been torn apart by the force of explosive notes and a series of deep puncturing scorch marks that bore the signs of a lightning release technique. Intense fighting had occurred a little further down the track, and there was still chakra laden in the air. There were no bodies, but smoke and ash filled the air, and there were burn patterns against a tree trunk that suggested that a body had been disposed of here. More ANBU had been killed. Some had lived to dispose of the bodies. The landscape was beginning to change as they approached farmlands. Flat, open plains dotted the surface between large swathes of forest. Stone ruins jutted out from between rice paddocks, ancient ruins from wars long past. There were no signs of the farmers, and the farmhouses were mysteriously deserted. There was no sign of forced entry or an attack. The occupants had simply vanished. As they scouted the surrounding area, searching for signs of Gamma Team or the weapon, Kage paused and stiffened. His hands flashed invaders due west, closing in, 2 clicks, and Team Sigma scattered, diving into the forest and setting up defensive positions. Naruto gave the signal to hold and waited. His emotions were turbulent underneath his stony and hard exterior, chipped as it was, and he couldn't help baring his teeth up into an unseen and angry snarl. Wait for the enemy. Attack the enemy. Capture the enemy. Interrogate the enemy. Dispose of the enemy. Yes, Naruto decided grimly. He liked that plan, and suddenly his ANBU tattoo burned and his hatred was gone in an instant as a squad of white-masked, dark-cloaked blurs shot into the forest. Naruto pressed his finger on his tattoo and pressed it while holding up his hand and giving the signal to hold position. He used the body flicker and appeared before the leader of the new group of shinobi. Identify, he said roughly, tense and alert. The lead ANBU cocked his head. Mantis, he replied blankly. We are responding to Gamma Team's Captain Yuzuki Yugao's request for priority assistance. Identify. Ferret, Naruto replied. Team Sigma. Mantis cocked his head. Sigma? He echoed. You are out of your operational jurisdiction, Sigma. Elaborate. Naruto frowned behind his mask. My orders come from the Hokage, he said firmly. Very well, Mantis conceded. Where is Captain Yuzuki? Naruto stared at the new group for a second. While they had confirmed that they were indeed ANBU, nobody in Konoha's history had ever cracked the Fuinjutsu written into the ANBU tattoos. There was something about Mantis that put him on edge. Nevertheless, he raised a hand and the rest of Team Sigma appeared behind him. Yuzuki is missing in action, Naruto said quietly. He drew himself up. Gamma Team is scattered, presumed dead. The culprit? Mantis asked quietly and without emotion. Sky Country, Naruto explained as the two groups of ANBU settled around each other. They've worked their way through the area, burning villages and murdering civilians. They used chakra and machines to fly and launched an attack on Konoha. There was no discernible reaction to the news. Point of origin? The other squad leader asked. The Sea of Whirlpools, Naruto replied grimly. There are 2 combat platoons on their way to take them out. Our intel suggested that the enemy had a weapon in this area capable of destroying Konoha. We're on our way to locate and destroy it. I see, Mantis said. His voice and tone was still the same, and suddenly Naruto found it really irritating. He sort of wanted to shake the other man by the shoulder and see what would happen. Mantis seemed to be thinking. Very well. We will render assistance. Naruto raised his eyebrows at that. You will, he said quietly. Team Sigma has point and a current priority 1 status. Your former mission is suspended. You are drafted under Team Sigma's command and will assist us. Very well, Mantis said with a short but respectful nod. Ferret has command. What's your team designation? Naruto asked as the 2 squad leaders rose up from the ground. Classified, Mantis replied shortly. I am unable to disclose any information about our former mission and current classification. I apologize. Naruto was skeptical at that. He eyed the new ANBU closely and sent a pulse of chakra through his tattoo. Almost immediately he felt the return pulses, 5 beats of unique chakra patterns responding in unison. With a shrug, Naruto decided that whatever mission that was so secret that even he as the Hokage's personal assistant didn't know anything about was none of his business anyway. He was just glad for the extra firepower that the new ANBU squad would bring with them. The ground rumbled. Naruto paused. Mantis cocked his head. The ground rumbled again and Naruto swiveled his head around. The trees were shaking and far beneath the surface of the ground a terrible groan echoed. The ground shuddered again and before Naruto's eyes large chunks of earth rose up. Roots were exposed and torn apart. Trees split apart and fell and a loud hum filled the air. The various stone ruins around them started to flicker and glow with purple bolts of energy. Something big was coming, something vast, and Naruto could feel the pressure in the air abruptly shift. Ferret! Daichi yelled over the din. He gestured. The ground has just lit up with chakra. There's something coming. With a loud crash the last of the trees bent and snapped a large geyser of dirt exploded before them. The ANBU team ducked as stone and dirt was blasted all around them and Naruto watched with nothing less than complete wonderment as the filthy stone ruins that littered the countryside began to lift up in the air. Purple energy cascaded over them, stripping them of dirty crust and revealing gleaming white marble and stone underneath. They rose into the air and it became apparent that they were all connected. Blank-faced monuments appeared from the surface of the earth, gazing down at the world around them imperiously, and with a start Naruto recognized the designs from the fleet. Sky Country, he signed over the noise. He hesitated for a single moment, but there was no time to consider the possible ramifications of his orders. His instincts told him what to do next and he obeyed. Jump! The 2 ANBU squads darted forward, jumping between falling pieces of rock and fallen lumber as they sped towards the rising object. It was slowly revealing itself to be a fortress, armored and decorated with the same designs that the Sky Country fleet had. It was bigger than the ships, though at least twice as tall and 5 times as wide as a single sky carrier. The fortress slowly rose up into the air, tearing free from its last bonds that held it chained to the ground. The roots of Fire Country's gigantic trees were torn apart and began to fall to the ground. 11 dark blurs shot up the falling roots and leapt up to the side of the fortress as it rose into the sky. Tenzo watched from the cliffs at the condition of the enemy. Team Sigma had certainly done their jobs well. The fleet was idling in the middle of the bay, coils of smoke rising into the air. He peered into his binoculars, seeing patches of blackened metal and stone where explosive tags had detonated. The decks of each ship had been torn to pieces, but there were already a significant number of sky neens circling around the fleet. There must have been another way to launch the flyers from the ships, although it must be slower than using the deck. He drew in his squad captains and began to devise a plan of attack. Anchor Vantion arose from its slumber. It was more than an aircraft. It was a fortress, a flying fortress. Stone and iron towers rose into the sky. The largest settled in the very center of the stronghold. Large stone faces had been carved into the sides of the fortress, blank and emotionless visages who stared down at the world with indifference and superiority. The largest of this face was at the front of the massive flying fortress, built on top of a circular archway that led from the very depths of the stronghold. On the back 2 large protrusions, looking quite similar to oversized magnets, glowed with black light as massive amounts of chakra was poured into them. Roots dangled down from the stone and concrete towers, stowaways from the fortress' sudden ascension. Foliage and dirt were not the only stowaways. On one of the outer towers, 11 black specks clung to the stone with chakra as they slowly scaled their way up the building. Naruto climbed next to Daichi, paying very careful attention to what he was doing. Chakra warmed his hands and feet as he used it to stick to the surface of the stone and drag himself up, inch by inch. It would have been much easier for the group to simply climb up with their feet, but the sudden emergence of that much chakra would have made the group easier to spot, especially given where they were. Daichi continued to look up with narrowed veined eyes, his Byakugan active. The Hyuga kept a keen eye on the pair of sky nins standing on the balcony just above them. He nodded quietly to Mantis and Kage, who each pulled themselves up to the bottom of the alcove's stone floor. Naruto gave Yuka the signal and Tawa and Kamachi grabbed the blonde-haired Yamanaka woman as she let go of the wall to make a hand seal. Mind-body switch technique. Yuka went limp, held up in the air by Tawa and Kamachi. Naruto waited for a few moments and signaled Kage and Mantis. The two shinobi pressed up against the balcony floor and the blonde ANBU heard a soft gasp and then nothing. He smiled vindicatively underneath his mask as Daichi gave the all-clear and signaled the ANBU squads to move. He flipped over onto the balcony and stood up. A sky nin stared back at him with amusement, ignoring the fate of his partner as Kage and Mantis gently lowered the body to the ground. As Daichi, Tawa and Kamachi vaulted over, bringing Yuka's body with them, Mantis made a hand seal and pressed down on the sky nin's corpse. It began to gently sink into the stone and disappeared without a trace. Naruto turned to Daichi as Yuka motioned for Kage and Mantis to prepare to dispose of the body she was possessing. "What can you see?" he asked. There was a thud behind him and Yuka's eyes suddenly shot open. Daichi frowned. "I don't know what I'm seeing," he admitted. "There's an immense chakra source at the center of the fortress. It's running through the entire stronghold, through every building and hallway. There's so much of it." He shook his head. "I wonder how they managed to build this right in our own territory," Yuka mused. She shook her head, her blonde ponytail bobbing up and down. "I don't understand how nobody saw this." "It came from underneath the ground," Mantis observed indifferently. Nothing in his body suggested that he was concerned. "It's likely they either built it or resurrected it in secret, away from patrols and shinobi." "The farms," Kage muttered darkly. "They were abandoned, not attacked, and the occupants had had enough time to pack up their belongings." "Plants, perhaps," Kamachi wondered thoughtfully. "Regardless," Tawa said firmly, "it's here now. Can't we worry about that later? Because, I have to admit, I'm more worried about the weapon." His words paused the group. "It's a flying fortress, certainly formidable, but hardly a weapon," Kage noted. He glanced around. "Perhaps the weapon is inside." "There's enough chakra here to..." Daichi trailed off. He ran a hand through his short, cropped hair.
Idunu, man.
"I've never seen so much chakra, and it's so dark. It almost makes me sick looking at it." Those words made Naruto hesitate. "Is it human?" he asked quietly. "The chakra, I mean..." Daichi faltered. "Perhaps not," he admitted softly. There was a tense silence. Mantis and his squad were unmoving with Team Sigma considered each other grimly. "A tailed beast," Kamachi asked quietly. "They're all accounted for," Kage said, shaking his head. Nobody asked him how he knew that. Nobody was looking at Naruto either. "Do you see anything else?" Naruto asked Daichi, desperately wanting to break the sudden tension that had filled the air. Daichi scanned the fortress with his Byakugan. I see rows of chakra sources," he said, squinting. "It's faint, the other chakra is just everywhere, but I think one of them might by Captain Yuzuki." Mantis shifted. "We cannot let the enemy acquire an ANBU captain," he said stonily. "The information she holds is too valuable." "There are safeguards," Tawa said. "Seals that stop captains from speaking." "Protocol dictates that they should have already activated," Mantis said stiffly. "If that is Yuzuki, then she is still alive. Directive 7 must be implemented at all costs." Naruto felt his team draw up around him at that declaration. Even Kage's body language was suddenly radiating wariness. Despite the horrendous nature of it, Naruto could see the other squad leader's brutal logic. He slowly nodded and felt his team twitch around him. "I agree," Naruto said softly. He took a deep breath and held his stony facade. "I will take Team Sigma and implement Directive 7. If possible, we will extract the captain. If we're unable to, we will implement Directive 7. Mantis, take your team to the center of the fortress and destroy the chakra source that powers the building. Mantis nodded. We'll meet up at the source of the chakra if we can. If we can't, destroy the fortress and scatter. Naruto finished. He took in a deep breath, reviewing his orders. Let's go. The long stone corridors of the fortress were mostly deserted. Team Sigma darted through them silently, black streaks against the flickering lights. A strange hum had settled over them, the sounds of the engines keeping Naruto from being distracted by his thoughts. So far, the 11 ANBU had remained undetected. Team Mantis, for lack of a better designation, would have to be closing in on the center of the fortress soon. Naruto wondered what they would find. From what he had heard and read and the long talks he had had with the third Hokage, he couldn't really picture one of the tailed beasts being here. Konoha, like all of the great villages, made a point of securing intelligence about the Jinchuriki. It was always essential to know where they were and what they were doing, and to a point they were all accounted for. Daichi, who had raised a hand and signaled them. Naruto nodded and gestured at the rest of his team. Sprinting forward, the ANBU team whizzed around the corner in a flash and had jumped on the three unaware Sky Nin in a flash. Kamachi went high, her hands flicking as she used her senbon and wire to restrain all three shinobi. It would have only taken them a second, but Kage, Tawa and Naruto were there, sharp blades tearing through vulnerable flesh and ending their life in an instant. Naruto was breathing deeply, practically straining on the tips of his toes as his kunai withdrew from the back of the taller man's skull. He gently lowered the corpse onto the ground and watched Yuka wove a genjutsu. It sprung around the corridor, invisible streams of chakra wafting in the air. A single touch on the skin and the average shinobi wouldn't even toss a second glance to the piles of bodies stacked to the side. They moved on, occasionally coming across unaware patrols or off-duty Sky Nin. Naruto worked with the others and ended their lives cleanly and quietly. Many conflicts were over in seconds, and the young blonde ANBU mused that once their technology and aerial advantage was taken away from them, the Sky Nin were truly nothing special. Ahead, a dozen plus 2 over 2 levels. Daichi signed. Team Sigma crouched around the single door, waiting. Hands quickly flashed in a series of short, odd movements of the fingers as the team communicated to each other and Naruto gave out his orders. With a final nod, Naruto tensed and prepared himself. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath and settling his emotions. His chakra coiled and pulsed in his body as he turned his head and nodded shortly at Daichi. The Hyuga ran a finger the hinges and pushed the door open. It swung open silently. Naruto dove into the room and appeared in the center with a flash. They had entered a large chamber, with 2 long tables stacked with food and equipment. Past the chamber on both levels was a long corridor filled with cell doors. There were 2 levels, a set of stairs on either side leading to the upper level, which consisted of a series of metal catwalks that crisscrossed over the cells and hallways. There was half a dozen Sky Nin laughing and lazing around the tables. The rest were standing as guards or deeper within the cells. The ANBU team moved in without any hesitation. Naruto pressed down on the ground, enhancing his muscles and limbs with chakra, and pushed. He soared through the air, landing neatly on the crosswalk above him. Daichi and Kamachi appeared beside him, and together they darted for the surprised and unsuspecting Sky Nin. Below them, Kage and Tawa tore through their enemies. Tawa was wielding a glowing crimson mace as he expertly used it to crush through the startled enemy's defenses. An arm snapped, the man howled, and Tawa raised his weapon. It flashed, the mace became a hand axe, and Tawa brought it down and cleaved the man's skull in half. Yuka, her hands twisted in a sign, wove a genjutsu that sent 3 shinobi to their knees with the hands clasped over their ears, screaming incoherently. Kage ended them a split second later, the man quickly and efficiently landing short, sharp fatal blows with a dull black machete. A second later, the enigmatic squad captain was darting through the lower level of the cells and launched at the first enemy he saw. Above them, Naruto twirled and dodged as he fought 3 men at once. Their hand-to-hand was mediocre at best, and they were no match for his superior speed. What he lacked in strength he made up for with a kunai, a blade at the end of a short, sharp, vicious jab sliding between the ribs. He formed a sign, and shadow clones formed around him, each holding a kunai. The first appeared crouching and lashed out in a horizontal arc, puncturing the kneecap. The second appeared on the sky nin's right, his kunai swinging up and into the man's elbow. The third appeared above the now immobilized opponent and brought his down in a two-handed blow that sent the blade right through the man's eye socket. The fourth appeared above the last sky nin's head, who remained unaware and raised his weapon. The large burly man brought down the butt of his kunai launcher and cracked Naruto's skull open. The blonde ANBU gurgled, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. The replacement was successful, as Naruto appeared where the fourth shadow clone had been and dropped down on the other man's back. He held a long piece of wire in his hands and coiled it around the sky nin's throat. He was off the man's back in a second and holding two kunai attached to either end of the wire. He tossed them towards his earlier clones. Two of them darted forward, grabbed each end and threw themselves off of the railing. The wire scraped against the metal bars and the improvised noose around the sky nin's neck tightened. Something snapped, but Naruto paid it no mind, forming a sign and sending sleek flash of bright white fire from his hands at the next enemy. With Daichi twirling around him, delivering short and graceful jabs, and Kamachi pinpointing enemy vital points with her unnerving accuracy and subtle but dangerous water techniques, the fight was over in less than a minute. His blood racing, his hands clenched and panting, Naruto stood amongst the bloodied corpses of his enemies and felt nothing but numbness. Daichi, Tawa, and Kage covered the exit as Naruto pressed through the cell chambers. They reeked of blood and pain and suffering, but the frightened occupants, men, women, and children of Fire Country, judging by their clothing, seemed unharmed. Naruto wondered who had been the previous inhabitants before them. They came across a large cell at the end of the hallway. Kamachi kicked the door open and Yuka and Naruto darted through the room. It took all of his conditioning not to gag and lose his rations at the smell that awaited him. Urine, sweat, blood, and the rest assaulted his senses. Flesh rotted and flies buzzed around them. Blood splattered the walls of the interrogation chambers. Half-dissected and tortured men and women lay on benches around them. In the center was a rack, where Naruto saw a purple-haired woman strapped to it. Perhaps she had been pretty once, even beautiful. Now her face was swollen and bloodied, her teeth cracked and some missing. Her clothes were mere tatters, hiding nothing of her bruised and beaten body. Naruto saw a bone protruding from her arm, white fragments embedded in the skin around it. He smelt the odor of body waste and heard the short, rattling breaths that the woman was making. "Captain," Yuka hissed. She darted over to the woman and knelt by her. "Yuzuki." Yugao opened her eyes blearily. There was unbridled panic and fear within them. Naruto held a hand to his tattoo and sent a pulse through it. Yugao's eyes went wide and suddenly her eyes were glistening, her tense body relaxing instantly. Yuka undid her binds and raised her hands. Glowing green light poured off of them as Yuka began to treat the captain's wounds. "Suffering." Yugao's voice was croaky. Naruto paused from surveying the tortured fates of the corpses in the room. Most of them looked like Leaf Nin, although there were none that he personally recognized. Human suffering, our suffering, the fuel. Something the Hokage had said flicked through his mind. "Dark chakra," he muttered and knelt down by the captain's side. "The create chakra using negative emotions, is that what this is?" "Suffering," Yugao trailed off. Abruptly, she lashed out with her good arm and gripped Naruto tightly. The young ANBU winced at the sudden strength, feeling her fingers dig into his forearm. She stared into his mask and Naruto felt as if she was looking past the thick ceramic plate and into his eyes. "I didn't break," she hissed dangerously. Yuka's hands were shaking as she ran them up and down the captain. "I didn't break. Do you understand? I didn't break." Naruto gently took her hand and she let go of him. His voice raw, he nodded once and gently lowered her hand back into her lap. "I understand, Captain Yuzuki," he said roughly. "You followed Directive 5 in the line of duty. Well done." Yugao nodded blearily and her head lolled back. She appeared very tired all of a sudden and her last words were whispers. "I didn't break," she whispered. "I listened. Let them talk. They're not very well trained. I didn't break." She paused. "The zero-tailed demon worm," she hissed. "The what?" Naruto's eyes shot up behind his mask. Captain. Yugao just shook her head. Color was beginning to return to her cheeks as Yuka's medical techniques began to take effect. Naruto watched as the captain wobbled to her feet, looking unsteady and gripping the side of the rack tightly. Naruto reached down and unstrapped a bandage from his thigh. He helped wrap it around her broken arm and used a kunai and a piece of wire to create a makeshift splint. I don't know what it is, Yugao said after a few moments. Her voice was considerably stronger and her face had hardened over. I don't remember much, she confessed. I blanked out for most of my imprisonment. But I heard that term being used, the zero-tailed demon worm. Naruto was silent, his mind racing, as Yuka finished wrapping her bandages around Yugao's leg and stood. I've patched you up, but you're not combat ready, she said quietly. The pain meds aren't going to last very long. Captain. Naruto's tone was respectful. By order of the third Hokage, Team Sigma has command on this mission. He raised his hand, flipped through some seals and summoned a small chittering monkey. Yuka, take notes. Captain, please tell me everything you know. It started slowly at first, water vapor rising from the surface of the ocean and rising up towards the sky. It slowly spread across the Sky Country fleet, enshrouding each of the ships and engulfing the view of the men and women on board with a sea of white. It hung there, unmoving, as the water release experts from 2 ANBU platoons manipulated the vapor of the water until they had created a rolling wave of fog that had blanketed out the sky. It only took moments for the Sky Nin on board to realize that the fog was unnatural and alarms and bells began to blare. On the shore of the Sea of Whirlpools, Tenzo watched and waited. Once the fog had completely shrouded the fleet and he raised his arm and brought it down. 24 blurs streaked past him, dashing across the water and diving underneath the surface. Tenzo brought his hands together and molded his chakra. Would release. World of Trees wall. He slammed his hands down on the ground and channeled his inherited powers into the ground. The ground shuddered as countless wooden branches sprouted from the dirt from behind him, interlacing and forming a wide net-like wall. They towered over him as Tenzo expended considerable chakra to grow them. He finished his technique and allowed the net to tower over him as he raced through the next set of hand signs. Would release. Great Forest Technique. Tenzo thrust his arm forward and suppressed a grimace as the tissue of his right arm was transformed into wood at a cellular level, a wholly unpleasant situation. He brought his hand forward and the wood in his arm suddenly shot forward towards the beach. It skimmed over the water, broadened and disappeared into the mist. The targets were stationary and it was unlikely that they would have moved in the last few moments. Tenzo continued his technique until he felt a jolt. He adjusted his stance and dug his feet into the ground. Squads 1 through 4 move out, he barked. 20 white-masked and black-cloaked ANBU jumped onto the bridge and sprinted along the wood towards the mist. Straining somewhat under the use of chakra, Tenzo brought his other arm up and manipulated the net of branches behind him. With a sudden burst of movement, they vaulted over his head and formed a makeshift roof, or shield, over the bridge. He almost immediately felt shudders as the first sounds of explosives and whizzing kunai arose in the air, the Sky Nin almost immediately preparing a defense. The rest of the ANBU had deployed further up and down the coast, boxing in the fleet and flanking them from all directions. It left Tenzo and his squad on the beach alone, his teammates surrounding him on all sides in a defensive formation. Flyers burst out of the mist, rapidly firing kunai from the mechanical objects in their hands. The shield jolted, but Tenzo held it firm. Kunai lacked the penetrating power to crack through the toughened wood, and even the explosives merely glanced off of it. The enemy had realized this, and a squad of the flyers dove past the oncoming ANBU and veered straight for Tenzo. His teammates tensed, but Tenzo held firm and watched with no little satisfaction as loud cries pierced through the air and a flash of brown feathers slammed into them. The hawks were bigger, tougher, and knew only loyalty to the leaf, and they tore the Sky Nin apart with their razor-sharp beaks. A large explosion resounded from inside the mist, and then another, and Tenzo nodded to 2 of his teammates. They lowered their hands and the mist began to rise. Soon the fleet was visible, fresh smoke billowing out into the sky as the ANBU platoons tore through them and their guards. Large clouds of insects swarmed through the sky as 3 Aburaim sent their Kakachu up into the scattered formations of the Sky Nin. Their machines, which needed a certain balance of chakra to operate, powered down and plummeted helplessly down to the ocean floor as the chakra-devouring insects swarmed over them. It was going well, just as Tenzo had calculated. However, he frowned as he saw one of the carriers veering away from the battle. Explosions detonated all around it as the Sky Nin on board used their full armament to keep the advancing ANBU at bay. Either Team Sigma hadn't been able to sabotage the ship's rudder as well as the others, or they had made good progress on the emergency repairs. Tenzo didn't know. He was just about to inform his Yamanaka teammate to pass on new orders when a large cloud of smoke suddenly appeared behind the ship. A loud crack filled the air and suddenly something appeared, twice as tall as the carrier and infinitely meaner. The giant toad, its slit eyes gazing down at the carrier, reached for its gigantic gleaming blade and swept it across the carrier. It tore through the hull like a warm knife through butter, sending electrical sparks and debris everywhere. The Class 5 summon, one of the 3 gargantuan warrior of the Toad clan, croaked contently, and Tenzo could make out a small figure perched on its head, arms folded across his chest. Jiraiya, Tenzo breathed. His calculations would be wrong. This battle would be over much, much quicker than he had anticipated. With the power of one of the legendary 3 and a Class 5 summon, Sky Country had no chance. The counterattack had been a complete victory. Naruto helped Yugao limp out of the interrogation cell even as the captain continued to quietly tell her story to Yuka. He kept an ear out as the pieces began to fall into place. Yugao had noticed increased movement in the area during her standard patrol and had come to investigate. What she had found was an unknown enemy razing the local villages and towns, one after the other, capturing some of the populace and slaughtering the rest. Messengers had been sent. Perhaps they had been intercepted, or perhaps they would be arriving at a battered Konoha soon. She had called for all squads to converge on the areas and had begun launching guerrilla attacks against the invaders. They had done well in the first hour or so, decimating the enemy as they had landed to loot and pillage the towns they had just burned. The Sky Nin were extremely capable in the air and specialized in the use of tools and weaponry to a great degree. On the ground, against the force of ANBU hand-to-hand and ninjutsu training, they had hardly been a threat. Unfortunately, the Sky Nin had had sheer numbers and an aerial advantage, and soon it was a game of cat and mouse between the two forces, one that Yugao had lost in the end as the commander of Sky Country had entered the field. The man, elderly with white hair and yellow eyes, had torn through the ANBU like they had been genin. Yugao was an ANBU captain and one of the elite, definitely one of the top 20 in Konoha. She had fought fiercely as her squad retreated through the forest, but the commander had been just as fast, skilled and deadly as the ANBU. Her squad killed, she had been captured for interrogation. She hadn't gone into the details and Naruto didn't really want to know. Naruto helped her limp out from the cells and his squad formed around him. Naruto's thoughts raced. There were at least 100 prisoners in the cells, although Yugao had said there had been many more in the early hours of her imprisonment. Technically, his mission and the safety of the Leaf Village superseded everything. Naruto could leave them there and let them burn along with the rest of the Flying Fortress after they had destroyed the weapon. The Hokage wouldn't fault him, nor would anybody in ANBU. He couldn't. His heart wrenched at the thought of allowing the helpless that he had been sworn to defend die when he could have helped them. He took a deep breath and made his decision. "Daichi," he said quietly. The Hyuga looked at him, his body language quizzical. "The upper decks we passed, those large flying vessels. Could you fly them now that you've seen how the chakra works?" Daichi considered it. "I could," he said. He chuckled and scratched his head. "Well, I could glide it, I think. Landing could be rough," he admitted. "But hey, look on the bright side, we can land." "Land and crash have two very different definitions," Yuka muttered. She had popped a soldier pill, as had most of the others, and was looking much fresher. Still, that was 2 soldier spills in the span of a day. Team Sigma would be feeling it tomorrow. "We're going to split up," Naruto decided, and there was no hesitation in his voice. He had made his decision. "Kage, you're in command of Daichi and Captain Yuzuki. You'll free the prisoners and take them to the upper decks. Daichi will steal one of the transports and you'll load them in. Wait for us there." Daichi flashed a thumbs up at Kage, who merely scoffed at the exuberant Hyuga. Naruto paused. If you come under attack and you can't hold, evacuate," he said quietly, If that happens or we don't show up, you'll be in command of Team Sigma until the Hokage decrees otherwise. Understood. Kage nodded fractionally. The rest of us will link up with Team Mantis and destroy the chakra source of the fortress. Naruto finished. He left out that he had no idea on exactly how to do just that. The zero-tailed demon worm. He had never heard of it, but that was the world of shinobi. Information was the most powerful asset a shinobi could possess. If Sky Country had indeed captured an unknown tailed beast, then it was likely that they could use its immense chakra to power their flying fortress. However, everything Naruto had heard about the tailed beasts told him one thing. They did not like being confined. There were stories from other villages when tailed beasts had broken their bindings. They had never been nice stories. With that thought in mind, Naruto stood. Kage and Daichi began organizing the prisoners as Yugao watched, while Tawa, Kamachi, and Yuka formed up around him. With one last wave farewell, Team Sigma split and Naruto led his group out of the cells and back towards where they had come. After a few moments, the alarms began to blare. Naruto and his squad paused as they surveyed the area. It was just another deserted hallway, cracked and faded stone walls like the rest. He glanced at Kamachi, who shook her head. Mantis has been found out, Tawa noted grimly. Let's go, Naruto said shortly. They dashed through the hallways, navigating the somewhat confusing labyrinth by relying on Kamachi's above-average chakra sensing skills and listening for the sounds of distant fighting. Tremors were running through the wall as they got closer to their destination. There was no need for secrecy anymore, and their weariness had vanished in the wake of adrenaline. They met light resistance and tore through them with well-practiced ease. The average Sky Ni no match for the well-trained ANBU squad. The sounds of fighting grew louder, and resistance began to increase as they got closer to where Team Mantis was advancing. Naruto sent a powerful array of Shuriken Shadow clone into a pair of Sky Nin and entered the main hallway where the battle was taking place. Mantis and his squad were pressing forward against dozens of Sky Nin, kunai launchers and explosions tearing through the walls. Perhaps it had just been one corridor to begin with, but the fighting had widened it dramatically. Naruto's squad joined up with Team Mantis and Naruto sidled up to the other squad leader. "We will hold here," Mantis said calmly, despite his bleeding shoulder. He jerked his head. "Down that corridor there seems to be a large room with podium. Beyond that podium is a central shaft where I believe the chakra is emanating from. I only caught a glimpse." Naruto digested the information. "We will provide cover for your retreat once you have completed the mission." Mantis ducked gracefully underneath a hail of kunai as a wall of hardened earth rose from the stone floor, blocking the rest. Naruto thumped the man on the back and signaled his squad. Mantis watched and signaled his men. On his count, they all withdrew behind the wall and formed hand seals. Chakra surged through the air as each member of Team Mantis stood up and molded powerful flame techniques. The air howled as the fire billowed out in all directions around them, forcing the advancing Sky Nin to retreat or duck for cover. Naruto nodded once to Mantis and his team jumped from cover in a blur. They paused, molding chakra for the body flicker technique, and flickered to the other side of the hall. The fires were beginning to retreat as Naruto and his squad made his way past the beleaguered defenders and slipped into the passageway that had been indicated. Their feet pelted along the ground and his heart roared in his chest. His veins were alive with chakra and adrenaline as the squad of 4 darted through the empty corridor. They approached a set of double doors and stormed through them in a single push. They entered a large room and halted. Blank-faced statues lined the columns on either side as, up on the podium and seated in a throne-like chair, a white-haired man with ornate robes peered down at them imperiously. His face looked amused, but yellow eyes revealed his emotions. Loathing and anger and disgust and 1,000 other emotions all melded together into an unquenchable hatred. Behind him was the shaft that Mantis had mentioned, and a deep dark light emanated from the very center of it. Naruto recognized the man from the descriptions Captain Yuzuki had given him. It was the commander of the Sky Nin, the man responsible for the attack on Konoha and the murder, pillage, and razing of the outlying towns and villages in the region. Hatred like he had never felt before towards anybody rose up in his chest like there was a monster squirming to get out. Naruto wanted nothing more than to dart forwards and cut that damnable smirk of the elderly man's face. "I am Shino," the man said quietly. His yellow eyes watched them keenly as the ANBU spread out below him. I am the Lord of the Land of Sky, Commander-in-Chief of the village hidden in the winds. Who are you to come into my domain? Ferret Team Sigma, Naruto replied shortly. He spoke the next words as wrote. You have declared war on Fire Country and Konoha. Surrender and mercy may be shown. He added at the end unconvincingly. Shino smiled and chuckled in amusement. Both he and Naruto knew that there would be no such thing. Naruto's hand clenched around his kunai and his chakra began to race through his body. It was time to end this war. Team Sigma, Shino mused. He sat there, his chest rested on his palm and showing very little reaction to the ANBU squad that was surrounding him. It was a level of arrogance brought on by one of two things, overconfidence or a level of ability that far outstripped even the elite ANBU. As Naruto stared into those cruel yellow eyes, he couldn't help but feel that the latter was more likely. I'm surprised, Shino said even as Kamachi and Tawa darted around the huge stone-faced pillars and drew closer and closer to him. I didn't think the Hokage's personal assistant would be out and about considering what's happened to the village hidden in leaves. I haven't seen a Team Sigma since the start of the Third Shinobi War. He stood up and Kamachi and Tawa halted, lurking in the shadows. The elderly man's eyes flickered to them and crinkled in amusement. Naruto, for his part, straightened and eyed the man warily. He discreetly signaled his team, his fingers flying in blazing fast code. Shino, however, chuckled and Naruto paused. Oh, a flanking maneuver. His face took on wry expression. And you're going to face me head-on while your two little friends provide closed-range support and the Yamanaka runs interference? That's rude, we're still speaking. Naruto held up his hand, his mind racing. He signaled to abort and Tawa and Kamachi retreated, obeying their orders and falling back to the other side of the room where Yuka had positioned herself. The ANBU code had been compromised. It was a far bigger security leak than Naruto had thought was possible. This man, the leader of Sky Country, the one who had ordered an invasion against their village, had cracked the secrets of the ANBU hand code. It wasn't just that. Enemy shinobi would occasionally catch a glimpse and piece by piece the other villages would form a rough dictionary of what signal meant what. This forced Konoha's ANBU communications department to consistently revise, update and modify the code every few years or so. Shino knew current ANBU hand code, the one that had only been implemented 7 months ago. Naruto didn't know how Shino had discovered this secret. Perhaps Yugao had let more slip than she had realized. It didn't matter. Very shortly, the cruel-eyed man would never get a chance to speak of it again. The back of his mind, the one where a voice that sounded suspiciously like Sarutobi's, pointed out that there had been no reason for Shino to reveal his advanced knowledge of ANBU code. Wryly, Naruto wondered if the other man had just had similar thoughts to him, that the ANBU team would never be able to reveal that they had been compromised. I wasn't actually planning on getting my hands dirty, Shino mentioned quietly. He stood up, his ornate robes draping over his tall and somewhat muscular frame. But there was something I've wanted to try, and I suppose a Leaf ANBU squad might help me along the way. Go! Naruto barked. He inhaled, his hands blurring through a series of signs and ending on Tiger, while his teammates flickered forward. Sweltering chakra formed in his mouth and he drew his head back and spat. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive streak of fire roared from his mouth and shot forward. Naruto channeled chakra into the technique and kept up his attack as Kamachi and Tawa appeared on both sides of Shino. They were only there for a split second, Kamachi sending a hail of deadly thin senbon and Tawa throwing the very last of his explosive tags at the man's face. Naruto couldn't see Shino from beyond the rippling air and bright yellow and orange flames, but he saw Kamachi backflip out of the way of something, while Tawa jerked and was pushed away from the podium with incredible force. Something dark flickered in Naruto's vision and his instincts screamed. He halted his technique and instantly ducked. Something oily and horrid soared past his head, a shimmering dark light that was almost invisible to the naked eye, and his fire technique was torn apart with ease. Naruto tensed and his eyes shot to the throne, where the fire and smoke was slowly dissipating. Tawa and Kamachi landed beside him and awaited their orders. Medical technique complete, came Shino's voice, but it sounded different, smoother and less hoarse. The smoke disappeared and Naruto's eyes widened in shock. The body revival technique was a success. Where Shino had once stood as a man approaching his twilight years was a much younger and much fitter version of the Sky Country's lord. Long black hair dangled over his bulging shoulders and the wrinkles and creases around his face had disappeared. His ornate robes had been ripped apart from the sudden expansion of his shoulders and chest. A simple pair of blue pants covered his legs and nothing else. Dark light flickered around him, coiling around his fists as he clenched them experimentally. For a moment, Naruto thought that another man had taken Shino's place, but their eyes were the same, piercing yellow and reflecting cruelty and hatred. "How did you do that?" Naruto uttered quietly. "Do you really think I'm going to tell you?" Shino said and chuckled darkly. He beckoned at the ANBU imperiously.
Come lifnin.
"Come and make me talk." Naruto turned and shot a look at Kamachi and Tawa. They nodded slightly at him and suddenly blurred away. Shino chuckled and surged forward, meeting Tawa head-on in a blur of fists. Naruto saw Yuka hovering around the back, her hands twisted into a symbol as she formed her illusionary techniques. Tawa ducked and held out his hands. Red light shot from down his sleeve, lines, bars and symbols amalgamated, forming a massive scarlet warhammer as tall as he was. Kamachi appeared on his side and a rain of senbon fell. They sparkled and a barrage of lightning-infused pikes slammed into his body. Flesh sizzled and blackened and Shino twitched, letting out a pained gasp. He staggered and fell victim to a heavy two-handed sweep of the warhammer. Shino roared in pain as his legs splintered and exploded in a burst of gore. His mouth was open in sheer agony as Kamachi looped a wire around his flailing hand and used it to deliver a series of vicious kicks around his throat and jaw. Teeth cracked and blood splattered as Shino's head jerked back. Naruto was there to finish up, his hands crossed in a unique seal. 3 clones appeared around the wounded Shino, each bearing kunai. 2 stabbed them into the muscular torso, perforating a kidney and a heart. The other jabbed it through the man's neck, dragging it roughly across and severing his arterial veins. The real Naruto darted forward, a compressing swirling ball of humming chakra held in his right hand. He ducked underneath Shino's flailing arms and launched it right into the man's chest. The spirally orb tore through muscles and flesh, expanding and ripping through the lord of the Sky Country. Shino was sent flying backwards by the sheer force of the technique and he crashed into a technique. Rock cracked, but so did Shino, and with a battered, broken and fatally wounded body he crumpled to the ground. The fight had barely lasted 5 seconds. Naruto, Kamachi and Tawa were panting as they jumped back and flanked the fallen body. For Naruto, his heart was pounding madly and he was bearing a vicious grin underneath his mask. It was over. The commander and chief of Sky Country's armed forces had been. Naruto's thoughts skidded to a halt and he couldn't stop the gasp that escaped his lips. Shino stood, dark light buzzing around him and chuckling quietly, as if Team Sigma had just told him a particularly amusing joke. Dark light flowed around him and the central column, where the same light was racing up past the podium, was glowing. Muscles shifted, bones broke and reset, arteries and veins closed and skin melded back together. After a few seconds, Shino was standing there looking as tough as ever, even tougher, if that was at all possible. "Good try," the dark-haired man said. He laughed mockingly, his yellow eyes bearing his savage glee to the stunned ANBU squad. He leaned forward threateningly. "Hey, would you like another shot?" For the first time, Naruto felt fear. It wasn't the fear of failing the mission or losing his friends or even dying. The young blonde ANBU, 12 years of age, stared at the yellow-eyed man shrouded in dark light and felt a primal and basic fear. Every survival instinct was screaming at him, warning him. He gritted his teeth and jerked his head in response. Tawa held out his arms and the scarlet light shot from down his sleeves. His ANBU robes fluttered as his large spiked warhammer appeared, and he stepped forward, meeting the other man's challenge boldly. Seeing Tawa's defiance made Naruto ashamed of his fear, but he suppressed that too. A battle was no place to wear his heart on his sleeve. "How interesting," Shino murmured, eyeing the weapon. "It's a very fascinating piece of Fuinjutsu. You've got the seal formula tattooed into your skin and woven into the chakra pathways of your arms and upper shoulders, correct? Using that formula, You could create the spiritual representation of almost any weapon. Tawa didn't reply. He lunged forward and brought his hammer up over his head. With a quick burst of chakra, he flickered and appeared above Shino, bringing the spiked hammer down with incredible display of brute force. Shino grinned and appeared to brace himself. He held up his arms and blocked the blow. His arms bent backwards, bones tearing through the skin, and they shattered in an instant. Kamachi was there an instant later as she coiled wire around his limbs, holding them in place with a system of sanban acting as pulleys. Yuka appeared on the other side of her, her gleaming golden hair coiling up above her head like a serpent. With a whip-like crack, it snapped down and wrapped around his neck. The hair tightened and Shino gurgled as something cracked and his neck bent at an impossible angle. As this was happening, Naruto formed 2 clones and they all sped through hand seals. Earth release rising stone spears. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Water release, water fong bullet. One clone burst into existence in front of Shino, crouched with his hands on the ground. Sharp stone spikes burst out from the ground, punching through Shino's legs and stomach, ripping into organs and bone. The other clone appeared behind the Lord of Sky Country, sweeping a single hand. An almost invisible blade of wind tore through the air, taking off an ear and most of the dark-haired scalp. The original Naruto weaved his water technique and tossed his water bottle in the air. A pulse of chakra swept through the bottle and it abruptly exploded, 3 spinning funnels of water racing forward and drilling deep into Shino's chest. The piercing water technique burrowed through his rib cage and tore his heart from his chest. Naruto leaned forward from where he stood, watching Shino intently. After a few seconds, the partially scalped man did not move. He nodded and Kamachi and Yuka withdrew their binds. Tawa lifted his warhammer and gave Shino one more whack, cracking his skull and sending his corpse crashing to the ground. They all waited in tense silence, the distant sounds of Team Mantis battling in the background, as Shino's body jerked and twitched before them. He's still alive, Yuka breathed. Her face was masked but Naruto could imagine the horror on it underneath. It would look a bit like his. Abruptly, the pillar of dark light flared and something rippled through the air. Naruto grunted as he was lifted off of his feet by a rapidly expanding shockwave. His vision blurred and his senses were scrambled. For a split second, Naruto heard a cascading wave of screams and yells of pure agony, fear, terror, hate, anger, desperation, panic, pain, sheer unrivaled pain. It was a single flash of torment and lasted only a fraction of a second. It was enough to make him shudder, his cold and calculated grip on his emotions faltering. His hands shook as he looked up. Shino rose, dark light leaking from his mangled and broken body. Muscles bulged and shifted, layering on each other again and again. His skin closed together and tightened, toughening and hardening. His hair grew out again and his arms thickened. For a split second, Naruto saw past the knitting flesh on his forearm and saw thick plates of bone growing from the splintered remains. Shino laughed with an almost maniacal tone as he flexed his new muscles. To think that medical techniques could be enhanced by dark chakra to this point, he crowed. He stepped forward as Naruto staggered to his feet. Tawa, Yuka, and Kamachi, who had been closer to the blast, remained twitching on the ground. I wonder if this is the secret to Tsunade's power. Is this how she became so devastatingly powerful? He strode past Naruto's weak form, dodging a half-hearted swipe and delivering a vicious kick that sent the blonde ANBU into and through one of the concrete pillars. Naruto groaned as blackness flittered over his vision. His body ached, sapped of strength from the sheer potency of the dark chakra. His own chakra pathways felt sluggish, his tenketsu fluttering open and shut. I do believe that we have enough for a single shot, Shino was saying. Naruto didn't know who he was talking to. Maybe him, and he forced his head up. Shino was surrounded by swirling dark chakra, his fingers tapping on it quickly. The easiest part about this weapon is that you can collect the suffering you inflicted with it. It's self-sustaining. I fire it, I kill, the zero-tailed demon worm collects the dark chakra released from human suffering and we power the weapon to fire it again. Kamachi and Tawa were stirring. Yuka was on her knees, panting madly. But I suppose I need to test it first, Shino admitted, and he hummed. The flying fortress began to shudder and quake, and the room tilted to the left. The hum of the engines increased, and Naruto could picture the giant stone construct turning around. It halted after a few moments as Shino pulled a map out from behind his throne and studied it. "Target, Gyambaru no Maki," he declared. His fists clenched, veins popping up from underneath the skin, and his yellow eyes flickered. A border city between the Land of Fire and the Land of Tea, the main trading hub of the region. A population of approximately 100,000 plus a sizable garrison of Leaf Nin perfect. He lifted his hand. Naruto tried desperately to rise to his feet. Fire! Anchor Vantion, the ultimate weapon of Sky Country, fired. Naruto wasn't outside to see the effects of the weapon being activated, but he felt it. The entire fortress shuddered and groaned, stone grinding and moaning. Spent kunai and senbon rattled on the floor as the shaft of dark chakra flared. A tremendous pillar of dark light shot forward, sucking up the dim light emanating from the ceiling lights and torches. Naruto clenched his hand and willed his body to move, to do something, anything. The dark glow receded and Shino stood there with an expectant look on his face. His expression was twisted, the glow in his cruel eyes malicious. There was another shudder and the dark chakra pulsed. Shino chortled. "Excellent," he crowed. "I really must send men to take pictures." He turned, staring down at Naruto arrogantly. "This is the power of the zero-tailed demon. Human suffering, collected, stored and used as the ultimate weapon." He sounded insane. "There's no such thing," Naruto panted. "There are only 9-tailed demons." "You're right," Shino agreed. "The first Hokage distributed them around the villages now known as the Great Five as a way to maintain peace. Admirable sentiments, really it was, but he failed. We never had a tailed beast. We were your allies for so long and you gave us nothing." The sheer vehemence in his voice and what he was saying had Naruto confused. "So I decided to fix that," Shino continued. He clenched his fist. "I created my own tailed beast and implanted it into a Jinchuriki." His yellow eyes flared with madness. "The balance of power is broken. My tailed beast is the strongest of them all. Even the 9-tailed beast would fall." Movement and flexibility was beginning to return to his limbs. He tensed his muscles underneath Shino's watchful but unconcerned eye. His chakra was beginning to flow properly, the lingering effects of the dark chakra dissipating. His 3 squad mates, wobbling and Tawa still groaning, rose up as well. Shino shrugged. "Dark chakra can take a kick out of you," he mentioned casually. "It seems your body has adjusted to it somewhat." He grinned manically. "Excellent. I was getting bored."
Come, Leaf Nin.
"You only have a few moments to stop me before I turn this weapon on your village and fire." Naruto glared at him furiously. His blood was surging. Every fiber of his body was roaring and ready to go. His intent to kill crashed down around the room, joining that of the rest of his squad, and his chakra surged to the forefront. A heavy and deep presence slammed down on the room as Naruto reared up, and then he stopped and held out a hand. That little part of his mind, the part he liked to call rationality, was ticking. Shino could have killed them all, and there was nothing they could have done to stop him. This was a sobering realization that somewhat dampened his rage. He observed the grinning dark-haired man, his body taut with newly developed muscles, and he slowly began to piece it together. "No," he declared quietly. Tawa shifted on his feet but held back with the rest of the squad. "No, we're not going to attack you, because that's what you want." Shino remained silently, smiling cruelly. "Our techniques hurt you," Naruto said, his voice taking on confidence and volume as it came together. "We use lethal techniques and perform fatal blows and you heal from them all. But every time you heal you get bigger." His mind flashed back to the thick arm bones, the twisting and squirming muscles, and the hardening flesh. "You want us to hurt you. You have a medical technique that rebuilds your body and makes it even stronger." Came crashing down on them. "We make you stronger," Naruto realized. He shook his head in disgust, feeling the urge to spit at something. "We just made you bigger and tougher. That's why you let us live. You want to get a feel for leaf techniques and harden the areas of the body we attack the most." "Very good," drawled Shino. He clapped mockingly. I do have one question, though. How will you stop me from destroying your village? Naruto's mind raced. A thought occurred, but ANBU code had been compromised. He formed a seal and created 3 shadow clones, which darted to his squad mates and whispered something in their ears. They disappeared a second later and his squad straightened and prepared to attack. Go! Naruto shouted. Tawa, Kamachi, and Naruto flickered from the spot and surrounded Shino. Naruto saw the man's eyes track them as they appeared before him, yet he did nothing, just smiled and casually launched a punch at Kamachi. Kamachi dodged and her wires glinted in the light as she bound him life before. Naruto flipped through some signs and the stone rose up around them, trapping his outstretched arms and encasing his hands. Naruto formed a sign and the stone glimmered, hardening into a gleaming ebony crystal. Bright scarlet light poured into Tawa's hands and he created a series of glowing chains, wrapping them around Shino's body and looping them through the earth technique. Yuka stayed behind and formed a seal. She raised her hands and targeted Shino. Mind-body switch technique. Shino jerked and Yuka paused. All of a sudden, her body convulsed and her eyes rolled into the back of her head. She let out a piercing scream that echoed through the large chamber and sent a dreadful chill down Naruto's back. She shook on the spot, a seizure racking her body. Her blonde hair flailed out and around her, but her hands were still brought together. Shino laughed as Naruto made the abort sign and the 3 ANBU leapt away. He tore across the room and slammed into Yuka, knocking her hands out of position. He twisted in the air and caught her gently as he landed in a neat crouch. Her screaming had stopped, but she's still and unresponsive. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Yuka, he hissed. It was all going wrong and despair threatened to overwhelm him. Shino laughed and Naruto jerked his head up. He glared daggers at the man from behind his mask, noting a series of Fuinjutsu symbols slowly fade from the man's forehead. It'll take more than a Yamanaka mind technique to crack through Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, he bellowed, still chuckling. Naruto froze. Well, I'm bored now, Shino continued. If you're not going to attack me, then I'll have to attack you. He formed a symbol and crouched. The same medical techniques that let me heal my body let me do this as well. 8 inner gates formation open. The 8th gate, the gate of death. Shino clenched his fists as Naruto jerked back in horror. Dark chakra swirled around him. His muscles tightened and the ground trembled. A massive wave of that revolting chakra swept through the room, picking up debris and discarded weaponry off the floor. Naruto somersaulted as the wave of power sent dozens of Kamachis spent senbon towards him and landed on the ground, staring at the enemy with undisguised horror. His muscles were bulging even more, his skin reddening and his eyeballs rolling back in his head. Chakra pulsed from him, more chakra than Naruto had ever felt before, as all 8 inner gates activated. It was said that those who open all 8 gates would be, for a time, as strong as any Kage-level shinobi, before dying shortly afterwards. As the dark light flooding the room began to die down, Naruto doubted that Shino would suffer the aftereffects of opening the 8 gates as somebody like Guy might have. What a terrifying opponent. I've decided on my title, Leaf Nin, Shino chuckled. His voice was deeper, huskier, but it still retained the hatred and derision from before. He stepped forward and the concrete underneath him buckled and cracked. The Sky Emperor, what do you think? The door burst open. Shino turned and was pushed backwards as a howling gale tore into the room. Team Mantis surged forward as Team Sigma once again clambered up off the ground. Naruto saw the wounds that Team Mantis had suffered, torn and bloodied robes, bandaged limbs. For one member, a limb simply gone. Explosive tags and shuriken flew forward as 4 members moved to engage Shino on the other side of the chamber while Mantis appeared before Naruto. We have secured the area and are moving in to assist, he said dully. Code compromised? Naruto gasped, shaking his head dazedly. He's opened the 8th gate. He's a genius with medical techniques. We need to somehow destroy his whole body at once. Leave nothing for him to regenerate from. Mantis nodded. We will engage, he declared quietly. Move to support. He disappeared and Naruto jerked his head at Kamachi and Tawa, who darted forward and fell in line with the other ANBU squad. He remained back, quickly taking Yuka's motionless form and moving her further away from the battle. He made a hand sign, gathered a smear of blood off of his cloak, and slammed his hand down on the ground. The Hokage needed to be aware of what was happening. The third Hokage sat behind the table and watched the emergency council discuss matters. His hat had slid down his face, which was quite a relief for him as it hid how weary he was. It had been the first battle since the attack of the nine-tailed demon fox 12 years ago, and once the rush of chakra and adrenaline had worn off, he had found that his hands were shaking. His body was full of aches and pains that he was never aware of before, a sobering realization that he was not as young as he used to. His chakra and spirit was as fierce as ever, but his flesh had withered and grown old. It was quite disheartening. The ANBU commander blurred into the room and the chatter stopped. "I have received a message from Captain Tenzo," he said quietly. "Message received. Mission complete, 9 casualties, no fatalities. Enemy infrastructure captured intact. Jiraiya is on the scene and will assist in upcoming operations. Request further support to lock down and secure captured assets. Pending threat to Konoha minimal." Koharu breathed a sigh of relief. "Tenzo has done well," Hamura said gruffly. Shikaku was silent, deep in thought, as excited chatters and murmurs sprung from all around the table. Sarutobi too remained silent, his mind wandering to his foolish little assistant. Truly, Naruto had done well on what should have been a routine regional patrol. His pride in his pupil was only exceeded by his worry. A flying castle manned by Sky Nin, a zero-tailed demon beast, one that Sarutobi had never heard of, the sacking and razing of the Fire Country's southern regions. Something was building. "Is it time to reduce the threat to emergency level 2? Inoichi asked quietly. "We could allow the recovery and relief teams to leave the shelters and start working on essential repairs." A small monkey burst into the room in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi practically snatched the tattered scroll out of its hands, idly noting the bloody fingerprints on it. Silence filled the room as he uncurled it and began to read. He closed his eyes and let out a small sigh. "Jianbaru no Maki has been destroyed," Sarutobi said, his eyes closed. "Team Sigma suggests survivors are unlikely." You could have heard a pin drop in the room. Over 100,000 Fire Country citizens were gone. The Fire Lord would have no choice but to become involved now. There would be repercussions and reprisals. Truly, this could well be the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. "The enemy is in possession of a long-ranged weapon capable of striking over far distances. An attack on the village is imminent," Sarutobi continued. Shikaku leant forward intently. "Can Team Sigma delay or stop the attack?" he asked seriously. Sarutobi paused. Slowly, he shook his head. "A contingent of ANBU is on the scene," he said gravely. "However, the enemy commander has access to a unique chakra. Sigma reports that this chakra allows the enemy to withstand fatal blows and open the inner gate of death without repercussion. Sigma reports likely mission failure." Seated down at the other end of the table, Guy froze. "That's impossible," the normally enthusiastic Jonin muttered to himself. "Such an opponent would be S-ranked. As such, we need to counter with an S-rank shinobi of our own," Shikaku said decisively. "Jiraiya is nearby. We should have him take command of Tenzo's platoon and launch an immediate attack on the fortress." Sarutobi nodded. "Do it," he ordered. He stood up in his chair, his chakra surging around his tired and aching body. His teeth were bared in a somewhat vicious snarl, and those closest to him leaned back. "Hamura, Koharu, retrieve the second Hokage's scroll of sealing." His two teammates exchanged looks and disappeared. "I will attend to the village walls," Sarutobi commanded. "All shinobi are to remain on alert. Begin Code 7 Black. All civilian and military forces must be prepared to evacuate the village. Code 7 Black. The abandonment of the village's infrastructure. It had never been activated before, even when the nine-tailed demon fox had appeared in the middle of the village. Sarutobi had only had time to consider it before the events were over. Sarutobi activated a near-instantaneous body flicker and disappeared from the room. The message scroll lay on the table unheeded as the rest of the council began immediate emergency preparations. Only the ANBU commander remained still, deep in thought, and strode effortlessly through the bustle. He took the scroll and read it. Then, he threw it on the table and disappeared, leaving it to roll unsteadily from one side to the other, the last words of the message present. It's been an honor. I'm sorry. It was an impossible battle. The summon dispersed with his final mission report. Naruto fell into line with his comrades and together they fought against the megalomaniac leader of Sky Country. Naruto used every scrap of chakra he possessed, ignoring the burning sensation emanating from his tenketsu as he hung back and provided long-ranged ninjutsu support. Shadow's clones burst into existence, weaving hand seals, channeling elemental chakra, and dispersing once they had finished. Naruto surrounded Shino on all sides and launched combination techniques that normally would have required several A-ranked shinobi working in tandem. Kamachi and Tawa, fatigued and wounded from the earlier battle, stepped in line with him. Kamachi launched barrages of senbon infused with lightning chakra, hundreds and hundreds of them unpacking from the storage seals lining the inner layer of her ANBU robes. She pelted Shino, hitting vital points and painful nerve clusters every single time. Tawa had formed a bright scarlet bow in his hand and shot gleaming streaks of chakra forward, as fast as any thrown kunai. Team Sigma provided a support role while Team Mantis moved to engage. For a few moments, Naruto was absolutely stunned to see the flawless teamwork that the other ANBU team displayed. There was no wasted movement. Every step forward and backwards had a greater purpose in mind as the 5 other ANBU almost danced around Shino. Metal glinted and flashed, 2 of the ANBU holding swords and delivering a series of deep slashes to the enemy's critical points. Mantis was there wielding a fistful of light, blinding intensive beams of focused chakra swinging out and ripping through the hardened muscles and toughened skin with ease. Even the ANBU member with one arm was contributing, using his legs to gain momentum and delivering a series of snapping kicks to Shino's face every time he was in range. This was an ANBU team who had been fighting together for so long that coordination was just like breathing for them. There was no hesitation, no apparent regard for their safety. Between Team Sigma's long-range capabilities and the sheer amount of close combat firepower coming from Team Mantis, Naruto would have usually struggled to think of a single opponent that could have handled them with ease. Even the Hokage would have had to at least try, if only for a few moments. Shino's grating maniacal laugh filled the chamber as he took each blow and strike casually, unconcerned as his body turned to pulp around him. Team Mantis tore into him, taking pounds of flesh for the lives that Sky Country had stolen that day, and the Sky Emperor thanked them for it. Dark chakra swirled around him, his body regenerating almost instantly now. After a few moments, each blow from Team Mantis was doing significantly less damage. Mantis held up his fistful of light and jumped over his one-armed teammate as the latter delivered a vicious kick that snapped Shino's head backwards. The ANBU held out his one good arm and gave Mantis a push. Mantis soared through the air, and the light in his hand grew brighter. He thrust it forward, at Shino's head, and for the first time the man reacted. Shino moved as a blur, grabbed Mantis by his arm. His muscles flexed and dark chakra abruptly howled. With a simple jerking movement, as if he was just peeling a banana, Shino pulled down and tore off Mantis' arm. Blood sprayed. Mantis let out an odd choking noise and was flung aside with contemptible ease. One of his teammates caught him, and a combined earth-fire technique swirled around Shino an instant later, hot whirlpools of mud and tar surrounding him and enveloping him. Mantis! Naruto broke formation, signaling his team as he did so, and appeared by the other squad leader's side. Combat efficiency reduced, Mantis said. His voice was strangely blank, but his one good hand was quivering. Naruto could only marvel at the other man's composure. Nonetheless, a potential weakness has been exposed. His head, Naruto said with a grim nod. It's the only time he defended himself. Mantis nodded slightly. His teammate left him there on the ground and returned to battle as Shino tore himself out of the mud, his skin blistering and melted in several places. Scarlet arrows pierced his lungs, punching through the skin with the effectiveness of a quarrel. Shino's one-armed teammates was now holding a sickle, blue hazy chakra running down on the inside curve of the weapon. Apparently they had also gotten the message. A single cut from that would take off Shino's head. Mantis turned his head to Naruto. "Ferret," he said calmly. I will bleed out unless this wound is closed. I don't know medical chakra, Naruto said quietly as his comrades fought around them. He held up his palm and it was glowing red, waves of heat emanating from it. I can cauterize it. Mantis nodded. This will hurt, Naruto warned and pressed the fire elemental chakra on his palm firmly into the other ANBU's shoulder. Flesh sizzled and popped, and for the first time Mantis let out a slow moan of pain. Naruto finished as quickly as he could and wrapped a bandage around it, hoping that perhaps the medical chakra imbued in it might be able to help in some way, to relieve the pain if nothing else. Mantis nodded at Naruto in thanks. He held out his other arm and his chakra technique burst into existence, a hazy fistful of dimmed light. Both squad leaders climbed to their feet and Mantis flickered, disappearing and reappearing on the front lines. Naruto flicked through some hand seals and brought his hand down on the ground.
Summoning technique.
There was a puff of smoke and Enma appeared. The Monkey King surveyed the ongoing battle and likely made his own assessment in a single moment. He looked down at Naruto, folding his arms and eyeing the young ANBU grimly. This is the commander then? Enma asked gruffly. Yes, Naruto answered quickly. He regenerates from fatal wounds almost instantly. He's activated all 8 inner gates and he's letting us hurt him so that he can rebuild his body to contain resilience to Konoha's techniques. Arrogant, Enma growled. Plan of attack? Head, Naruto replied. He held out his arm. Let's kill this son of a bitch, Enma. The Monkey King nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto reached into it and took the adamantine staff. It fit into his hands perfectly, and he could feel the chakra swirling inside of it. The potent life force and energy of the Monkey King condensed into a single gleaming staff. He gripped it and lunged forward. The ANBU were darting around Shino, delivering a series of debilitating wounds to his limbs. Naruto saw a kneecap explode only to reform a second later. Horrible gushing wounds tore into the enemy's thighs and shins, healing almost instantaneously, but still slowing the Sky Emperor down. Mantis prowled in the background, darting forward and attempting to deliver a sharp blow to Shino's head as he was distracted and unable to move. Naruto fell in line with the mantis-masked ANBU and together they nodded. The ANBU around Shino jumped back, paused and resumed their attacks with even greater ferocity. It was a flash and blur of movement as the stone beneath Shino's feet turned to mud. The dark-haired man grunted as he sank into the pit, waving away the ANBU like they were irritating flies as the elite shinobi tore through his arms, impaling them with kunai and wire. There were 2 ANBU members for each arm, and they restrained him as Naruto darted forward. He raised the staff, it extended, but Shino tilted his head. A clawed hand burst out from the staff and Enma gripped Shino by the throat and squeezed. There were pops and cracks as bones were crushed and forced out of place. Naruto fed his own chakra into the staff, augmenting Enma's already impressive strength, and planted his feet on the ground. Shino, his impossibly muscular form immobilized, watched, and Naruto relished the sudden fear that entered his yellow eyes as Mantis charged at him with the fistful of wavy bright yellow light glowing in his hand. Mantis pulled back his arm and prepared to deliver the final blow, but faltered. Shino hadn't moved. His hands were still trapped and bound. Nonetheless, his body flickered with dark light and Naruto felt the dark chakra ooze over him. In a sudden burst of power, each of the ANBU was thrown away by a shockwave of pure force that emanated from Shino's body. Naruto dropped the staff as twirled in the air and landed on the floor. He opened his hand and Enma elongated back into it. He gripped the firm black surface, breathing harshly. This is getting dangerous, Shino mentioned casually as he tore through the bindings with ease. He lifted himself out of the pit of mud and shook it off. Yellow eyes surveyed the ANBU maliciously. Let's end this, shall we? It was an impossible battle, one that they couldn't win. What followed next showed the clear distinction between A-ranked and S-ranked shinobi. Shino simply disappeared on the spot using nothing but the pure speed from his enhanced muscles. He reappeared by one of the struggling members of Team Mantis and lifted a heavy leg. With a start, Naruto realized that Team Mantis hadn't been exposed to the dark chakra before, and he lunged towards them. Enma shot forward, but Shino grabbed it and ripped it from his hands. He slammed his foot down on the ground and the stone shattered from the force of the blow. Naruto didn't see what happened, but he could guess, and he signaled Kamachi and Tawa furiously. Team Sigma blurred forward, attempting to halt Shino's slaughter of Team Mantis. Enma appeared in a puff of smoke, the angry primate baring his teeth as he delivered a two-handed haymaker to Shino. Shino took the hit and grabbed Enma by his arm. He held out a hand and swirling dark chakra appeared there, akin to a Rasengan. He slammed it into Enma's chest and sent the Monkey King flying backwards with incredible force to the other side of the chamber. Enma slammed into the wall in a cloud of dust and slid down it. Shino turned with a vicious grin on his face as Naruto charged at him with a Rasengan. The blonde ANBU jumped and thrust it at his head. Shino was chuckled as he blocked it with the palm of his hand, dark chakra flaring to meet the swirling blue technique in Naruto's hand. Naruto cried out as the bones in his hand shattered. His arm burned as dark chakra washed over it. His momentum stopped. With a sneer, Shino tossed Naruto up into the air and pulled his arm back. Dark chakra swirled around his knuckles. Naruto, twisting in the air, managed to cross his arms over his face in an attempt to soften the blow. It saved his life. Shino's single blow tore both arms out of their sockets. His forearms fractured as shards of bone and flesh was torn apart. They bent backwards, the massive force pushing them into an unnatural angle, and slammed on his face. His head rocked back, his body in agony. Naruto couldn't stop himself from screaming as Shino brutally crushed his guard and launched a punch on Naruto's face. His head swam dizzyingly and a white light rocked his vision. A loud ceramic crack filled the air as the mask on his face splintered apart and Naruto was sent flying by the blow. He landed on something hard and unforgiving and lay there silently. His body broken and his mind dazed. He could only watch the events that followed numbly. Kamachi and Tawa engaged Shino for a full 3 seconds. Shino brushed past them and spun around, delivering a brutal kick to Tawa. Even his scarlet chakra forming a makeshift shield did nothing to soften the blow and Tawa was propelled into the roof. The stone around him cracked and he fell limply to the floor. Kamachi was next as Shino grabbed her hair. Almost immediately his hand was littered with 100 senbon, but he ignored them and lifted her up. He spun her around and Kamachi shrieked as most of her hair and parts of her scalp was torn off. She was sent flying and disappeared past Naruto's vision. Team Mantis, having somewhat recovered, attacked. Shino tore them apart piece by piece. It lasted less than a minute. "Feel this pain, Konoha," he screamed as Naruto watched on dazedly. "Feel the pain of my village. Feel the pain of those that died by your sins." "Sky Country," Naruto gurgled. His mouth was warm with blood and he spat. "Sky Country was before my time. What, you aren't? This is..." His incoherent ramblings attracted the attention of Shino, who stood wreathed in the dark light of the chakra of the zero-tailed demon worm. With a roar of anger, Shino punched one of the columns in the chamber and it turned to dust. "Fuck Sky Country," he boomed. "Do you think they're the only ones that Konoha wronged? Sky Country and I had a common goal, that's it. They were useful, so I helped them with their little flying machines. What you did to my village was much worse." Naruto opened his mouth to respond. He froze. A sudden surge of chakra, something fierce and primal, clamped down in the room. Shino froze and spun his head, his eyes wide as the chakra raged, wild and untamed. A large bulky person was emerging from the shadows, orange and yellow eyes peering out from the darkness. "Senjutsu," somebody rumbled harshly. It was Enma. Where he had once appeared humanoid, he now appeared like a true mountain gorilla. His armor had fallen away, revealing thick white and gray fur, and his face had twisted. Orange streaks of fur crisscrossed the area around his eyes, and he was something potent swirled around him, dancing just out of reach of Naruto's senses. "What's this?" asked Shino, his voice no longer cocky. "What's this chakra?" Enma didn't say a word. He hunchbacked on his forelegs and the ground cracked. Shino's eyes widened as Enma let out a deafening roar and charged at him. It was almost comical, a mountain gorilla weighing hundreds of kilograms with thick bulging muscles bounding forward. Shino didn't seem to think so and he dodged the first swing, swinging his leg back to prepare a counter suddenly. His face splintered and rocked back and he was pushed off his feet. Blood spluttered from his lips as he landed neatly and cocked a fist back. Dark chakra swirled around his hand and he met the next wild fist with one of his own. The air was full of howling wind and the ground trembled and shook. For the first time during this fight, Shino was pushed back by the sheer force of the punch. He growled and countered with his own punch. To Naruto, what followed was the pinnacle of hand-to-hand combat. Two beings, masters of strange and unusual chakras, met in a blur of fists. The air twisted and howled underneath the force of the blows, and the thick stone was begun to give way in many places. What was left of the podium disappeared underneath the brutal combats. Punches and kicks leveled blocks of stone and walls with ease. Shino and Enma fought, each landing blows on each other that would topple buildings, and Shino fell back. His body was bruised and bleeding, unable to withstand this new form of chakra that Enma was using. "That's enough," he roared. Light flared in his hand and he let the Monkey King slam his fist in his face. He brought up his hand and pressed his fingers into the thick coarse fur. Fuinjutsu, breach of contract. Lines of symbols appeared on Enma, who looked outraged, before the Monkey King disappeared with a flash of light. Shino fell to the ground, panting and clutching his newly broken body. It was only beginning to heal now, and for the first time Shino looked worried. "What was that?" he murmured quietly. Naruto's hands were in splinters. He couldn't resummon Enma, so he rose. His teeth scraped the floor as he grabbed a kunai with his teeth. With the last of his strength, Naruto charged at the enemy. His body was light and his mind was strangely clear. Shino, distracted, looked up and his eyes widened as Naruto jumped up. He kicked and Shino's bleeding head snapped back. With a snarl, Naruto brought his head down and slammed the kunai held in his mouth into the base of the Sky Emperor's exposed throat. Something cracked. Distantly, Naruto was aware of little chunks of his teeth and gum falling from his mouth. He stood there, frozen, as the kunai that was held in his teeth shattered. The metal splinters cut open his mouth and cheek as they fell to the ground. Numbly, he saw that the metal point of the weapon had not even broken skin. He gurgled as a thick hand wrapped around his throat and lifted him up in the air so he was face to face with Shino. "You're so young," Shino muttered, staring at Naruto's exposed face. "And so well trained. Konoha truly does make monsters, doesn't it?" Naruto struggled futilely as the grip tightened. "ANBU came here awfully quick after Konoha was attacked," Shino whispered. Darkness lurked his gleaming eyes. "It wasn't even a day and you have launched a counterattack, such efficiency. Tell me though, where were you back then?" "We waited for weeks." Naruto squirmed. His head was beginning to get light as his lungs screamed for oxygen. Shino held out his other hand and dark chakra swirled. "Goodbye, little ANBU," he snarled and thrust it into Naruto's chest. Naruto's body jerked and his eyes widened. What he felt was beyond pain, it was absence. His chakra spluttered and died. His limbs stiffened and his eyes rolled back into his head. Darkness immediately encroached on his vision and everything became wreathed in shadows. Distantly, he heard Shino speak. "This is my vengeance. My revenge on Konoha's abandonment of the village hidden in whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan will be avenged." Then the darkness rose to meet him. It was wet and cold. Naruto lay in the water, unmoving. Torches flickered. Two gleaming eyes opened and stared from behind bars of unbreakable steel. The water surged. "Take it," the voice rumbled. "Take this power. This is what you want. It's what your accursed clan has always wanted. Take it." The water swirled around Naruto's unresponsive form and glowed with an ominous red light. The staring eyes slowly closed. Shino regarded the young boy held in his grip and shook his head. The ANBU's eyes were closed. His head lolled back and his spiky blonde hair covered with muck and grime. He shook his head and withdrew his hand from the boy's chest. His dark chakra had torn most of the major organs apart and it dripped onto the ground. "This is my vengeance," he told the corpse strongly. "My revenge on Konoha's abandonment of the village hidden in whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan will be avenged." He moved to throw the boy aside and then he froze. Tight, strong. Clawed fingers gripped into his hand and sharp nails pierced his skin. He turned his head and met the now crimson gaze of the young ANBU agent. As his forearm shattered underneath the force of Ferret's grip, a crimson chakra burst into existence and swirled around him. A torrent of oppressive and foul-tainted power spiraled around the boy, crisscrossing and slicing through the floor. Stone was torn apart and large. Bloody welts appeared on Shino's torso from where the chakra sliced through him mercilessly. The pain he felt from that was nothing compared to the current torment in his heart.
No.
Shino whispered in denial. He shook his head as the chakra grew stronger and stronger, crimson fire lighting up the entire room. His face was screwed up in unbridled horror. "Mito," he whispered. The boy arched his back and howled. It was the howl of a beast, the howl of the damned, the howl of the nine-tailed demon fox. It was the howl of Uzumaki Mito's legacy. Crimson-slitted eyes peered down at him murderously and a clawed arm rose. Shino saw bone fragments and flesh knitting back together, cracking and deforming as they slid back into place. The clawed hand slammed into the side of his head and swept him away in a wave of foul chakra. He flew, the force of the blow sent him tumbling into and through the broken remains of a concrete pillar and across to the other side of the chamber. He lay there for a moment, more stunned with his sudden realization than the actual attack. The boy fell to the ground and dropped to all fours, chakra swirling around him. It was a shroud of formless and mindless power, more dark and foul than almost anything Shino had felt before. He clenched his fist and allowed the chakra generated by the zero-tailed demon worm to fill his body. With gritted teeth, Uzumaki Shino stood up and prepared to fight his family. Naruto was on fire. His entire body burned with that unholy chakra as it seeped into every crevice and pore. Cuts, bruises, and aches all disappeared. Broken teeth fell from his mouth as new ones grew to replace them. His arms creaked and groaned as bones slid back into place, blood vessels knitting back together and flesh smoothing over them. His heart pumped furiously. Adrenaline and chakra flowed freely and strengthened his thickening muscles, and every facet of the flight or fight reaction was perfectly tuned. In his 12 years of life, Naruto had never been physically healthier. Mentally and emotionally, his first taste of the nine-tailed demon fox's power was unbearable. There was heat, there was power, there was will, there was anger and hate and loneliness and everything that Naruto thought he had left behind in his old life. The culmination of 12 years of pent-up emotions, masked as a child and suppressed as a shinobi, raced through him. It hurt. It hurt so much, and he clutched his head. The feeling was indescribable. Naruto did what every other human being did when they felt pain. He grew angry. He raised his head, howling, and the swirling chakra around him howled too. It bubbled and hissed, tearing through the stone floor around him. Clutching his head, he wept. The tears hissed and evaporated as soon as they appeared. Naruto turned his head and glared down at Shino with unbelievable fury. "You traitor!" Shino bellowed. His cocky and self-satisfied smirk was gone, and he trembled with complete and utter fury. He wore a look of a man betrayed. "Why are you fighting for them? They let your family die." Dark light burst into existence around him, and he clenched his fists. "That's unforgivable." Naruto didn't respond. He wasn't quite sure if he actually could, nor did he want to. Shino. It was his fault. He made him feel this pain, this sheer torment that represented his existence. Naruto would take it out on him, and perhaps afterwards he would feel better. Maybe this pain would go after he had sated his hatred. Naruto blurred, and red chakra propelled him forward. He torpedoed into Shino, who gladly met his charge, and they fought. Chakra-enhanced limbs flashed against each other, dark chakra meeting its crimson counterpart in showers of sparks. Naruto's form had little style or technique. He was an angry rolling mess of limbs, each blow thrust forward with the intention to hurt. Shino was the same, the dark chakra fueling him as he battled against the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Their blows shattered the concrete around them, and shrouds of chakra battled above them. Naruto lashed out with a clawed arm, and Shino ducked. Red chakra flashed and swung out, forming a crude representation of a clawed paw. It punched him from under the chin, and he was slammed into the roof. The same arm twisted and turned past his shroud of dark chakra and grabbed his leg. Without any effort, it tossed his massive bulk across the room. Shino was thrown aside and went crashing through the last stone pillar in the room. An instant later, he bellowed and a shockwave of dark light swept aside the crimson chakra and knocked Naruto off his feet. Both Uzumaki clambered to their feet, glaring at each other murderously. "To think I would find family," Shino growled. He bared his teeth and his muscles bulged, repairing the damage Naruto had done to him and strengthening him. "And to think that the last of my family would turn against the clan." Naruto clutched his head and howled furiously. Chakra swirled around his mouth. He inhaled and a torrent of uncontrollable fire spewed out towards Shino. Shino batted it aside with another dark chakra-enhanced shockwave and watched as Naruto fell to the ground, clutching his head and panting. Movement flickered in his eyes and Naruto spun, a red-shrouded fist rising and thrusting forward. His sharp teeth twisted into a savage grin. He let the crimson light wash over his vision as his heart ached in loneliness. "Ferret!" Naruto hadn't realized that he had stopped. He stared past his fist, inches away from his target, and saw Yuka staring back at him. Her mask was removed and she was holding one hand on her temple. Her blue eyes were wide and round, staring at him wordlessly. Naruto growled and fought every urge in his body as he lowered his fist. He jerked his head. "Go!" he growled. His voice was guttural and rough. "Take them and go!" Yuka disappeared in a flash and Naruto turned back to Shino, who stood there gazing at him in pure disgust. He didn't seem concerned at all as Yuka roused Tawa and Kamachi, the only ANBU around still in one piece, and dashed from the room. Was this their plan? Shino asked dangerously. Dark chakra seeped his hands as he stepped forward. First it was Mito and then it was Kushina. Now it's you, another Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. I guess they didn't need us anymore after they started their own Uzumaki clan. What are you talking about? Naruto roared. The flash of rationality that had surfaced when Yuka had appeared was fading away under the weight of his own heart. You've killed my friends. You've hurt my village. You tortured. You burned. I hate you. I'm going to fucking kill you. His fury built and he howled as the chakra around him coalesced. It swirled around him, bubbling and spluttering loudly, and took on the visage of a fox. His teeth sharpened and his lips were pulled further and further back into a canine-like grin. A single tail of the potent chakra swished behind him. He darted forward in a blur and the two Uzumaki fought. Demonic chakra met and clashed. Their fists and knees were like blurs and room exploded with light. Naruto swung and swiped with all his might, his unquenchable thirst for vengeance clouding his mind. With this chakra, he was just as fast as his opponent and regenerated just as quickly. Shino punched him in the face and broke his nose and jaw. Naruto retaliated with a flash of crimson chakra that tore off Shino's arm. Shino kicked him in the knee, splintering the bone, and yanked his head. His neck cracked, red chakra shrieked, and Naruto plunged a hand through his opponent's chest and ripped out a rib. Shino headbutted Naruto and threw him to the floor, raising a leg to stomp down on him. Naruto caught the foot, broke it and sent Shino soaring through the air. The elderly Uzumaki twisted and dark light built in his hand. He sent a streak of it forward and it plunged into Naruto like a bullet. Naruto shook his head dazedly even as his wounds regenerated. He darted forward, his tail swishing behind him. I hate you, Naruto howled, his claws tearing through skin and bone. I hate you so much. I want you to burn. It's your fault. He punched, kicked, and fought. Why do you look away from me? I'm here. I'm real. Stop ignoring me. His words made no sense, but they infuriated Shino. You're not even looking at me, Shino roared angrily. Listen to yourself. You hate Konoha as much as I do. Why are you fighting me? We're family. We're family. Naruto howled incoherently and the world became a blur. He roared, chakra waves exploding from him. With each howl and without seals he formed fire chakra and it came naturally and instinctively. He blew it out and metal and stone turned white hot. The bodies of his fallen comrades were turned to ash as he breathed in wide arcs, setting the whole room on fire and uncaring of the damage he was causing. The floor rumbled and shuddered, the fight threatening to tear down the foundations of Anchor Vantion. Shino weathered the assault, one hand curled behind his back. With a vicious kick, he sent Naruto spinning away and raised his hand. Yellow symbols fared on each of his fingers as he thrust it at Naruto. Sealing technique, 5-pointed star. Naruto slammed into a translucent yellow star-shaped barrier that surrounded him on all sides. He roared and banged his hands against it. Something cracked as Naruto railed on the barrier with all of his might while Shino watched on. With a deadly look in his eyes, Shino snapped his fingers and barrier brightened. It exploded in a column of light that tore through roof and floor. The bright yellow light suddenly wavered and it turned crimson. Naruto emerged but not unscathed. His skin had practically melted away, the red chakra rapidly regenerating it, and his robes were mere tatters. Shino saw swirling black symbols scrawled around his navel. Before his eyes, they seemed to shift, stretching out and widening on the exposed skin. Naruto howled again. The crimson chakra seemed to resonate with the young boy's hatred, and it bubbled around him furiously, leaking from his bloodied wounds and taking form. It coalesced again, becoming denser and thicker, and creating another swishing tail. Shino chuckled bitterly. His body was bulging, unnaturally so, and terrible bruises were forming underneath his skin, even in places where Naruto hadn't struck him. "Look at us!" he yelled, waving his arms. "We're the last of our clan trying to kill each other." He laughed hysterically as Naruto clutched his head. He was panting, the chakra around him swirling, and the heat and flame and power was too much. He collapsed to the ground, shuddering, as Shino's laughter rose in pitch. "Your body is breaking apart," Shino hissed. "Is this your first time using the power of the tailed beasts? Your body is struggling to hold it. Then again, so is mine." He grinned ferociously. "You're stupid, poor, pathetic traitor." "Shut up," Naruto roared. He clutched his head and shook it. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Shino ignored him. "Do you know who you're fighting for?" he asked maliciously. "You're fighting for the people that left our family to die. We were promised aid and support, and so we held a defensive position. We trusted in Konoha and we paid for that trust in lives." He leaned forward. "They came and they murdered us. Their Jinchuriki tore through our barriers and their shinobi swept into the village. They slaughtered us all. My family, my son, my daughter ripped apart by a blade of the 7 swordsmen." He leant forward, his voice dropping to a deadly hiss, his eyes alight with madness. His was frothing at the mouth, spittle flying forward as he ranted. "We fought and we lost," he said darkly. "I survived, holding on to life with a dozen blades in me. I left the village of whirlpools with the last words and thoughts of the Uzumaki clan. At the end, they screamed of their hatred towards Konoha, the village that abandoned them. I promised them that I would seek vengeance in their honor." Naruto was gasping for air, as if was having trouble breathing. One clawed hand clutched his heart, the other his head. Shino straightened and called upon his dark chakra. The battered floor tilted as Anchor Vantion turned and Uzumaki's yellow eyes glinted. "Fire on Konoha!" he roared, and the dark chakra leapt to his command. Anchor Vantion buckled and Naruto roared in fury. Shino turned, keeping his distance from the haze of deadly crimson chakra. "Feel the pain of your family," he said, and there was a gentle tone of madness in his voice. His eyes seemed to swirl. "Feel the pain of betrayal as your own family destroys the place you love. Watch as I find your friends and hack them to pieces in front of you. Survive, clinging to life with cowardice, and flee. Perhaps then you will truly understand my pain." "Henge!" Shino had taken a step forward, his entire body covered in thick purple bruises, when something shot at him. His eyes widened as a black blur shot across the room and slammed into him. He grunted, and suddenly parts of his body seemed to explode in showers of blood and gore. The blur pushed him backwards into the wall, bones shattering. He went through the wall, and then the next, and then he was gone. Naruto was panting as he watched, and he saw bright blue sky at the other end of the tunnel as the black blur extracted. He cocked his head, chakra bubbling furiously around him, as Enma stepped forward, pulling back the long adamantine bar that his arm had become. Naruto snarled and swiped at the Monkey King, who dodged and darted through Naruto's defenses. He slapped Naruto on the head and then it was over. The heat left. The power faded. His hatred dimmed. Naruto was left panting on the floor, his body a weak and shivering mess. It was so cold. His limbs felt impossible heavy and frozen. As Enma stood over him, something was obscuring his view and he slowly reached up and grabbed a tag off his forehead. The paper was yellowed and smelt musty. There had been a symbol written on it in neat loopy handwriting, but it slowly faded away before his eyes. Naruto gurgled and choked on his own vomit as Enma carefully helped him up. "Konoha," Naruto muttered, his chin stained with vomit. "Enma." He gripped the Monkey King's fur feebly. "They fired. Go. Warn him." "Naruto," Enma rumbled. "Go," Naruto yelled with all his strength. Enma gave him a look and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto lay back down, ignoring the smell of his vomit. He was breathing harshly and felt tired, so very tired, but he slowly turned his head and eyed the pillar of rising dark chakra in the background. Sarutobi stood on the walls of Konoha. Behind him, the village was deserted and surrounding him was a squad of ANBU, each crouched around him ready to defend him with their lives. He regarded the thick and heavy scroll in front of him grimly and waited. They had been there for 15 minutes before something happened. A puff of smoke appeared and Enma appeared, looking strained and wearied. "It's coming," was all he managed to say before he flinched and disappeared. Sarutobi nodded grimly. Part of him was concerned about his old friend, knowing that multiple reverse summonings was not good for the body, human or animal. There was a reason why the process hasn't become part of their military doctrine. Enma would likely be out of commission for several days. He cleared his mind and knelt down in front of the scroll. Shikaku had calculated the most likely angle of attack from Sky Country's weapon and turned to face that direction. Blood oozed from his old fingers and slid over the scroll as Sarutobi placed one hand on it and stretched the other in front of him. The air trembled and an immense pressure dropped on his surrounding guards as he gathered his chakra and prepared to use the technique. "Hokage-sama," his Hyuga ANBU guard called out. His Byakugan must have been activated. "There is a massive burst of chakra coming this way. It's bigger than anything I've seen before." "ETA?" Sarutobi grunted. "It's moving so quick," the Hyuga hissed. "You have seconds, sir." Sarutobi could see it on the horizon, a blinding beam of crackling dark light surging straight at the village hidden in leaves. He braced himself and his chakra flared into existence around him. "Space-time technique," he thundered. "Open the eternal schism of the bronzed mirror." He gestured and the air in front of the village suddenly cracked. The sound of breaking glass resounded throughout the village as bits of blue and green color fell apart like a broken mirror. The air broke as space and time was shattered and the eternal emptiness of nothingness filled his vision. A deep and dark abyss that confounded his eyes. It was all colors and it was none. It defied the senses and hovered in front of the village. Sarutobi grunted and lifted an arm. The air above the village also broke apart and an identical rift in space and time was forced into existence. The incoming beam of dark chakra slammed into the abyss and Sarutobi let out a loud grunt. He fell down to both knees, one hand pressed against the scroll and one hand lifted in the air. Light blazed around the dark curtain as the surging beam of chakra bore down on it. A loud gong boomed forward as the dark chakra appeared from the schism above the village, shooting up into the sky. Sarutobi was gasping, his power raging about it furiously, and he stood strong and weathered the storm. For the sake of the village. Naruto had managed to stagger to his feet and he limped over to the pillar of dark chakra. It was coming from the bottom of a long shaft that must have gone from one end of the fortress to the other. A series of rungs had been bolted into it, so Naruto took a deep breath and began to climb down. The pillar of dark chakra was only centimeters away from his body as he descended the ladder and entered a large cavern. At the center of the cavern there was an altar. Hundreds of immense thick tubes extended from each side of the altar and fed into the layout of the fortress. On top of the altar was a swirling mass of the dark chakra, spiraling around and being sucked into the different pipes and tubes. Naruto limped over as the foul chakra hummed ominously in the background. Lying down on the altar was a young girl, no older than he was. At first Naruto thought she was clothed, but then he realized that she was completely nude. Tens of thousands of little symbols had been tattooed onto her skin and her back was arched. Her mouth opened in an endless and soundless scream and the whites of her eyes staring unblinkingly at the roof of the cavern. This had to be the Jinchuriki of the Zero Tails.
I'm sorry, Naruto murmured sorrowfully.
I'm so sorry for what he did, for what my family did to you. But don't worry, I'll put you to rest now. He pulled out the kunai he had taken from the debris-littered battleground and raised it above his head. Focusing his weak and spluttering chakra, a hazy wind formed around it. It took a few seconds to stabilize. With a deep breath, Naruto plunged it through the haze of dark chakra surrounding the unconscious red-haired girl. Wind chakra howled as it pierced the unnatural chakra, and Naruto forced himself to watch as he methodically cut her throat. Blood seeped and splattered over the altar, and Naruto cried out as his kunai was wrenched from his grasp by the shroud of dark chakra and flung to the other side of the room. For a moment, Naruto watched and wondered if the girl had similar healing properties that Shino and he did. Then, the seals of her skin began to shrivel and warp, and the entire fortress rumbled. The dark chakra spluttered and began to fade as dust fell from the ceiling. Naruto jumped back as a large block of stone fell right where had been standing and watched as the fortress began to crumble right before his eyes. A horrible screeching noise filled the air, and Naruto clasped his hands over his ears. The sounds of muffled explosions arose from the upper decks, and the huge cavern began to shake and fall apart. He ran, using his meager chakra reserves to scale the side of the shaft where the pillar of dark chakra had come from. Chunks of stone and metal fell all around him as he darted through the corridors. Explosions continued to detonate from all around the fortress, and he came to a screeching halt as a ball of fire blossomed right in front of him. He threw himself against the wall and covered his head as he blazed over him. Something was burning, but Naruto ignored it as vital adrenaline surged through his body. His breaths came in short pants as he span around another corner and began to make his way to the upper decks. Perhaps there was another transport ship. Maybe he could work out how to fly it. He ran as fast as he could and with the last of his strength. His vision was dimming as the exhaustion and fatigue of the events of the past day caught up with him. He ran until his body had nothing left to give, and then he continued to run. Finally, he could run no more, and with his faltering footsteps ended. He lost his balance and fell right into something warm, which circled him. He looked up and saw Daichi and Tawa standing there, the latter holding him carefully. "I ordered you to leave," he murmured. Tawa looked battered and he was bleeding. Nonetheless, he responded with a sense of cockiness. "Hatake Kakashi was my squad captain before you were. He really only had one rule to follow, and I don't intend to explain to him why I became worse than scum." Naruto had no idea what he was talking about and rested in his teammate's arms. He bounced and buckled as Tawa and Daichi sprinted through the fortress and only opened his eyes when he heard the howling of the wind. Tawa was standing in a large flying machine, where Yuka was tending to an unconscious Kamachi. Daichi moved to the front and Naruto swiveled his eyes around the hangar, where another flying machine packed with the civilians they had rescued awaited. Manning the cockpit of that one was Kage, who gave him a wave. The flying machines lifted off with a steady hum and surged out of the hangar doors. The wind whipped in his face, and Naruto watched as the flying stone fortress, the seat of the Sky Emperor, crumbled and exploded behind him. It was already beginning to fall to the ground as the two flying craft soared away. "Mission complete, Hokage-sama," Naruto muttered. He fell asleep a second later. Sarutobi gasped as the space-time technique finished. His ears were ringing as his ANBU squad surrounded him and darkness encroached on his vision, and he collapsed to the ground. He was distantly aware of being picked up and moving away from the walls before he fell unconscious. Shino watched the destruction of his fortress from the forest floor where he had been flung. His body was broken and battered, kept alive only by the medical techniques that the elderly Uzumaki worked on himself. His dark hair had turned white again and his muscles had sagged, bags of loose skin hanging limply from his gangly limbs. Something filled his vision, a robe of black and red, and he looked up at the sun obscured by the setting sun. He grunted at what he saw and closed his eyes.